Sonny, Joey, 500. Got some goats in the building. Get ready for a shakedown.
Prepare for a shakedown. We from Philly where they clap like huddles when they break down. Get ready for a shakedown. We underdogs, my guy. Kinda used to all the hate now. Prepare for it, man. Y'all get it. My QB got swag. My wideout is award winning. His fly was fly. Joey and 500. Like and subscribe. Yeah. Here's a quote you can sing back. Shake squad up and don't be a dingbat. It's a shakedown.
Don't you frown.
It's
Here
a
comes the shakedown.
Let's go.
Yo, but the way it kick things back here, welcome to the Philly Shakedown Podcast Special, the 2025 NFL Combine. We are here already. It doesn't take much time at all after Super Bowl. My gosh, we haven't even taken a breath. But man, Joey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. It's got here quick, man. When you're in the Super Bowl, you win the Super Bowl, everything comes 2 seconds, and it's here. We're gonna have the combine in the next few days. We're gonna have free agency in the next couple of weeks, so it's gonna turn around real quick. But we definitely have a lot to discuss going into the combine, and what the combine's looking like. So,
Absolutely. Let's see, Logan Motorsports, what's going on? Nick Marchetti, what's happening? Bleed, Kelly Green, Brock, J-Dog, Eagles, Chris North, Twits, MJ. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Wanda, Michael, Troy, Antonio, anybody I missed, Danielson, Jake, Marcus, and everybody. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it. Let me turn this up a little bit. If it's too loud, tell me. But so you got defensive line. You got defensive lineman running. Darius Alexander is running. Now, the Eagles talked to him specifically. I'm just jumping right into it, by the way. 6'3", almost 6'4", weighs 305 pounds. They talked to him, and they talked about him being a possible guy, like a replacement to maybe losing Milton Williams. You'll have Ojomo, but, somebody after that. So this is going to be an interesting guy to kind of watch today because he's from Toledo, like Quinyon Mitchell was. And, the Eagles talked to him. So he's getting ready to run right now. I haven't studied a lot of these guys yet. I haven't even gotten to my draft stuff, but here he goes. He's off. Look at that. He's as fast. He's not bad. He's faster than Najee Harris. I'll tell you that.
Najee Harris. Molasses slow.
He ran 4.96 right there.
That's good.
Philly 500 got a haircut. I did. I shaved and got a haircut. My little playoff beard I had growing, had to go. And we're ready, You're interested in Walter Nolan. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Yeah. We've got defensive line today and linebackers. Now, the one guy I'm interested in, I don't know if you've heard much about, but Jalen Walker.
Yeah.
Out of Georgia. Like, he looks, dude, how can you not go back to the Georgia well? If it works so well, why not?
Yeah, I mean, they've interviewed Malachi Starks, one of the best safeties today from Georgia. Georgia might be the school again this year, so you never know who they can take from it. We'll see, though.
Yeah.
Seems like there's interest there.
Dude, this guy's about to fall over. This guy Zeke's about to. Did you watch that? He looked like he was about to fall over. Real interesting. Well, okay. Mike says, "Do you guys take a rest from football season to oversee a draft like in June? Like the first second week of June, we take a couple of weeks off on the shakedown and take maybe like a couple days off, but that's about it. Not really." Not really any time to take off in this thing. Right. NFL has become 365 days. It really has.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do you think? Like, what do you think? You think the Eagles are looking at an edge rusher as like, if they could pick any position to go in the first round where they would like to go?
Obviously, the Abdul Carr thing is a pipe dream at this point. I think it's just something where it would like be a dream of ours for him to have. James Pierce from Tennessee, James Pierce Jr. is another player that has off the field issues and could be dropping in the first round. I mean, there's a good 5 edge rushers in this draft the Eagles could take. Now, from looking at what they've met with today, they've only met with like 1 edge rusher today. So it's been mostly every other position: offensive line, tight end, linebacker, DT. They met with one of the top tight ends and Gunnar Helm from Texas. So you have to look at that tight end position too, because Dallas Goedert's got a big cap hit. Calcaterra is not going to be the future number 1. So could they be looking for his replacement in the first round?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So, Mike Dunn wants us to know that there's more to life than football. Thank you, buddy.
We know this. We
know. Just because we don't talk about everything else going on in the world in our lives doesn't mean that's all we think. I don't get off of here and go, let me tell my wife what I watched at the combine today. No, we deal with, like, this is more of an escape in a lot of ways. But it's also become, for us, it's also a job. So, you got to go do your job every day. No. Ghost 214, member for 28 months. Thank you so much for being here. Just ordered by Championship Made Tea. Very cool, man. Thank you for ordering it, man. It's been selling big time, that's for sure. The main thing.
It is.
Yeah, man. This is that. Joe, you dropped that link too, man. We still got some left, especially hoodies. So if you guys are interested, definitely check them out. This is definitely my favorite thing we've done. And Antonio Holmes, my man, shout out to him because he gave me the idea for it. And yours should be on the way. I would assume. I gave him everything for you, buddy. So look for it. Leon Banks, man, thank you for super chat. 500 Joey, what was your max bench? 40 times squat in high school. Also, what position did I play? My bench was 165 and 240? Wow. It was 5.2. I ran like a 4-1-1.
4-1-1.
to the fridge. But no, my max bench, I never was a big bencher. I gave up 285. That said, I have real long arms, so I don't know. I could curl and stuff, do a lot more like higher weights with arms, but chest I never could get 300. I always wanted to, but I couldn't.
Yeah, I think I was like 345 bench, and
man, that's pretty good.
I squatted like I didn't really like doing it because I was always afraid of pulling something every time. I used to deadlift all the time. Maybe like I think I did like maybe 400, something like that. So.
Right.
Max.
Exactly. That's not bad, though.
No, at the time, no. High school, no. Everything good?
Let's see here. Howie loves his Bulldog, so it's very possible we take Jalen Walker if he's still available at our pick. Good.
Yeah, bro.
Good. I would not mind that pick at all.
Yeah, I mean, do they still go after? I mean, are they going after one of the? Are they going after a Jalen Walker or somebody? If that pertains to Zach Bond being out the door, or is this an added piece?
Well, do you see Walker as like a off the ball linebacker, or do you see him as an edge rusher? I see him as like an edge rusher.
I think he's done both, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. But you could do that. I don't see why not.
Yeah. Oh, we are not getting Carter, guys. Sorry, I said. Well, we figure he's got the stress fracture, right? So how many spots will that drop him? Does that get him like the 12 or 13? Then we'll just need something else, you know. So we get him. We got to drop him like slowly but surely, you know.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he'll be at his pro day. He was going to get surgery, and then I guess he's opting out of surgery. He says it's not the foot fracture thing. The thing is not the stress fracture is not hurting him or anything at all. So he'll probably look good at his pro day, and he'll be back up the boards. We'll see though.
Greg Miller says, no way Jalen Walker is even close to pick 32. He's going pretty soon. He might. I mean, you don't know. Listen, we thought going into the draft, Nolan Smith was going 10. Remember? He was going to go top 12, and he went late first. You never know how it's going to go. You know what I mean?
Nobody knows. Especially that draft last year, 14 off. I mean, that's never going to happen again. 14 offensive players taken off the board with no quarterbacks, and like the Eagles had the pick of the litter between the first and second round. I mean,
you know what I think though. Seriously, I really think I think you're going to get everybody drafted in running backs because of Howie. They are so scared. Like you listen to these interviews of GMs, they are so scared of what the Eagles do and how the Eagles do it. I think they're all going to copy them. So maybe they'll all draft defensive players and running backs this year. All defensive backs and running backs early in this draft, and then somebody will fall to us perfectly. He's like 3-4 steps ahead of everybody.
A Jason Kelsey commercial.
It doesn't end. It just doesn't end. You guys see Abdul Carter won't stop talking about Philly. I don't think it's realistic to get him, though. No, it's not realistic to get him. He's a great player, and I love that he's an Eagle fan, but it's just, it ain't going to happen. Antonio Holmes says, I feel like DeJean is a weapon. Walker has said it today that he hopes whatever DC uses him as well. All over. I love guys like that, that you can use in different ways, get creative with. I could see the Eagles really liking him. I mean, I think if everything goes, by the way the Eagles would want it, I think the best player available in the first round, if they had a pick, I think they would want another defensive lineman. I would think that would be the first spot that they could go. I'm pretty confident, dude, about Zach Bond. How are you feeling about the Zach Bond situation?
I feel good about it. Like I know he hasn't been re-signed yet. You'd think like maybe before the market hits, and we still have a couple more weeks regardless. But I mean, we're kind of just waiting on that. We're kind of saying to ourselves, they signed Zach Bond, and we could sit back and relax and let Howie do his magic. Let him do his thing. Because I don't know what you thought of his message to the fans when he was talking at the combine. Saying that Eagle fans have to be patient, and because we know that this free agency isn't going to be anything crazy. Okay, maybe they have one splash move in their back pocket, but realistically, your free agency is going to try to maintain, re-sign, restructure contracts, try to get money elsewhere, which we're not really worried about. So we'll see what happens. But I don't know how you feel about the whole stay patient. Do you think there's smoke behind that? Do you think it's going to be very quiet? Depending what you define as quiet for Howie Roseman, but
I think that I think Howie, I think Howie was setting the bar, to don't be surprised if we just focus on our guys and things like that. But I'm sure he's leaving something open. Like I thought he handled it perfectly. I mean, I don't think you need to get like Myles Garrett. You don't need him.
No, you don't.
Would I love to have him? Yeah. Would he make the defense better? Yeah, of course. But it's like icing on the cake. So to me, I think focusing on your guys is the number one thing. But there's always room for something, with the Eagles and Howie. And I think they will be aggressive at certain parts of the free agency. Like, I really think the draft is where they're going to be, like, moving all over the place.
What do you think, but before anything, what do you think the Jeremy Fowler report that was on NFL Network saying if the Washington Commanders and Myles Garrett are in contract talks, that the Eagles are going to swoop in with a contract that Myles and a trade compensation that they're not going to refuse? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's blowing smoke. Like, my personal opinion is like if the Eagles want to make a play for him, it's the right deal. They'll do it. They're not going to be scared of Washington, but it does double. It's like it is a double whammy. If you make yourself better by getting him and prevent him from going to Washington, it's a double whammy. So there's probably some truth to it in some way, but I mean, I also think it seems like every time teams want to have somebody to like they got to go against, it's always Howie Roseman. Like, you ever notice like it's like all the agents put out, well, if you don't draft him, Howie's coming. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like you better get him.
They're waiting. They're waiting on the. They're waiting.
Scared.
They're on the back. They're on the back of the crowd. Like we're waiting on the back end. So these teams better make sure they better draft the right guys, because that one guy, I'm telling you.
I mean, Howie might be. I mean, it would not surprise me if they did get Myles Garrett. Like, I wouldn't be shocked. But I think it's got to be for the right price.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't surprise me. It's a total Howie thing to do. Look, listen, when the Eagles are aggressive in the off seasons, they win Super Bowls, or they go at the very least. So, you got to be aggressive, but it's got to be in the right spots. True. There's Ty Robinson running. Defensive lineman. Not bad. Not bad. Beast on Broad Street, thank you so much for the super chat. It's still crazy to think about the season we just had. I'm still riding high, baby. Did you guys see that the Eagles are officially over 500 for the first time in franchise history after the Super Bowl win? I did. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know I didn't even realize that we were below 500. Still, but yeah, we had some ugly years when I was younger and even before that. But no, that's great, man. Yeah, I'm still high too about the Super Bowl, man. It's like hard to transition for me right now to like Super Bowl. Now all of a sudden it's like boom, we're already in the all season.
I know,
it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Beast Guard David Super Chat. He goes, "What up? Nolan Smith's name's being thrown around for Myles Garrett. I don't like that one bit. I need to keep the Bulldogs." I don't know who said that. I haven't heard that.
I know who said it. I know who said it.
Talk.
WIP said it. WIP said it. Elliott Shore Park said it, bro. Like I was trying to find this Nolan Smith trade news myself, and yeah, I found it from Elliott Shore Parks. I mean, I don't know why his name was. I mean, you trade for Myles Garrett, you have to give up a young player like Nolan Smith. You're literally it does nothing. You literally made yourself worse.
You waited for Nolan Smith his rookie year. You played through that. Then you let him develop into a good second year, and then you watched him become a star in the playoffs. Now you went through all that development. You want to get rid of him? No, I don't do it. If Myles Garrett was 27, I'd say, all right, well, I can understand it, but not at 29.
No.
Dude, I think Nolan Smith's a 13, 15 sack kind of guy when he hits his peak. I think he's going to have double-digit sacks next year. Yeah. Super Blaze, man, thank you for the super tickets. What up, fellas? Derek Harmon is a beast. I'll have to check him out. Let me catch up with some of these. VJ says, what up, championship gang? How y'all doing? I'm doing great, my man. How are you? Justin Ryan, David Suchek, are either one of you vegans? No.
I am not.
No, I can't speak for Joe. I'm not. I don't think Joey is. Are you vegan, Joey?
No. Do I look like I'm vegan?
No, you don't. Justin Ryan, thank you for super chat, because I would rather get a cheaper, good edge rusher. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Hey, Joey, can you excuse me for like a minute? I got work calling me.
Okay,
I need to take this call. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself and
you're fine.
And shut off my cam, and I'm gonna talk to him on where's my phone? I need to get my phone. So let me I'm gonna disappear for like a couple minutes.
No, you're fine. You're good.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I mean they met with safeties, linebackers, DTs. They've only met with one edge rusher today. Today they only met with one edge rusher today. So I don't know, man. Like, depending on what happens in free agency, like, could they kind of surprise us? Could they draft a corner in the first round this year? I mean, really, I want to see if the whole cornerback situation with Slay, Isaiah Rodgers, if he leaves in free agency. Do any of us trust Keely Ringo at this point? with another offseason under his belt, do they have, do they have a lot of faith in Keely Ringo going into the offseason, realistically? Got to keep offensive line on target too. I haven't really looked at the offensive line. I don't know if you guys know the offensive line too well going into this season, or this draft, I should say. If there are a lot of good guys coming in. Obviously the Mekhi Becton free agent, but I think we're gonna try to see what Tyler Steen could do. The guy from Michigan as well. Trevor Keegan, I'm actually pretty excited for too, going into maybe some competition if Mekhi Becton isn't here. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. So I think going into this free agency, all right, and I mean we haven't really heard much of any type of rumors on who they're re-signing, what's going on. We've heard a little bit on Zach Bond that he wants to stay, and maybe something could work out. I mean, the projected contract for Zach Bond is like, I think it's like 15 to 8. I thought it was like 14 to 16, 15 to 18, something in that range. I think if you can get him between $14 to $16 million a year, I think it's a steal, honestly. Once he gets to like the $19-20 million range, I think that's when we're going to really be in trouble. Now they did interview Malachi Starks from Georgia, one of the best safeties in this draft. So I wonder what the interest level is there at Malachi Starks going into this draft too. So you have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson Chauncey Gardner-Johnson this year and next year. You have Reed Blankenship that has one more year on his contract throughout the 2025 season. So wondering, I don't think they'll ever make Reed Blankenship a backup, but wonder if they would take a safety in the first round as well. But not all signs point to this, but I mean, they interviewed a lot of tight ends today, especially Gunnar Helm, which he's one of the best tight ends in this draft. So wondering if they have interest in him going forward. So it's too early to tell right now. Once we get through free agency, like at least the first 2 weeks, we'll kind of see like how everything is, who the Eagles re-sign. There's not going to be much splashes in this free agency regardless. I think depth purposes, I think I can't click on any chat, but I think Kenny said, he said Starks could replace Maddox as that safety slot hybrid. So if he's a hybrid player, that's great. If he's a guy that can move all over the field, that's awesome. The Eagles need depth at inside corner. At that nickel corner spot, they need depth. If we already want DeJean off the special teams. We want him off the punt returns, but that inside corner spot, they need depth. And honestly, guys, I don't really like the safety depth at all either. You know what I mean? Like McCollum and Sidney Brown, I don't know. It seems like we were kind of hyped up about Sidney Brown, but by the way everything's showing from Fangio and how he, I don't know, maybe just dislikes him for some reason. I'm not really sure. McCollum is not a bad tackler, but his coverage is horrible. And Sidney Brown, his coverage is good, but he is reckless when he goes down for tackles, man. Like his downhill, like I understand, like, he acts like he's on kickoff when he's playing safety, but he's reckless, dude. And I'm not really a big fan of both of those guys right now. But I mean, I wish Sidney Brown could do more. I feel like he can do more. But Tristan McCollum, no. Bradbury's contract, we got to see what they're doing with that, because there's no way in hell he's going to be a safety next year, or even on the active roster next year, or even on the practice squad next year. And he's making too much money to be sitting down. They had that Lewis sign, that former first-round pick from the Vikings, so they'll see what he could do. So I think it would be I think there's definitely questions for both of those spots. And obviously, like we said, cornerback, what's going on with cornerback too? Opposite of Quinyon Mitchell, what's going on there? With Slay. Is Slay going to come back, at a reasonable number? Is he still going to be hungry next year? we'll see what happens. I saw that on Instagram today. Somebody, I guess, put out some report, not a report, but fans have been talking about Josh Sweat leaving. Josh Sweat, Josh Sweat put like a response post with question marks, not knowing if he's going to leave or come back. Be a re-sign.
Sorry about that.
I'm not really sure though, but we'll see though. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see here. Let me catch up to anything happen while I was gone. Let's see here. BJ, what's going on right there for Super Chat? He goes, what up, Championship Gang? How are y'all doing? Doing great, man. Sorry I missed that earlier. Justin Davis, would you either accept the job from the Eagles if offered? Well, I'm not going to be like cheerleader or anything like that. But
depends what it is, really.
Yeah, it depends what it is. The brother screwed us. Yep. We should draft Cameron Scalabo for running back to have competition with Will Shipley. I don't know.
Running back's going to be
interesting.
Hey,
wait, did you see the Eagles are interviewing a quarterback coach
from Syracuse?
Syracuse was I forget his name, but
I forgot his name, but he's like an assistant. It's
clearly apparent that the Eagles are Costa Nostra, right? I mean, they're all Italians. It's like the Sopranos. We're being run by Tony Soprano. I love it.
Yeah.
Kilgo says, I don't know if it's true, but I just saw a report Abdul Carr have fractured his foot. I think he's getting surgery, right?
I don't know. He's not getting surgery.
He's not?
No. Been reported today he's not going to get it. He's just going to wait till his pro day. And then
but they're saying he's going to miss what? If he had surgery, he would miss 8 weeks. Is that what it is?
Yeah, he'll miss time.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you do in that situation? Like does Abdul Carr, does he have a legit shot at the number 1 pick overall? That's the question. Because if you're not the number 1 pick overall and you know it, I would probably just have the surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nunzio is going to be the quarterback coach.
Campanelli,
yeah. He's not getting. It's funny, man. I saw jokes like people were posted like the picture of like the Sopranos.
yeah. The Eagles coaching staff.
Yeah, it was hilarious. And then you got Big Dom, of course, right? Like he's, it's just pretty funny. Carter's trying to tank his draft status to get picked up by us. Yeah, right. Wouldn't that be unbelievable? Who knows? Abdul Carter's like it's a Saquon Barkley situation. Like, all right, let him go. Let's see where his contract takes him. If he gets re-upped or not. Johnson Davis, do you think the Commanders will dethrone us? No, I don't. Chris Scott says Big Dog Huff will get traded to Atlanta. Mark my words, not for Pitts though.
Yeah, been rumors of that, of dumping his contract, and the DC.
Why would Atlanta want to do that though?
Well, I think they're only connecting it because the DC for Atlanta was with the Jets when he was there with the Jets last year. I forgot his name, but he was with them with the Jets when he had the 10-sack season.
Got you.
So
let's see. I'm trying to see. Our boy hasn't run. Is Walker running today? Do you know?
He should be.
I hope so. Because the only thing about the combine in like recent years is like less and less guys are performing. They wait to the scouting to the pro day.
Yeah.
11, my answer. Imagine wanting to become an Eagle that bad that you would tank the draft stock. Now that's an Eagle. Yeah, you gotta love it. He said his father took him to the Super Bowl as his like last hurrah as an Eagle fan. That hurts, but I totally understand it,
Yeah, they were holding him and Jalen Carter were holding a trophy. I don't know if it was after the game. There's a picture of both of them, Jalen Carter
Yeah.
and Abdul Carter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's right. Let's see here. Neither is Rick no. Kate Daniels is going to crash back to Earth like a meteor. It'll be interesting to see what year 2 happens because, teams have a chance to kind of figure you out and things like that. We'll see what Washington does. If I was Washington, damn it, I don't want to tell them. I don't want to give them any hints, but they probably know. But I look at it like similar to remember when I was making a big deal about getting another wide receiver. Like if I was them, I would get another. I would go after DK Metcalf. You get him, and you got McLaurin. You re-sign him, and you got to get another wide receiver. You got to take advantage of that rookie deal.
Oh, of course.
B-Scar, thank you for the super chat, my man. Because the sample size we got from Shipley this year has been fire. He should be the backup next year behind Barkley. Remember that one that got called back? Dude dragged 2 guys in the end zone, pound beast. Yeah, I think he's going to be fine. I would add another running back, though, in the draft. I would look at a running back that, is maybe a little more faster than the other, than Shipley. I think a guy that can catch out of the backfield, almost like what you had in Kenny Gainwell, but not Kenny Gainwell,
Yeah, and it goes deep. I mean, they can get someone between the 5th and between 5 and 7 if that's where they want to go. But I mean, they got Lou Nichols, they got Tyron Davis Price. That we actually liked the backs in preseason. Like they actually worked. Yeah. They actually looked really good, But adding more to it for training camp and obviously for OTAs and stuff, I want to see if they maybe add a bruiser or maybe they add a more dual threat back, like maybe a little bit better than Shipley. We'll see. We've barely even seen a sample size from Shipley. Really, that Washington game was the biggest sample that we really got, and he looked great. And I don't know if it was the Pittsburgh game, the one where he caught a few balls and he was making guys break their ankles in open space. Like he looks great as a receiving back. He looks awesome. So
right,
we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, is there anybody that is going to be available free agency that we have, or any players on the other team that we haven't talked about, that you would go make a move for? I think Trevon Walker is somebody the Eagles could investigate.
Yeah, and I think Trevon Walker's a big one. I saw Harold Landry. Just a lot of guys are requesting trades. Harold Landry. Remember, Harold Landry was on the trade block for the trade deadline or something that, no one traded for him. But Harold Landry's 30 years old. I think 29.
28.
28. So he
might be 29 by next year. I don't know what he's going to be when they start.
But I think he'll be more affordable than Myles Garrett probably in a trade. And, he's good at rushing. So that's only if they go down that route. I don't know if they'll go down that route, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't think they're going to stay at 32. I think they're going to trade the pick.
They might.
He took his father. He was getting paid. He's getting paid. Took his father. Got it. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I mean, there's a lot of things the Eagles could do. I mean, really, they've got one of the issues that we've never really dealt with is having all these draft picks in 3 years all hit. These guys are all hitting, so all their extensions are coming up at the same time. I mean, it's crazy, right? You got Cam Jurgens, you got to get Nakobe Dean. To me, I just think you got to sign Zach Bond. You don't worry. You don't need Landry unless he's going to be, an edge rusher. If he's rushing the passer and that's it. Otherwise, my off the ball linebackers, I like who we got. I just want Bond back.
Yeah.
Because really, man, thank you for super chicks. What's going on, fellas? What's happening, my man?
No,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Because that's what they have to watch out for. You got to draft well every year, and they were not used to developing talent like this, and all these contracts are going to go off. So if you want to go after a Jalen Walker in this draft, maybe they re-sign Bond, put Jalen Walker next to Zach Bond this year, and maybe they figure, they'll let Bond play out his contract. Maybe they feel like, maybe they have some backstory of Dean and we don't know when he's going to come back, but, you don't know if they're going to re-sign Dean. I mean, after next year, but he should be relatively cheap, but we don't even know how he's going to look off this patellar tendon injury. And that's a serious injury. So, and we kind of have to call, right now and say that if Nakobe Dean comes back, and when he does come back, it's going to take him more time. Like, he's got to play. If he even starts at that point, he's got to play, and he won't be himself for a while, probably until the end of the year to the playoffs. So, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. So right now we got all the defensive tackles are running. So the edge rushers haven't started to run yet. That I don't believe they have. Let me see.
Not yet, no.
Yeah, and so the defensive tackles are running. The defensive ends come next. That's where I'm really interested in seeing. Now, did you hear this thing on YouTube about like they're starting to like if you put up a web page like this or like a scoreboard that they're starting to flag people for that?
Never heard of it. No.
Yeah, so I don't want to keep that up because that's what I heard, that they're starting to copyright people who put up like the scoreboard for a game or whatever from a site. So just something to be careful about. I make my own scoreboard, so
yeah,
but
same.
Bald Eagle, thank you for Super Chat. Goes, what do you think the difference in draft compensation would be to get Myles Garrett over trading up for Abdul Carter? What do you think it's worth it? For you to get Myles, he would be cheaper. You would have to give up. I mean, you'd have to essentially give up the next 3-4 years of first round picks. You at least need at minimum. You would, and it may not. It's probably not even enough. 3 first rounds minimum. Minimum. To even get up into the top 10, probably. So I think it's cheaper to get Myles Garrett. The only way is if this kid drops, because of the injury and stuff like that. If he drops to you would have to have him drop like to 20 or 21.
You have to
Then
trade
you
up
could
for
trade
him.
up.
You have to trade. Yeah, you have to trade up for him regardless.
It's just so hard to get him.
Yeah.
It would be way too much. As where, Myles Garrett, maybe cost you 2 first-round picks, and they're going to be late picks for the Eagles. So, you get a team, I don't know, let's say, I don't know, I'm trying to say like Detroit. If Detroit wanted him and we wanted him, obviously their first-round picks are earlier than ours. That's the problem. So, I think Abdul Carter is too hard to get, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Justin Ryan Davis Super Chat goes, what if we get Swift back with Barkley? Oh my God, dude. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all. But I don't know if Swift wants to play that.
He's still on contract. He's still on contract, though.
Yeah, he's under contract with Chicago. It's interesting, though, isn't it? We always talked about what would an all-pro running back, like a top talent running back, look behind that line. We saw it. Chris Kaufman Jr., my man. Thank you for Super Chat. Does Trotter play more in your opinion? I think so, yeah. Listen, I think they're very high on Trotter. I've liked what I've seen from Jeremiah Trotter. And I think Trotter is going to be a good player. I do. But, you came across a guy who's a defensive player of the year type guy. You just can't let that go.
No, you can't. I mean, it's you're going to hit the reset button. I mean, I love Trotter. I mean, he needs to work on some of his, wrapping up guys in the backfield.
He does,
but that's really been his I've liked everything else from him, but he just hasn't really had the opportunity. Really going to the playoffs after Nakobe Dean got hurt, Fangio was like, look, we're just going to run with Oren Burks and Trotter and see what happens. And it seemed like once Burks started playing, he didn't want to take him out of the game. And they really liked Oren Burks a lot.
I mean, the thing with Burks was, I mean, he was getting turnovers, man. It's very hard to take a guy out playing like that. And I would try to bring Burks back. Now, I think he's trying to get a deal where he starts somewhere. I think he feels like, hey, I played great in the playoffs. I showed my value. I showed what I could do. I think he's going to look for a team that will offer him a starting spot. The Fandalorian. I love that name. At 500, the cap is officially set at $279.2 million from $255.5 from last year. Zach Byrne just announced it. Yeah, I mean, what is the what? But how much does each team get though? It's not just like $24 million, is it? If the
It's
Eagles get an extra $24 million in cap space, it's
I,
over for teams.
yeah, I don't think I don't know, it hasn't rolled over yet. It's like between 22 to 24 they have right now, but I don't think it's even rolled over yet. I haven't seen the updated cap at all on what it looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah. Bald Eagle favor super chat, my man. He goes, maybe my question wasn't clear, but I'm saying, is it worth paying the extra draft picks who's younger, but a quote risk over a player who's older? Oh, I get what you're saying. I think in most cases, I think it is worth the risk if you're pretty confident that a guy's going to pan out. But the risk, the amount you have to pay, I just think it makes it too hard. So I would say in most circumstances, I would think, yeah, I would say take the risk with the younger guy. But um, in this situation, you just need so many picks to get up there. I mean, they're talking that he's going to go number one, right? I mean,
Mm.
we're talking about one, right? Top three, four. Yeah, it'd be very hard. But I mean, I think in a lot of cases where it's not going to cost, maybe it costs you one first round pick, maybe a one and a something down the road. Like I think those cases it's worth it. But we're talking, the Eagles don't pick again in the first round to like 2028,
Right,
2029.
right.
No. 500. I want to see how Oklahoma offensive lineman Harry Veneer does his drills. He got some. I understand all about that girth. The shade is the Eagles want to put a dome over the link. I don't like that. No, you'll be instantly the weakest team in the division, in my opinion. Listen, if they put a removable one and they promise that we will not put the dome up during during the playoffs, then I would be okay with it. But
Yeah.
if the dome is used for concerts and things like that, fine. Super Bowl, fine. But if it's going to be used, for playoff football, I don't want anything to do with it. What are you going to do if New York becomes good? Then you're the dome team traveling to New York. You're the dome team traveling to Washington. I don't want to be that. That's soft, man. So I will never like the idea of it.
No, same.
Over the cap has us at 22 million. Yeah, well, we were at 22 million before the announcement of the updated cap space.
Right.
So we're 22 million. So whatever we get is going to be added to that. Now, if you get the extra space, I gotta think I gotta think that seals the deal for Zach Bond, right? Because I think they want Zach Bond. Like I think that Howie made it clear that we're gonna, we're not, just because we haven't paid linebackers in the past. You have to look at the player and certain players and who they are come around. I mean, Zach Bond was the defensive player of the year.
If you can get him between 14 to like 16, 17, I think it's a done deal. Once you get 19 plus, I think that's where they're gonna tread waters a little bit, and it might be a little bit more tough. But I think he wants to stay, and I think they want to work something out. I have heard nothing on it, and usually this is what happens every year. We heard nothing on any extensions, and then they just happen out of nowhere. So
Yeah. King Eagle says reports just surfaced that Myles Garrett denied a contract extension from the Browns. They offered him. He wants out.
that's true.
Really?
I just saw it before. Yeah.
So here's my question: like, if you're a GM, right, and a player does not want to play for you, he doesn't want to be there. Like, is he worth paying all that money and keeping around, or is he going to be mentally checked out? Sometimes I just think that if a guy doesn't want to be there, he doesn't want to be there. You can't do nothing about that. Some guys, like, it affects them to the point where it makes them not be the player that they could be. Some guys can, push it aside. but some guys
Yeah,
can't.
but now
Myles Garrett don't want to be there.
But now they got to cater to him now because now it's like it's going to be up to him where he wants to go. They're not just going to trade. Like a team obviously has to. They got to be fair on the trade. I mean, not only does Garrett have to somewhat agree with where he wants to go, but the draft compensation has to be right, and obviously a contract already has to be made by the time he gets to the team. Obviously, a reworked deal. So there's a lot of different things that need to happen for that trade to work out perfectly. Every time it's weird because every time he's interviewed and they talk about Philly, smile on his face. Like talks about Jalen
he wants to
Carter.
come.
He
I
loves
have
it.
no question. He wants to come to Philly. He comes to Philly, dude. You're talking about, dude. You're going to talk about a dominating defensive line next year. Like it's going to be sick. D1922, thank you for super chat. What's up, Philly and Joey? Questions. How would you guys feel about drafting a tight end running back, seeing as we got a running back taking from us by Atlanta? I like the idea of drafting a tight end and a running back this draft, to be honest with you. I don't think the running back has to be like a third or fourth round guy. I think if you could get a tight end in the second or third round, and then you could get a running back like fifth, somewhere around there, I think that would be okay with me.
Yeah, I got no issue with it. They need it. They need to figure out tight end like between this year and next year. So they got to figure it out.
Well, I mean, you obviously the running game, and I'll read this chat. But Lonely says, with the running back being such a big part of our success, it would nor surprise me if the Eagles got a running back in the first or second round to create a two-headed monster like Detroit. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. And I think you want to take some of the carries away from Barkley to protect him. It's kind of to save him. Otherwise, I mean, that's a lot of carries last year. He's going to have 29, 25 carries every game. But if you could get other backs that could take some of the load off of Barkley, I don't think that's a bad thing.
No, not a bad thing at all.
Deshae says, Andrew Berry and Howie are still close, and Berry wasn't the one that made the dumbass move paying Watson all that money. Yeah, it's interesting, I don't know who was involved with all that, but they are friends. And like I said, if Garrett is going to want out, you're going to, what are you going to do? Force him to stay? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how well that works. Let's see here. RP Stewart says, hello, Philly. Much love from deep heart of FLX. What's FLX?
I don't know.
Florida X's? I don't know. Great job this season. Great season. You called the whole way. I like the idea of beefing up the offensive line. There's never anything. I never have any problem with beefing up the offensive line. That's for sure.
Mekhi Becton will be
we'll see what they do with him. But thank you, RP Stewart, my man. Let's see. Billy and Joey, what is your favorite horror movie?
You go ahead.
Probably the last year the Cowboys won the Super Bowl. That was that was pretty horrible. I don't know. Horror movies? Does the movie Signs count as horror?
Right there.
Joey likes
you need to know.
Jason and Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yes.
Joey
Texas
likes those.
Chainsaw. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not big on the horror stuff, so I don't know. I can tell you, growing up, the movie The Exorcist for me was the scariest movie ever. Like it scared the crap out of me. And then I saw it like years later, and I was like, oh my god, these special effects are so bad.
If you haven't watched The Substance, you got to watch that. It's not even really horror; it's just freaky. It's weird. And
is Signs considered horror?
Thriller horror, probably. Yeah, I guess
that would be I love that movie.
That was a great movie. Yeah,
that was. The anticipate, like the build up to you want to see these aliens, is what, like, that was cool.
Yeah.
The Substance. I never have heard of it.
Just came out. It's good.
Mm.
Very good.
Well, there's got to be, to me, all the movies that are coming out, there's nothing that appeals to me. Like like the Superman, forget it.
Well, give it
With
a
the
chance.
dog. Roof, roof.
Give it a chance.
God. I don't even like his unit. His outfit stinks. I don't know.
See what happens.
The Omen Carrie freaked me. Yeah, that was crazy. The first Saw movie probably has one of the best plot twists of all time.
Oh, it does.
I never saw it. Yeah,
it does.
I mean the old horror, like the old 80s, 90s, like Nightmare on Elm Street and Gate, like those to me never were scary. I never thought, oh, those are scary. You know. The Substance had so much potential for a good movie. Only ending was horrible. It was like being a Giants fan watching Daniel Jones take off for 75 yards and trip into 25. That's going to be, can you imagine, dude? Your whole career is going to be, that's your play that everybody will always remember you for.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? Oh, yeah, but what's going on? Andrew says, Bond is the only player we have no qualified backup for. We don't have really backup. And then you look at with Dean hurt, you know, you're talking about possibility of going into the season with, you know, 2 new starting linebackers. I don't want to do that. I think Bond's coming back. I mean, I think it's like 80% chance that they're going to sign him. I think the question is do they let him get to free? Do they let him get to, you know, free agency, or do they lock him up beforehand? Which is what I hope they do.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm praying to God that they resign him.
Yeah. According to Gabe, we're going to sign Bond and Becton. I think we're going to. I don't know what that. I know it says something. I don't know what it means.
Come on.
What does it mean? Gabe Orno? What is that? I don't even know what that means.
Really? Come on.
Gabe Orno. I don't know, dude. I'm getting too old for this. Gabe Orno. What the hell does it mean? I don't know. I don't get it. That's not a real person.
It's not. You're saying something really bad, and you don't even realize you're saying it.
I don't know what it is. I'm trying to say it, hear it. So, you know, like Gabe Orno. It doesn't. I don't know. It's not registered. Dude, I'm dumb. I'm done with this kind of stuff. I don't know. Sign Aaron Jones. That 1-2 punch will be better than Detroit 1-2 punch. I don't want an Aaron Jones. I mean, he's a good player, but you don't need him. You don't need him. Like, if you're gonna get me, like, if you're gonna get another player to match with Barkley, like a 1-2 punch, a 1-2-3 with Shipley, then you need to get a guy like, you need like a guy that is like a DeAndre Swift type back.
Yeah.
You know. I want Bond and Williams back. Yeah, I think though. I think Bond will come back. I don't know how Milton Williams. Like, I don't know how he's going to come back.
Yeah, Cowboys DT just got paid $21 million a year, so the market is already set now at $21 million at this point. And if he's going to ask for more than that. He
wasn't all that great. What was so great about
I don't even know who that guy. Honestly, Philly, I have no idea who that guy is.
I have no idea who that guy all that.
No.
I mean, I really didn't think he was all that. I mean, he's all right. Joel, thank you, Super Chat. He goes, what are the Eagles picks fans want to know? Don't know yet. Right now we're going through defensive lineman drills. A lot of these guys move good, man. But I don't think they'll go. I don't think they'll go interior defensive line first. I don't think this is where they'll go first round pick. But they might go late with one of these guys though.
So
I like Ojomo. I think Ojomo is a good player. And I think that he's not as good as Milton Williams, obviously, but it took Milton Williams a few years to develop. Why can't Ojomo continue to develop?
I was looking at the draft picks and I got them mixed up. 7 picks.
Bourne is coming back. Trust, I think so. Yeah. If I heard you were saying, oh God. Oh, now I
Yeah.
get it, Splenda. Ah, crap. Okay. Well, you got me on that one. That was a good one because you snuck that one right by me. Pat Ryan says we have 3/5. Don't know where you're going only 6 picks from. I don't know. Did you say 6?
7. It's 7 pick. It's 7 picks, I think. They have 7 picks.
Dallas got 21 million. What? Dallas is going to have to. They're going to have to restructure Dak's contract. It's like $40 million of cap savings if they do it. Yeah, you got me, Splinter. I didn't even. I couldn't even. I tried to figure out what it was. 3/5 sounds like fair compromise for who? Is that what we have compensation wise this year, Joey? I didn't think we were getting compensatory picks this year.
I don't know if we have comp picks this year.
I know that we'll have some after this year.
Yeah, they'll have 3 thirds and 2 fourths. They have we have a round 4 from Detroit, round 5 from Houston, another round 5 from Washington.
They're crazy, man.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello,
5,
Mark
7.
Holmes streamed day 1 of free agency before he realizes they're signing nobody. I don't know.
Oh, they don't get anybody.
I have no idea what they're like. I have no idea what's going on with that team, and I could care less. I think they stink. They're going to have money, but the question is, are they going to be willing to go out and spend it?
Yeah,
They've got to sign Parsons, right? I mean, they got to give him a big deal.
Oh, Lawrence's contract's done too.
Dude, the fact that Micah Parsons, in all honesty, he's going into his 5th year of his contract, right? He's going into his option year this year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy. How could you allow a guy like that to even sniff the last year of his contract? And listen, I think the Cowboy fans are nuts. They're sitting there, they compare him to Lawrence Taylor, which is a joke. Now I see they're online Twitter comparing him to Reggie White. It's like, dude, he's not that good. He's a good player today, but he's not in that league. You're talking about top 10 greatest defensive players of all time. But the fact that he could even be in the 5th year option year is crazy to me.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
We get comp for Sweat if someone pays him $27 million, though, right? Yeah, we'll get We'll get a compensatory pick for him.
Oh, they'll have comp.
Do you want Sweat back?
I honestly don't mind him coming back. I'm not off of that. I'm really not off of that. Somebody put up so there was like a post that went up on all of the noise on Sweat, like Sweat's gonna be leaving, and then he put up like a question mark answer. So I don't even know if because I know that Sweat did say after the Super Bowl, like, yeah, he wants the money, but he wants to find the right situation as well. So I don't think he wants to go to a bad team. But these teams that pay a lot of money probably will be not all the time, but probably will be a bad team. And he doesn't want to be on a losing team getting paid all this money every year. I get it.
Yeah.
I don't mind the re-sign if it happens. I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah. Devontae Jones, favorite Super Chat. Phil, you saying yeah. I know. I didn't. It didn't sound like it to me when I was saying it. I got trolled. What can I say? Oh, Phil, you're gonna get trolled with it's been happening for what, 3 years? I mean, yeah. It's yeah. I mean, I get caught all the time with that stuff. I don't know. I'm a simple man, you know. I don't know.
Simple man.
John Jones says, yes, Bourne is Mr. Bourne. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I keep seeing all these people sign these guys. I'm like, I don't know. I'm scared to click on the chat. You know. Hey, fellas, who are you all excited in the combine for? I don't know. The kid from Georgia is the guy I want to watch.
The Jalen
You know,
Walker.
yeah, I want to see what he does. You know, what are your thoughts on where we stand defensive back wise? Do you think the Eagles? I saw that they talked to the safety. I forget the kid's name from Alabama. Would the Eagles entertain drafting another defensive back? Like if you know Slay is going to go, and you know, let's say a corner falls, do you think they could draft a corner early again?
It could be a possibility. There might be a corner that drops. Really, if Slay stays another year, if the number is right, if they re-sign Isaiah Rodgers, even if Rodgers comes back, I don't think it's. If Slay leaves and Rodgers stays, I don't think it's set in stone. I mean, if they want to give Ringo, if they think Ringo could compete for that job against, if you think one of those guys could be the number 2 all year, yeah, it could be another surprise. I mean, can't have enough, backs, but I think you need to find more. You need to find more corners for that nickel spot, that inside corner spot, because behind the Gene, there's nobody. And obviously, Maddox is a free agent now, and I don't think you're bringing him back at all. So inside corner is definitely, especially the outside at number 2, whatever they do there. But inside corner, they need depth. They need someone they have nobody on that roster right now that can play inside, besides maybe Quinyon, because he started at that position most of camp. But obviously that's not going to happen. So,
Yeah. Mean Metal Mike says, Philly, I'm Mark Poe, great time. Love you. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. I love you too. Let's see here. Yeah, he was great for OSU, but man, I want no parts of him till like day 3. I'm not sure what they were talking about. 32 needs to be a trade down. The Eagles could use some more future picks. I like the idea. If you could trade, if you could trade back. The only question is this: if you have a first round pick, you get the guy, you get an option year, you get an extra year with the guy basically under contract.
Mm-hmm.
Does that value, do the Eagles look at that as a key value of why not to trade out of the first round? I mean, to me, if you could trade back and get more picks, I would do that. Like, I would trade back, try to get another second. If I would even say this, I would even offer a team and say, listen, we'll flat out give you their 32nd pick overall, but we just want your first round pick next year. I would do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even mind that. And he's done that before. I mean, if he trades back, there's not one. They'll get a pick, an early pick in that second or something like that, and they'll probably get a pick for next year because he likes to work both drafts. He likes to work on what he's getting now and likes to work on what he's getting next year. But that 5th-year option, though, like, it's a loophole for Howie if he signs somebody. It depends who's left on that board. If there's enough guys in that board where he feels like, okay, there's like 5 guys I want to take, let me trade back. And I feel like I can get them in the early second. Finding out what team wants to trade with us, then fine. But having that 5th-year option is good too, because it's a loophole for extensions, and you can always work around an option year like that. And I think it's a win for both sides, honestly.
Now, do we get the 3rd round pick this year from the Jets?
Next year, 26. Next year,
man.
26th 3rd rounder. That's why that trade was weird to me. Like, why
what
couldn't
do you
they
think
get anything more?
Hassan Reddick is thinking, dude?
He wasted his
time. Did he
time.
get a contract extension with the Jets?
No,
he never got paid.
He played the rest of his. I think they gave him something, like a little something this year. It was like a restructured deal. I don't know, something like that. But he's playing out the rest of his. He played out the rest of his contract with the Jets, and now since the Jets are bad now, he's like, all right, I'm just gonna become a free agent. So he just wasted so much time. He wasted so much time.
Yeah.
You
Well, how
know.
many sacks did he end up?
1, 2, less than 2. Not much. 8 games.
He should have just stayed in Philly.
Yeah, should have stayed.
You know, Hans is probably thinking he's an idiot. Oh, he went to the Jets. I mean, that's just horrible. These refs are expendable. They'll make for solid comp picks. Well, you never know. I mean, listen, they've done a good job with their second and third round picks of late. Cam Jurgens, Nakobe Dean, Jalen Hunt. I mean, remember the linebacker they missed on from Colorado? Why can't I even think of his name? Real athletic, but it never developed.
I forgot. Yeah.
I forget his name, but man, after that, they've been on it with the second and third round picks. I think pretty good. So, to me, they keep drafting the way they have, man. That's why we're in the situation we're in, because you hit on your picks. You hit on your picks, and they're playing. Look how many young guys are playing on this team, man. That to me is huge.
You're hitting on your picks, but not even just that. You got good coaching behind
Davion
it.
Taylor was who it was. Yeah.
You got good coaching behind it.
That was a risky pick, and he didn't develop, huh?
He was a third rounder?
Yeah, I think he was a third round pick, Davion Taylor. Remember him?
Yeah.
Linebacker. I mean, very athletic, he popped out at times, but he just never developed. And it was a bit of a risky pick. But man, ever since then, I mean, dude, they're hitting on these second and third round picks. I mean, what do you think Jalen Hunt's going to do? Like, I think Jalen Hunt's going to get you 8 sacks next year, man.
I think he's going to have a really good year. I think they made the mistake of not playing him earlier in the season. And when he started getting those reps, man, he hit the playoffs and he didn't really start producing till he hit the playoffs, and he exploded.
Yeah, he did. Vincent says we need to draft an offensive tackles. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to, my thought process going into this draft is like, I think I'd probably, try to trade out and get more picks, but you got to also see how the board's falling and who's falling. But at the end of the day, when we're on the board, I'm going the best player available, the most talented player there, whatever position, I'm taking them, and that's how I'm going to deal with it. That's what I think. Danielson says he would put Jalix at 6 sacks. Well, listen, if he gets 6 sacks next year, I think that's a good jump from year 1 to year 2.
Yeah,
huge. I mean, it was like Nolan Smith had 6.5 during the season.
Yeah,
right. I think he had 6.5 during the season, and he gets to the playoffs, and it's like boom! All of a sudden, he became a star. You know why? Because he had all year to develop. He was developing by playing. Yep. Look at Quinyon Mitchell. Look at DeJean. We're talking guys that are going into their second year, who are Super Bowl champions that have played at every level of the highest competition you could play in the NFL.
Yeah, they're vets.
You can't. That experience is unbelievable.
Yeah, they're way ahead now. They're veterans.
They're going to win multiple Super Bowls, Joey. They're going to win multiple Super Bowls.
Yes.
This is going to. You're talking about 2. The Eagles are going to be like the Chiefs are going into that Super Bowl. It's going to happen because they got young talent. I mean, we're winning with young talent. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got a quarterback who's flat out stone cold killer. He's a stone cold killer. That's how I see Jalen Hurts. He's a killer in pressure situations. He will kill you.
It's true.
Danielson says, of course, it's Nolan type progression. I think he'd be better in coverage. Should be bowing down. But, I think so. I think so. I love I love this team. I do. I absolutely love the players on this team. I love the way they're constructed. And I mean, I just don't. You just got a lot of young guys. I mean, the problem we have now is that you got all these guys coming up for extensions at the same time. You have to spend money on them.
I know. Okay, the more you develop and draft, the less money you have to spend, the more money you'll have every year. So
yeah,
they keep doing it.
Womack says, do you guys think the Lions take a huge step back next year? I don't know about a huge step back, but they got a lot of new coaches. So you'll have to see what's going on with them. And they've got to fix their defense, you know?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
But it says true. Yeah, I mean, definitely. 500, I would love to get Carter, but it's not happening. We should just settle for a defensive end. Oh my groin! You got that one. I got. I think Johnny Wilson and Nia Smith make an impact next season as well. Geez, I forgot all about Nia Smith.
He needs to step up. Like, he needs to step up this offseason program because he looked
all about him.
We had him as
so high on him.
I know
after they drafted him.
We had him as the starting wide receiver 3, bro. They made the trade for Jahan, and having Jahan is going to be big, especially at $3.5 million. He ain't going to cost much, but this, the Super Bowl is a perfect example where you can put Jahan Dotson on the outside, and they still have to respect him, and he plays well. And this gives you the choice to put Devontae Smith in the slot or put AJ in the slot or something like that. Jahan has to be well respected on the outside, but I think Nia Smith needs to stay healthy, number one, and he needs to explode in the offseason. He really does. He needs that. We need that. So
yeah, I agree. I love the fact that Jahan Dotson came up in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How cool is that? And the fact that he's under contract, like you said, one more year. So you got the whole off season to work with him. And I think that's going to help a lot.
Yes.
I do.
Yes. Johnny Wilson's got a big future too. I mean, Johnny Wilson had the drop in the Super Bowl.
They're stacked, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, geez, hold on. Hold on a second. Yeah, forget this shit. The truth of the matter is this. All right, it's the golden era of Eagles football. It's here. We are living in the golden era, and I agree with Vincent. I think a tight end is actually kind of a big need, and I'm looking like, hey, listen, if there was some way a tight end was a first-round tight end available, I would take him. Or second, I think you need to go one of your first 2 picks tight end.
I agree.
But it is the golden era of Eagles football.
It's true.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm convinced Howie listens to our show. I'm convinced it. Because he took our off-season blueprint last year.
Yeah.
And just followed it to a T. Followed it to a T.
Yeah, we had a bunch of what ifs. I mean, the Saquon Barkley one was a really
remember
good
we were
one.
like, we need to make our strength strong. Go get Barkley. Go get him. Make your strengths even better, and then draft defense and play them. Yes. They draft a lot, and they did exactly that. And look at it. I mean, DeJean. I mean, dude, come on. Cooper DeJean was like, when he came in the slot, everything changed. Quinyon Mitchell, I mean, he was shut down corner. Corner. Jalix Hunt, and that's just rookie guys. What about all the second-year guys and third-year guys? It's crazy.
I know. They're calling, I mean, even with Hubert DeJean now, they're calling, after the Super Bowl, everyone's saying, man, like, that was like the biggest steal. They might have called him the biggest steal of the draft at this point.
I saw that, yeah. I mean, he was great.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs just franchised offensive lineman Trey Smith. I saw that. I saw. What was that? What's that going to cost them? Yeah, see, I expect very early. I think one of the first moves I think we're going to see happen is I think Jurgens gets an extension. I think they give Cam Jurgens an extension.
Yeah, kind of just go ahead of the ball right now and just make
well, he's a second-round pick. He's going into the last year's contract. Remember, second-year picks don't get that option year.
Right.
So I think you got to extend him and you got to extend Dean.
Yeah.
So we'll see. His catch in the Super Bowl basically was a touch. It was almost, yeah. I mean, it was a huge play. Wilson could be used. It could be good. He's a great downfield blocker, but Jalen can trust him to catch the ball. Not yet. He's going to have to earn it. I'm curious to see what kind of trust Dotson has earned from, in terms from Jalen.
I mean, you look at the late trades right before the season starts. So when Chauncey got traded to the Eagles in 22, like it took him like 4 or 5 games to kind of gel. He didn't look great in the beginning, but you make those late trades right before the season starts, and we always wait for a trade like that, and sometimes it takes time.
Yeah. So. Private McClunky, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, a bit off topic, but what do you think happened with Devin White? Do you think he refused to be a backup? Also, I hope Sirianni and Patullo take motion from Moore's offense. I hope they take motion too. No doubt about it. I don't know what happened with Devin White's situation, but I think he wanted to start, and I think, the Eagles were saying, there ain't no way. That was that. I mean, he didn't do anything with Houston at all. Didn't see him all year.
I think Devin White was an insurance policy for Nakobe Dean, as I've kind of looked at it, because I think once like Nakobe Dean was actually healthy in the offseason, they were like, well, we can't put him on the bench behind Devin White. This can't happen for another year. So I think that's the big reason why. So
Cotty's ways in. It's not Philly and Joey, man. I tell you, it feels great to wake up and piss out excellence. I'm telling you, dude, there's nothing like that. You ain't kidding. Let's see. If you don't get Myles Garrett, would you draft the edge rusher in this draft? I would. I think I'm leaning towards that. You got to draft one. I do think about like a guy like Travon Walker though. Like, would the Jags be willing to trade him? Because I would give my first round pick up for him. Straight up. 32 for him, 32 and something else. I'd give it right to Jacksonville for him. He's a first round pick. I mean, he's a double digit sack guy, went to Georgia, and he's a lot younger than Garrett. And so he'd also probably be cheaper. So, a guy like that could be a situation. He wants big money, right? They just signed Josh Allen. Are they going to sign him to more money than Josh Allen? So I don't know. It's worth giving a call.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Dodson proved that he's no Quez Dropkins. No, that's true.
No.
Do you draft a kicker? I don't draft a kicker. Well, I might sign a undrafted free agent, but I would definitely bring in competition.
Yes.
As Pierce has not gone. They haven't gone yet. They're running the defensive tackles right now. Big Mix is just getting off work. What up, fellas? What's going on, my man? How are you?
Man.
Right now, I'll give you. Let me give you guys a rundown of some of these where we're at combine wise with these guys. So these guys run 40 times defensive tackle wise. You got Ty Robinson. I guess he's run the fastest 40 so far. 4.0. I don't really care about the 40 with these big guys like this, unless it's like ridiculous, like what's his face?
What did Jordan Davis run? What did he run?
Oh my God, it was something like low 4s, wasn't it? Not low 4s, but wasn't it like 4.7 or something like that? It was something ridiculous.
4.78.
4.78. Yeah, Jordan Davis is like. Yeah, he killed it, dude. I remember that. Remember that? We were like,
yeah,
that guy. I was done. I was in love. The defensive ends haven't run yet.
Yeah.
And the linebacker. So we'll definitely watch that. And then tomorrow we got the tight ends and who else was it? Tight ends and what? Was it wide receivers and tight? I think we got wide receivers and tight ends tomorrow. We don't have to do the whole. We could stream a little late if you want to and just do tight ends. I don't think they're drafting a wide receiver.
Yeah, no, me neither. Yeah, we could do that. That's fine.
So I mean, we'll figure it out. Yeah. So what do you think of the rumor of Matthew Stafford going to the Giants? What do you think, Joey?
Big mistake. That's going to be a big mistake.
I think you think it's credible. Like I actually think it's credible. See, when you get a coach and you get a GM who basically job is like they should have been fired, let's face it, this year. So their jobs are on the line. Do they have time to go draft and rebuild and get themselves a franchise quarterback? And you know what I mean? You get a rookie quarterback and he goes out and he plays like a normal rookie quarterback. And all of a sudden you're not in the playoffs, you're not that good. And they're going to get fired. Those guys are trying to save their ass. They're trying to save their job. So I think that I could totally see something like that. I could totally see something like that. Also heard that that what's his face reached out to them. What's his face? I can't think of his name right now. I forget it. My mind's all messed up.
Who, Winston?
No, the quarterback from the Jets. I don't know. Aaron Rodgers.
Who, Aaron
I don't
Rodgers?
know why I can't think of that. I heard they reached out to the Giants about trying to sign. Like he would love to go there, and start. But like I think the Giants are in trouble because I think that it's a legitimate question that is their GM going to be operating from the standpoint of I got to build this team for the future, or is he going to be trying to save his own ass?
That's building it for now. It's bet. I mean, that's. I mean,
Right,
you're signing.
because he has to win now, otherwise he's going to lose his job.
Yeah,
Why
I don't
is
know.
it you think that Schoen cares about a first round pick 2-3 years down the road when he might not even survive?
You ain't getting that.
You know?
You ain't getting that turnaround that fast. Like even getting Matthew Stafford there. So much has to go right for them within 1 year. There's no way.
Yeah, Giants are done, dude. They're done. They should have fired their GM. I'm sorry. And the reason I say that is because you should have fired them and got a GM in there that you can give a chance to actually rebuild your roster.
Mm-hmm.
The one good thing about Howie, no matter what you want to say with Jeffrey Lurie, is Howie's always had to not worry about that crap. He could just he lets him. You got to give it to Jeffrey Lurie. He lets them make mistakes and learn, and he doesn't fire a guy just because of it. Howie could have been fired years ago with some of the bad drafts that he's had, but he's learned and improved. A lot of GMs don't get that. To me, if I was the Giants, I would have fired that GM after the whole Barkley thing. And I would have gotten a GM and I would have started over and try to rebuild that team. They're going to go out and get like Stafford or something and try to win next year. Why? Because they're going to try to save the GM's job.
Yeah.
Well, Eagle, thank you for super chat. He goes, cut Elliott, sign Justin Tucker. I think he might be in jail. Ball Walks picks up Big Terry, trade Q, sign Scandrick, trade for Barnett. Exactly what Chip Kelly would do. Oh my God, it really is what Chip would do. Bryce, a member for 4 months, man. Thank you so much. He goes, I have my main thing shirt today. Oh, very cool. I'm glad you got it. Very cool.
Hope you enjoy.
I didn't even get mine yet. Vince says, do you think the running back stocks went up because the Eagles will go in the first round? Yeah, I do. I think that these teams all copy Howie. They're all scared of him. I think if you look at I think last year was return of the running back, the value of the running back. And the Raiders pretty much already said they're going to copy kind of the Eagles blueprint. So I do. I actually think that you're going to see a return of the running backs. I think a team like Dallas is going to try to get a running back early. They may even do it at free agency. And I definitely think so.
Take as many as possible. Take as many as you want in this draft.
Yeah. Yeah.
No issue. Zeke Biggers.
Yep. And Bryce, member from Foreman, thank you so much, man.
Shit, Bryce.
Let's see here. I'm trying to catch up. Phil, you jumped my super chat for Brazil. Oh, let me see, man. I totally apologize. Where was it? Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. I missed it. Sorry about that, Samuel. And thank you for that super chat. He goes, do you guys think there's any chance to get Abdul? Unfortunately, I do not think so. We talked about this a little earlier. I don't think so. Joey, I don't think you think so either, right?
No, No, it's
No,
undeserved.
he's going to go too early. It just would cost too much. You think Zach Ertz signs with the Eagles? I wouldn't be surprised if they
Traitor.
don't draft the guy. I would not be surprised. But he'd have to come and take a backup role, though.
Yeah, most likely.
I mean, it sounded like in his interviews after that game of Hawaii, it sounded like he didn't think he was coming back there. So we'll see.
We'll see.
Combine's 3 p.m. Eastern starting tomorrow. Not sure what position is going first. Right now, the defensive linemen are finishing up, and then we're going to go to the defensive ends. That's what I can't wait to see. I want to see these edge rushers, man, because I think that's where we got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Brandon Graham's going to come back, Joe?
Potentially. I mean, he had an interview a few days ago, said he hasn't talked to Howie yet. So, I mean, I don't think they've had the conversation yet, but it sounds crazy to say that we would want a 37-year-old player to come back. But for some reason, dude, we know what he does mentally for this team and for the other guys on the line. I think this guy could still play. I think he can still play, dude. It sounds crazy at 37 years old, but I mean, even 12, 13 weeks ago when he got the tricep injury, the torn tricep in the Rams game, look what he was doing in that game. And then we were winning all these games. Yeah.
He was playing good as the season was going on. He was getting better and better. It was wild. Like, you think that a guy that old would start to slow down, come out firing first month and then start to drop off. He was playing. He is such a unique player because there's not one. I can't think of a player that had ever came out of the draft, right, as high and just not looked apart. And just not look like this is a bad pick. And then all of a sudden, as he gets older, he gets better. I think he could play one more year. And if he would come back for one more year at a good price, I would bring him back.
Yeah, I think it's good depth, and it helps the other guys mentally. I mean, he's a huge leader, and he's helped mentor a lot of the guys. So,
yeah.
We'll see.
Jeremiah Butler says, do you think we trade back from? I think we're going to trade the pick. Personally, I think so. Now, I'm not going to say it's going to be trade back because the Eagles have traded up in a lot of picks. I could see them going up from 32 to 27. 32, to somebody's there that they want, they value very high that fell. I could see them moving up. I don't think they'll stay at 32. If in a perfect world, yeah, I would try to trade back. But, don't be surprised if they trade up too. I'm not saying real high, but, a couple spots to grab somebody. Somebody's there that falls and you're like, wow, I could see it.
Yeah.
How is this team going to make a splash? How does this team get better? And how do they be aggressive? I say that because when Howie Roseman's off seasons are aggressive, the Eagles go to Super Bowls. It happened in 2017. It happened in 2022, and it just happened again. So I think Howie's got to stay aggressive. Where are you going to be aggressive? I don't think they're going to be aggressive in free agency. I think they'll go after somebody. They make one splash, but I think where you're aggressive is in the draft. I think that's what they're going to.
No, I mean you're I would say 88% of your roster is still intact from last season. That's still really good. Like this team, like I said, even if they don't make the big splash for an edge rusher or trade for one, like I think they're still good. Like regardless, we'll see what happens with Josh Sweat and see what happens in the meantime. But they haven't, like you said, they have an entire draft, and I trust Fangio. Well, I think we trust Fangio 100%. Whoever they draft defensively. I mean, we know Howie has the final say in things, but obviously Fangio has, he has the eye for talent, obviously. So, sky's the limit, dude. It's get these re-signs done, maintain your roster, and see what you could do.
Right. I don't know. I don't know who's going to be the number one pick. I mean, some people are saying Carter. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Hunter. Is he going to really play two ways in the NFL? It's hard for me to believe that in today's NFL, you'd have somebody play two two ways. Will he do that? I don't know.
You can't. I mean, that's just his body isn't going to last an entire season playing both sides. I mean, come on, that's unrealistic, dude. It's unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean
Nobody could
that's
do that.
tough, man. Travis Hunter to me. I mean, it'd be shocking. It'd be shocking.
That's like playing two games at one. That's like playing two games in one game. Realistically, that's what it is.
And then what happens if he gets hurt at wide receiver, and now you've lost your receiver and your starting corner? I don't think in the NFL it'll work out. I mean, we'll see. He thinks he's going to do it. Like I said, we'll see. But I mean, talent wise, yeah. I think he's great talent. There's no question. There's no question about it. He's a great talent. But do I think he's going to play like two positions? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no.
Let's see here. The Eagles interviewed what's his face. So they interviewed a safety from Alabama. I'm trying to remember the guy's name.
Are they trying to? Are they saying Malachi Starks? But he's from. Who's the guy from Alabama they're interviewing?
They might have interviewed Malachi Starks as well. I think they did actually. But they also talked to the kid from Alabama. But I don't think it was Malachi Moore. I thought it was somebody else. But they're hunting around at safety, which is interesting.
Yeah. You got Chauncey for 2 more. You got Chauncey here for this year and next year. Mm-hmm. Reed's a free agent. Depth at safety is not great. I'll probably say
that's
that.
what they're looking for, dude. That's exactly what they're looking for.
Because Tristan McCollum, I think as a tackler, he's okay. Coverage is bad. Sidney Brown is just reckless, dude. Like I mean, I think there's something there with Sidney Brown. I don't know. We thought something in 23. We were like, we like Sidney Brown a lot. He'll become something, but it seems like Fangio doesn't really like him that much. I mean, but as a downhill tackler, dude, he's just reckless. Like he acts like it's kickoff when he's playing safety.
That's just the way he plays, man. I don't think that changes. I like Sidney Brown coming off from injury. I'm not surprised.
Who's Chad? Who's that? Chad? Who's the Alabama safety? Who is it? Because I'm trying to find. I can't even find it. Who's the Alabama safety? Are they getting it confused?
Samuel, thank you for the super chat. He goes, I know I don't want Dallas to get Ashton Jeanty, and the only way they don't get is if they don't want. Hello from Brazil. It's all started here. I was there. Yeah, it started in Brazil. Awesome, that's right. And there's going to be another Brazil game this year. Not for the Eagles, though, but I think they're going to have teams play in Brazil. I think if I was Dallas, I'd take a running back. I don't know if drafting running back, but they have to get a running back because if I'm Dallas, I got to get a receiver and a running back. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I hope Dallas does nothing.
Yeah, it's Malachi Moore.
Billy, did you answer? I didn't. I'm hiding. I can't answer that email. John Jones, the Shipley would be great in this offense, but I wouldn't see this team draft another running back. I wouldn't be surprised if they draft another running back. I'm not, I think mid-late rounds is where they would. It was Malachi Moore. Okay, there you go. Malachi Starks and Starks and Jordan. Malachi Moore is Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah. John Jones says London Jackson would be great on this defense. Maybe. Yeah, I'm hiding. I'm hiding. I don't want to lose that check, man. I'm in charge of promoting Dallas Cowboys football. In some small town in Italy that just got electricity.
Jesus.
Michael said, yes, Eagles had formal meetings with Malachi Moore today. Interesting.
So they've had interest in safety
I think they could use the depth at safety. I think that's fair.
Yes, they do. They desperately need it. Yes.
I mean, the thing is this, is what do you do? Okay, so Slay Slay's probably going to go, right? I think we agree. I
Yeah.
really don't think Slay will be back.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
So
sure.
who's going to be your other corner?
If Isaiah Rodgers, really, it's Ringo would be next to the line, really, and that's only if they feel like.
Do you trust him?
Not right now. I don't. I mean, I'm always willing to give him a chance, but like I said, he hasn't played this year. Like, what am I supposed to say? I mean, what am I supposed to say? I haven't seen much.
Michael says, I think we're fine in all positions, including safety. Reed, C.J. Brown, McCollum, and signed currently on the roster is solid. Howie could upgrade, but not necessary to me. Listen, after you sign Vaughn, in my opinion, after you get Vaughn signed, I don't think there's any position of immediate need.
Relax.
I don't think there is.
Relax.
You're set. Then it's just all depth. All depth. And you may be the right guard spot. That's about it, you know. But
That's
I think
really
you
it.
even have that set if you need to.
That's really it.
Yeah, we'll do some draft stuff like that as we get closer. What would you say if the Eagles draft Jalen Walker from Georgia? To be honest with you, if I had to choose one guy I'd like to get that, I don't even know if he'll be there, it would be him. Him or the kid Pierce from whatchamacallit, Tennessee. I like one of those guys, Right now, it could change when I start like watching going back and watching the games of these guys, but somebody like that would be perfect.
Well, dude, it's hard to say that. It's hard to talk about this now because like we need to see if like even if it's going to be a Jalen, if they pick Jalen Walker from Georgia, like re-sign Zach Bond is like the biggest thing right now. They could still add a Jalen Walker. I don't see why not. But do you think they would actually hit on linebacker early like that?
Well, I mean, like I said, I look at him like he's a pass rusher. I look at him as a pass rusher. So I'm thinking he moves to like, the edge. And then at that point, I'm getting myself another pass rusher. So,
hybrid player.
If they think he's an off the ball linebacker, they won't draft him. They'll stay away. John Jones says, I want Garrett on this defense, but if we can't get Garrett, then go after Landon Jackson. But something tells me he'll be gone by round 1 or 2. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how the whole Garrett thing. I mean, there's Garrett, there's Max Crosby, right? I think Travon Walker is a name to watch because I'm not sure what the Jags want to do with him.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'd give our first for Travon Walker. I would give him I would offer a first round pick. I would offer a first now and then like a 5th round pick next year and see if you can't get him. Why not? And then pay him. I mean, he's young, double-digit sacks in the last 3 years. Georgia boy. I mean, I think it's perfect. I would do it.
Well, here's the thing. People are thinking that pick is going to be too much to trade, and it's really not. It's not the 20th. It's not a 15th pick. It's the 32nd pick. We've said this 32nd pick is pretty much a second-round pick at this point.
Second-round pick, yeah.
And you have the option to sit at 32, trade up from 32, or trade back if you want that 5th-year option or not. So it actually gives us a choice of what we want to do, and I think it's great to have that type of pick. I think that's value. So
there is, there's value in it. We just need to lock up on and get a new tight end. Yeah, I kind of feel like those are the 2 biggest needs to do. SC Birds fan, what's going on, my man? How are you? Jeremiah Butler says Slay going back to Detroit. Yeah, so Slay said that he's going to play 1 more year, and it's going to be either in Philly or Detroit is where he wants to play. So, I mean, I don't know. You could bring him back 1 more year. He obviously still can play.
He's going to
play great.
I mean, he did. I think he's going to be a big price tag. I think he'll have a big price tag. Just won a Super Bowl. He's going to expect a big price tag for a 1 year. It's probably what he wants.
Yeah. Arvante Doss, thank you for the super chat. What up, fellas? How do you feel about the tight end from Penn State? How do you think we can get him? Well, he's another guy, Warren, right? They're talking about him going top 10. I was listening to him on NFL. They're talking about him going top 10. If he goes that high, we can't get him. I think he would be great for the Eagles, of course. It sounds like he's going to go pretty high. Sign Asante Samuel Jr. over Isaiah. That's not a bad. Is he a free agent, Isaiah? Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah,
it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. What about this idea? Move DeJean outside. What do you think?
not right now. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know, dude. I think that nickel spot is really important. If he's already thriving at that spot right now, I don't know what the future is at DeJean. Do they want to move him all over the place? Is he that Swiss Army knife everybody's talking about, or do they want to keep him at one spot? I don't know if moving DeJean to the outside is going to be the smartest thing they do, unless they got to find someone good on the inside. Like if they can't find that promising, don't re-sign. Don't put DeJean on the outside and re-sign Avonte Max and think you're set for the rest of the year. It's not going to work out that way.
Please no. Please no.
No,
I wouldn't touch him yet. I still think he is the Swiss Army knife, and I think you play inside for the first 2 years, and then you start moving him to other places. I do think he can play outside. I think he can play wherever you move him, but that's why I want him, to be that Swiss Army knife. But I wouldn't put him outside next year. I would leave him inside. Roll Philly Dog, thank you for Super Chat. Philly, I posted on X about Pitts trade you were talking about in your video. It blew up. You still like Huff for Pitts? Oh, I mean, that was just an idea. I mean, there was talk about Atlanta, and yeah, I mean, look, I like the idea. If the Eagles could get Pitts for Huff, would you do that? I like that idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll do it, but I do think it's a good idea. It's worth a try. You need a tight end. I still think that kid's got tremendous amount of talent, Pitts. And if you could get him to eventually replace Goddard.
DJ's mock draft has us taking Malachi Starks with that 32nd.
Okay.
Safety.
It's so hard to know right now, Combine.
Too early.
Because you got everybody thinks they got what's going to be the draft, and then you get the combine, and then everything kind of changes, and then you go through all these pro days, and then everything kind of changes again. It's just so hard, and then free agency happens and the draft. I heard Dallas was trying to talk about going up to number 1. What would Dallas want to go up to number 1 for? Like it's just crazy. Carlos says we don't need Miles or Milton. Howie needs to sign 500 shakes. That guarantees the next 10 Super Bowls. You know it, man. You know it. Rolf, thank you. He goes, I had your tweet, maybe 4th, 5th pick too. I'll check it out. I didn't see that you did that, but I'll check it out. I mean, I like the idea, but and I'm only saying that is because people are linking Huff to Atlanta. I still don't know why Atlanta would want to do that though, but
yeah,
I don't know what would it cost us to cap. I don't know what it's got to be a big hit salary cap wise to get rid of them, right? Like, we're going to have to eat some money, don't we?
Yeah, probably like 12, 13. I don't know.
See, he's the wrench in the ointment with the pass rusher. Like, do they believe that he just was hurt and that he'll be better next year? Because if they firmly still believe in him, then they may not get another edge rusher.
If they didn't play him in the Super Bowl, they had no faith in him even helping. Even as a depth guy in the Super Bowl. And he was healthy. No club. He had both his hands. He was ready to go. I don't know where that signing came from. Was it panic? Because I don't even think Fangio was even on board with it at all. Because remember the first press conference that Fangio had in training camp, and someone was like, hey, do you think that Bryce Huff could be a 3-down edge rusher? And he's like, he's not there yet. But you paid him $17 million a year. It just that whole signing, I just think they panicked because at the time we didn't know what Nolan Smith was going to do. Like, we had no idea like any of this was going to happen. But you lost your closer and Hassan Reddick, and they gave him away for a third-round pick in 26, a third-round conditional I couldn't turn to a second. So we were already confused about the trade comp we got for Reddick. We should have got something. I think we should have got something better for him, just saying. But, yeah, I don't get that signing. I'll never get it. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Warrior raises, bro, I'm not messing with Pitts. Why would we name a tight end we have drafted the last 20 years that wasn't a guy? Yeah, I mean, they've done good at tight end. That's true. You don't need to go. There's no reason to panic and make a trade and panic. I'm just thinking more value and untapped potential that I don't think he's getting from Atlanta. I look at the Eagles and I say, man, the way they develop players, they could probably really develop him into a hell of a tight end. But you're right. We have a great history of good tight ends. So why not trust the draft process with that? I totally get it.
Well, I don't get these mock drafts are so annoying. I don't get how like you go from safety, then another guy has a mock draft saying, and this is on while the combine's going on. Luther a wide receiver, like what? Wait, what? Where are
Wide
these
receiver?
a wide receiver at 32. Like, where is this coming from? For wide receiver,
I think some of these guys don't. I mean, if you listen to these guys during the course of the day, they don't pay any attention to the Eagles. They don't know anything about what the Eagles. They get on there and they talk and they say stuff, and it's like, because I get, you probably get all the time. But why do you think the Eagles are going to be so good? Did you hear what they said on ESPN about them? Did you hear what they're saying on NFL? And you think they're going to be good? You're just. I'm like, no, they're going to be good. Nuclear Tacos 500. Are you into beer? Yeah, I appreciate good beer. Yeah, a good quality beer. Like, I don't drink Bud Light. I don't drink Budweiser. No Coors Light. I hate those beers. But, yeah, good one. Starks would be awesome to draft. He played all over secondary. Move him to the slot and put DeJean outside so he plays right away. Can Starks play outside? Why not just put Starks outside?
I want to see if they make a trade for pick. I want to see if Pickett gets traded. I want to see if they actually trade him for a pick this year. Rumor, I want to see if our backup quarterback gets traded this season, this offseason.
You think they're going to trade? Like, you really think they're shopping him?
They might.
Well, I mean, they did say New Orleans was interested in him.
Oh no, Derek Carr. The news came out, I think this morning or yesterday. They're keeping Derek Carr for one more year. So, yeah,
I think Kellen Moore is going to regret going to not staying one more year.
I agree.
James, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, "Hi guys, resign Bond, Becton, Rodgers, and Burks. Draft an edge early. All I want. That's all you need. There you go. That's return to the Super Bowl right there."
Yeah.
To me, as soon as you get Bond signed, I could sit back and say, all right, let's just get better depth wise. Let's take advantage of certain situations. But we got our Super Bowl roster done. It's ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get Zach Bond signed. I'm sorry, but he's a defensive player of the year. You just can't let that guy go. I just think it's a mistake. It's I won't say it's as big of a mistake as the Sixers letting Jimmy Butler go, but I think it would. I don't think it would be good for us.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've heard Eagle fans even say that Bond had a fluky year this year, and that he, just was a role player in a good system. I mean, it's more. You can't even say that. I mean,
no,
you can't.
No, you can't, because look at the playoffs. What did he have? How many turnovers? Interception, Super Bowl, interception versus Green Bay. I mean, the guy's all over the field, man. I don't know how New Orleans didn't see what they had, but it happens, man. Lucas, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, "What do you guys think of Mason Taylor, tight end from LSU? He's the tight end I want, the most great blocker, a pass catcher, projected second round." I haven't seen a whole lot of him, but I did. I forget what was on. I think it was NFL Network, and they were saying he's a perfect fit for the Eagles. So I have to look more into him, but it sounds like he could be somebody who legitimately could be there and fits what the Eagles like to do. So. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like there's some upside there. Give me about a month. Let free agency slow up, and then I'll start putting all my guys together. You know, but I just have to go back and watch some of these games. You think how I paid the voters so Bond would be the defensive player of the year and he wouldn't have to spend even more? I don't know. Maybe. If Bond resides, the top priority is tight end. Every other position is set. Still need a defensive tackle, defensive end, offensive line depth, but Goddard needs an upgrade. But what do you do if the defensive end on the board is a higher rated player than the tight end? See, I gotta go with the best player available.
Yes.
In that situation. But I agree with you. I think Bond is the hole you have to fill. Once Bond's filled, that you're basically your starting championship defense is set. Then it's all about depth and that kind of stuff. Figure out what you want to do at right guard. I would like Becton back, but I'm telling you right now, if Becton doesn't come back, whoever they plug in there, they're not going to miss a beat.
Yeah,
Whether it's Steen or it's the other kid, they're not going to miss a beat.
I think people need to respect that defensive tackle position too. Not even just Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, but obviously Moro Ojomo has really stepped up. I mean,
Yes.
even the Thomas Booker kid, like he's productive. That Byron Young that they brought over and he played in Alabama. That's the guy they brought over. He's more of like an off-season thing. Let's see what he does. I mean, I'm not entirely saying that they won't draft another DT in the mid rounds or something like that, but they'll bring in more bodies. But I think DT is very underrated right now, especially obviously losing Milton's going to be big for this defense, no doubt. But I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be really good.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine too. I do think they could. I could see. I could see. I could see them taking a defensive tackle in the mid to late rounds. I think it's totally possible.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stuff depends on just how the draft falls too.
Yeah.
You don't know how it's going. I mean, who thought there was going to be no defensive player? Like, how many picks did they go before one defensive player came off the board?
We were loving it. We were like, man, Howie barely had to do anything in that draft. He had to just trade up one. He had to trade up Green Bay. I think Green Bay was going to take DeJean at that moment in the second round. They just had to jump up one time. They got everybody they wanted.
But do you remember last year at the Combine? We watched Quinyon Mitchell, and both of us said that's the guy we want. There, it was like we knew right there that was like he was my number one player to get the whole time. But I never thought he would be past 13. It was crazy. And then DeJean falls in the second. I'm telling you, if you look at the draft from the Devontae Smith draft, right, which was what? Devontae Smith, and then who else did they draft for? Like Cam Jurgens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Nakobe Dean. And then that was like later, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean was a third rounder. But it was just like those drafts from that point on, they just hitting on all these picks, man. It's crazy.
I know.
Yeah, Thomas Booker is a good kid. He is. I love that Clint Hurt is back. I think he developed these guys. Like, I'm glad we're getting another year of him to develop these guys and work with them.
We retained all of our defensive coaches, which is great. Thank God, because I thought we're definitely after this season we're definitely going to lose.
We're going to lose two.
Christian Parker.
Let me ask you this: are we going to lose our offensive coordinator? Like, is this dude go out and they have a great year and he's going to be gone? Yeah. Like, I hope he said that he promised he'd give him 2 years or something.
He's got a good relationship with Nick. I mean, a really good relationship. I mean, him and Nick been working. I mean, they've known each other since.
Yeah, well, they got made together. Let's be honest. They took the blood at the same time. It's his capo. All right, look, come on. This is the Sopranos. If they get Nunzio. You meatball loving, cannoli eating mother.
Just call him Carmine. Just call him Carmine.
Nunzio, I love that. Now, what name? I need to have another kid. I need to have a Nunzio. No. Hey, Nunzio, I love it. The Eagles literally, the mob has invaded the NFL. They were super chat. The dream of season trade: Kenny Pickett, Bryce Huff, and a first-round pick from Myles Garrett. Resign Zach Bond, draft the tight end and running back. Yeah, sounds good to me.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
That sounds good. 500. One of my bros' friends is friends with Ojomo. He's turning out to be a good player, man. I really like the way he's developing. I think he's gonna be just fine. Noah David Super Chat goes, Lathan Ransom, safety, Ohio State, tackles great, big hits, covers well, and forced a lot of fumbles. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking for. I'll have to check him out, but I like it. They seem interested in a safety, and are they looking for a guy that maybe could play safety and nickel, and they're going to kick
like
Divisional outside? I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking. Like if Malcolm Moore or Malachi Starks are more hybrid guys, which I have to kind of look up. If they're more hybrid, I could see them drafting one of those guys because, like I said, I think safety depth is just not great right now. Reed Blankenship will be a free agent after this season because obviously he's not going to be a backup. And that inside corner spot is a mess. Like there's nobody there. Like it's already enough. Like we're already worried about Dejean playing special teams, and that guy is too valuable now. Got to keep him off that guy, keep him healthy at one spot on this defense. But behind him, there is nobody. There's absolutely nobody right now.
Blake Taylor Super Chat goes, wonder who our Red Start guys are this year. Yeah, I mean we'll have to figure it out. Brandon David Super Chat goes, breaking news: Tyler Warren is a suspect in armed robbery, projected to fall to 32. That's what you need to happen.
So,
like seriously.
So you have James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee, edge rusher that could be falling because of. I don't even know what the offseason. I don't know what the off-field issues are with James Pierce Jr. Then there's like rumors about. I forgot the other guy from. I don't know why I didn't. There's one more, Mike Green. Mike Green, there's apparently stuff going. I don't know, weird stuff. Like I'm stuff from high school. Like there's sexual harassment charge or something with Mike Green. He's one of the top edge rushers in this draft as well. That he could move down as. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know. John, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, I respectfully disagree with Joey. I want to use a high pick on a defensive tackle. I want the depth of our opponent to be doubling Jalen and have another monster next to Jalen ready to eat. Oh, I get it. I get it. I mean,
no one believes in Jordan Davis, bro. I'm telling like everyone. No one likes Jordan Davis. I don't get it.
I'm telling you, I think Jordan Davis' career completely changed in that NFC Championship game. I think I'm telling you, dude, he got a sack, okay, in that game, and then they show him on the sideline. He's literally headbutting people without a helmet on, right? The defensive players, and he looked like the weight of the world was lifted off of his shoulders, and he just started playing. And you watch him the rest of that game, he was great. And then you look at him in the way he played in Super Bowl, he was great. I think Jordan Davis took a big turn. Yeah. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do next year. I still think he needs to get a little thinner than what he played at this year. But he's starting to, I think Clint Hurt is helping him a lot. But I understand what he's saying about getting a defensive tackle. To me, if you get in the first round, you're going to pick at 32, and there's a defensive tackle that you have really high rated, then take him. I have no problem with that.
Is there anybody on a Milton Williams type level in that second rotation at DT?
I don't know. I mean, do you remember? I don't know. I think Ojomo, to me, took a major step developing.
Oh, yeah.
I think he has that potential. I do. I think he has that potential.
Oh, he does.
Jordan Davis cooked in the postseason, so I agree with you, Phil. He did. I'm telling you, you watch the championship game. Go back and watch him on the sideline headbutting people without a helmet on. He was so I'm telling you, I just think that sack really just mentally helped him. And I'm telling you, he was great the rest of that game.
He's even going to have more value if he has Nolan Smith or he has a guy that they trade for an edge rusher or they draft someone at 32. Like everyone's looking at the numbers too much when it comes to Jordan Davis. Like I understand like Fangio did put his snaps down this year.
Yeah,
because I don't think Fangio is looking at him as a pass rusher, and I don't really think we're looking at him. We're not putting too much attention on it, but as the season went on, he looked really good. Like he'll command those double teams if he has to. It's going to only help everybody around him if that's the case. I mean, because originally, like we were worried about the defensive ends going into this season, and all offensive lines had to do was double team Jordan Davis, double team Jalen Carter, and then once that happened, we didn't have much production at edge rusher early in the season. Then we would have to run a 5-man front and put a linebacker on the line because we needed more of a pass rush, and we stopped doing that because we started to gel a lot better later in the season. So I don't think DT is a big hole that everybody's making it seem.
No, I don't think it's a big hole, but I think it's definitely like it was definitely a deep strength. You know what I mean? Especially with Milton Williams on there. But I thought Ojomo developed, and I would probably add another defensive tackle in the draft. I would. I mean, they got Milton Williams in mid rounds. Do you remember that when we were drafting? They were fighting, and the guy wouldn't five. I mean, we were like, this is how he screwed up again. You know, but it turned out.
Yeah, because Milton Williams was like an analytical pick. I think he was. Yeah. I think he was really an analytical pick because he was like top 5 and like all the charts on the workout, and we really didn't like that pick at all. But Milton just got better every year. I didn't think that pick was going to work. That was a Gannon Nick pick. That's what that was.
Yeah. Now, if you sign Milton Williams, then I think that they're going to let Jordan Davis go in 2 years.
Right.
And so we'll see. Zach says Mike Green plays like a maniac. Would love. I'll have to look him into it. Look into him. Herb says Joey or 500. Please answer that burning question for me. I don't know what question is he talking about. I don't know. I don't know what the question is. Do you know what the question was?
I'm going.
We're looking for your question. We can't answer it, Herb. We don't know what it was.
No idea. I'm looking up.
Someone will have to go eventually. Yeah, someone will. Rogue says, if we trade any player for Myles Garrett, it will be Huff, Pickett, and Bradbury, and then give them the years, and then next year second and maybe fourth perfect trade. Yeah, I hear you. What do you think about all this talk of trading for Nolan Smith for him? Or I've even heard Cooper DeJean. Like, I'm not trading any of those guys for Myles Garrett. Ain't no way.
The Eagles would never do that. They would never 1,000,000% do that. So, never would happen.
Dude, I literally don't know what Herb's question is.
No, I went up. I couldn't.
It just doesn't everybody know. I don't know what the question is. I scrolled all the way up. It's nothing there. Jordan Davis will be dominant this year. He finally figured out the playoffs. It takes some players longer to develop. It does. It does. The question is what do they? I really want to know what they think about Bryce Huff. Like, do they really think? Because things and comments that have been made sound like, oh well, he'll be ready to go next year.
Oh, dude, like if they had any type of faith in him, I think they would have played him throughout the playoffs. I mean, if they'd rather let Graham play in the Super Bowl over Bryce Huff, that's younger, and like, no, dude, like if they didn't play him in that Super Bowl, I don't think they have any faith in him going into next year. I really don't. I mean, if this stops us from getting an edge rusher in this draft, it's really going to piss me off. That's going to Zach Ball not getting signed and keeping Bryce Huff to not draft an edge rusher because Bryce Huff is here getting paid what he's getting paid. Yeah. They don't want to dump that contract. That's really going to piss me off.
Yeah.
Tremendously.
Herb says, question was the 32 pick. Does it snake back? No, it doesn't snake back like in fantasy where it starts going backwards so you pick twice. No. It doesn't do that. No. It just goes right to the next round. So the team that had the first pick in the first round of the draft will pick number 1 in the second round. The order just repeats each round. Pete Prisco, whatever clown's name, he's a big hater of Hurts now. He said he'd take Dak over Hurts. Oh, I know. It's crazy. Cowboys working on contract extension. Chiefs place franchise tag on guard Trey Smith. What's the franchise tag price for a guard, I wonder? I just say that because if it's really if it's really cheap, do you just franchise Becton?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if I could I wonder if I could look that up and get a number.
There was somebody had the prices a while back. And just a reminder, guys, if you guys want the main thing T-shirts, my favorite shirt thing that we've done, we've got shirts and hoodies available right now. Joey, when you get a chance, man, drop that link in there. But main thing shirts, these things been selling like crazy. So definitely, if you want them, definitely check it out. It's my favorite one we've done yet.
Yes.
No doubt about it. So what is all this talk? You keep seeing talk about the Patriots wanting A.J. Brown. Why do they think we're trading A.J. Brown?
Because of Vrabel. I mean,
why would we trade him? I mean, they're
so
crazy.
The franchise tag in 25 for a guard, it's $23.4 million.
Well, that's why you can't do. Why would the Chiefs do that? So the Chiefs must be doing that, meaning, like, sometimes, like, you could slap, like, and the Eagles could do this with Vaughn. You could slap the franchise tag on him, okay, and then give yourself, like, an extra time, like, an extra month or whatever to get an extension worked out. So you get Vaughn, you slap the tag on him, you try to work out an extension. If you can't work it out, you could take the tag off and he becomes a free agent.
Can you
could do something like that.
Can you take the tag off? That's what I'm saying, though. Like, can you actually take the tag off?
The Eagles, back in the day, they tagged Jeremiah Trotter, and then they took the tag off, and he went to Washington. I believe you could take it off. I think you have a certain time to take it off. Once the contract where they have to sign it by, then I think you can't do it. But I think you can take it off because there's no way the Chiefs are paying that dude $23 million for 1 year. They're going to work an extension out. It just buys you time.
Right.
Have the Eagles ever used a franchise tag under Howie? I think they used it on Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah.
I think Deshaun Jackson was a franchise tag. AJ sure happy to be a Philly. The Patriots ain't championship team. Yeah, I mean, I think it's crazy talk that the Eagles are going to trade them to the Patriots. Philly Eagle Crusade says we need to draft 3 defensive tackles, 1 safety, 1 linebacker, 1 corner, and 1 edge rusher. Don't draft anything else unless we get. Why would you draft 3 defensive tackles? Though? I don't understand.
Sorry.
Do you know? Was that a joke? No, you didn't. No. Oh, okay. I thought like 3 DTs or something. Like, what does that DT mean now?
It's just me.
Taking, DT, take. Oh, take. I don't know.
Draft 3 DTs that no one really has trusted Jordan Davis.
Yeah. Chris Scott says Becton will sign 4 years, $50 million, $40 million guaranteed. So a lot of guaranteed money, so you keep that cap number low is what you want to do. I get it.
God, he's too valuable, bro. I mean, just his story,
I know.
It's crazy.
You know what I like about him is, like, you see how emotional he got to make the playoffs, to win the Super Bowl.
Just to get in the playoffs.
It was awesome.
Just to get in the playoffs, he was like emotional, and then when that Super Bowl was like. That was a fairy tale ending for just his adventures from the Jets to the Eagles, and just crazy, man.
Yeah,
crazy.
Oh, what up, guys? Champions of the NFL. The media don't have to like us, but they have to kiss the ring. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. I wanted to get the linebacker from Alabama. Who specifically?
Jihad Campbell, I think his name is.
Yeah, got to remember, Cam has got to get resigned. Are you really going to pay every offensive lineman? Why not?
Why
not pay him? Yeah, I mean, why not? If you value the offensive defensive line the way the Eagles do, why go cheap at right guard? Now, I'm not
Yeah.
saying you have to. I think that Trevor Keegan kid is a player, but yeah, I mean, you got to get Cam Jurgens signed, but I don't see why that means you can't sign Becton. I'm not saying they will, and if they don't sign Becton, I don't think it's because they don't want to pay. I think it's because of Trevor Keegan, to be honest with you, because I think they really like that kid.
I really want to see if they like mess with Jalen Hurts' contract this year. Like, I want to see if they like restructure him to give him more guaranteed money, maybe more bonus money up front or something, and do something with that. That contract means nothing. Like, that contract is just, they're gonna play with that contract.
Oh, I think and I've heard some chatter about they're going to extend him and Barkley.
Yeah, Barkley would make sense.
So don't be surprised.
Yeah,
Van Helden says 500. I dig the Josh. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that.
that's a horror movie, kind of.
Oh yeah, well that would be my favorite horror movie then, I guess.
Yeah,
I like
I saw you
Jaws.
wearing it. I was like, Jaws.
Yeah.
You watch this Jaws?
Richard Kane, thank you for super chat. Goes, thoughts on AJ saying Michael wants to be an Eagle. Says he's been on the phone with Slay saying, I know he does. Did he really say he was on the phone? I need that part for Mark Holmes. But I think Michael wants to be an Eagle. I think he's jealous of the Eagles. I think it drives him nuts. And yeah, I think there's definitely some truth to it. I also think he does it because it probably bothers the crap out of Dallas, and he wants a contract too. So, if Parsons was an Eagle, there's no way that he would ever be going into his option year's contract.
Never.
And bro, if I was Becton, I would bring the trophy and my ring over to the Jets complex and talk about, look at this shit. Yeah, he should. He should drive to the complex, get out, put it on his car, and then get like a mic and just start yelling. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Center is way more important than you think. I mean, I'm not sure who we're talking to. He's not talking to us, right? Because we never said anything. But we talked about, an hour ago, how important Cam Jurgens' extension was and that it needed to be done. And it was probably the first thing that was going to happen. So we've never brought up on here that it's either Cam Jurgens or Mekhi Becton, that you ignore big Jurgens because you signed Becton. We never have said that here. We understand how valuable center is. And we talked about it earlier, extending. We talked about Jurgens before we brought up Becton. So
yeah,
it can't be talking to us.
No, definitely not.
He must be talking to somebody else. Danielson says, okay, now I want Campbell. I'm watching his tape. Very impressed.
Jihad Campbell.
Tyler Barron is running. So the edge rushers are starting to run. Let's get that up. You got to defend. I don't think these 6'4.5" Tyler Barron, 258 from Miami. We'll see. Bond's going to be too expensive. Trotter Jr. will take. I don't know, Arthur. I think Becton is. I don't think they're letting Becton walk. Based upon what Howie was saying, it didn't sound like it, to me.
That'd be a big mistake.
Yeah. So how about Khalil Mack if we don't get Garrett? I mean, Khalil Mack, if he's willing to be like a backup behind, like I don't want to bring in Khalil Mack and then take snaps away from Jalen Hunt. I don't want to take away from my young guys, but if he's willing to come in a rotational role like Brandon Graham, where he took less snaps and stuff, then I would consider it.
Was he 34? Was he 34?
He's got to be like 36 years old.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know if bringing if Graham comes back. I don't know if bringing Khalil, another guy at high age like that's going to be a smart thing to do. But I don't know.
I mean, Khalil Mack is he's at the end of his career.
Right.
I'm not going to take snaps away from young guys. So, Brandon Graham, you know why he stayed? Because he gave up. He took less snaps. He took, more of a rotational role. And that's what I would do. I would let him come in if he took, a rotational role, and that would be it. But I'm not taking snaps away from Jalen Hunt.
The one thing I could really respect Fangio for is every time a coordinator goes to sign as a coordinator somewhere else, they bring in like players that they've worked with or players that, the best players that he's worked with, or bringing guys that he knows. Like, I don't think Fangio has brought in one player that a player has played under him that's starting or right now. I mean, I'm actually shocked. Even he didn't bring some of his Miami players with him, or a couple guys, or somebody from that roster over here when he signed this past year. So
imagine those Miami guys were all like, they didn't want to play for him and all this stuff.
Oh yeah, we were. Yeah, like that video of, I think it was Javon Holland. I think it was that video where like I think they let Fangio go, and he made a video where he took a rock and he kicked it or something, and it was like. The Eagles needed an asshole coach, and I don't know if he is. He probably is. They needed direction.
Look, the guy wanted to talk during the parade. Before the parade, he wanted to go over the 22 points that were scored in the second half on backup players. He was pissed. You need a tough ass coach, and you need a team that is mentally tough, that want to get better. Obviously, Miami Dolphins, that's the thing. Miami, you live in Miami, you have the whole nightlife, you're there, you're a big star. Those guys, how bad do those guys really want to win? Yeah, that's the truth.
I mean, just think of it. Fangio hasn't had a good hasn't played. He hasn't been a defensive coordinator in a Super Bowl since 2012 with the Niners. I mean, that's how long it's been. With a good resume that he has, but with Howie Roseman putting away a good roster, to put the players in place for him to coach, I mean, sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Tyler Batty.
Fadil Diggs ran a 4.57 pass rusher from Syracuse. Jay Davis goes, keep an eye out for JJ Pegus, plays defensive line and fullback, 310 pounds, and scored 7 rush. That's crazy. All right, we'll keep an eye out for him.
Pegus.
Ethan Downs was running next. Fangio created a nasty 49ers defense of 20. Yeah, that's true. In fairness to Miami, the Eagles have been drafted Fangio's defense for 3 years before Vic got there. Oh, I mean, it was more the attitude. The players didn't like him because he was demanding certain things from them that they didn't want to do. That's the crazy thing.
Stupid.
Let's see here. What did the kid hit? Duty says, did you see the Arkansas defense? I just saw it pop up, but I didn't actually see the whole thing. But isn't that better than Garrett's? Didn't Garrett have the record for that? Vertical?
He might have.
Yes, you got Ahmed Hassani and is running. Well, so I never heard of him, so I don't. Would you support a UFL team? Yeah.
There's no Philly team, unfortunately.
Yeah. What is UFL again? Is that the wrestling one?
No, it's football, dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't even know there is a UFL.
Yeah, what is it called? Is it called the UFL now? Yeah, it's called the UFL now. It's starting in March, I think.
Isn't that from like the old wrestling one that they had? Didn't they bring
WWF
bring it back?
That was XFL. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm confused.
Yeah.
Landon Jackson is running 4.69.
Landon Jackson.
Our players always talk about how they like Vic. They have complete attitude when it comes to tough coaching. I know that's why they were the number one defense, and that's why they played the way they did. I mean, United Football League. I haven't watched any of it. Would I support a team? It'd probably get me to watch it because I haven't watched anything yet. DJ mock draft on his Malachi Starks, the safety, going to the Eagles.
Yeah.
Philly should get a team. I think it would probably do good in Philly. It would get support. Philly fans can't get enough football. Let's face it.
Yeah, it's
The
Tuesday.
Flyers, maybe they'll be good someday. Phillies are coming back. The Sixers are absolute joke. And I gotta say this. I'm gonna give my 30 seconds of basketball here because it frustrates me. But I keep seeing these people. Oh, the process doesn't work. The process doesn't work. The process worked. They stupid idiots let the process out the door. You traded for Jimmy Butler. You had him with Joel Embiid in his prime years. You almost beat Toronto, and then you let him walk. You keep him, you've won 2 championships. But the fact they let him walk is why you have not won. And now you've blown the whole thing, and then they blame it on the process, which is what got him to that point. So that's all I have to say. It just frustrates me because you had him, you were set, you just needed to resign him, and you let him walk. And everything you built to get to that position, to get that guy, you let him. I'm sorry.
How could somebody cover the Sixers right now? Like even if you did content for that, how would you even be able to be sane every day of the year covering that fucking team? I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. But he was a free agent. Yeah, he was a free agent. He said, yeah, get rid of it. The coach has got to go or I got to go. And they kept the coach who they fired a year later. You should have fired that coach. Should have been gone after that year. You had it. You had 2 titles right now if you would have kept him. The guy, what does he do? He goes to Miami, takes them a championship game every year, to the finals every year. You had Embiid. And Ben Simmons is a whole nother issue, but he could have gone. You'd have been okay. But you could not get rid of him. You did. They did. So you let Butler walk, and that was it. That was the end of the whole thing.
It's true.
It's like, no, the process doesn't work. It worked. That all those years of tank, it worked. It set everything up, and you let them out the door. All right, sorry, I'm done. I get too frustrated. That 76ers fan podcast can get pointers from Cowboy fans left, right? Exactly. Yeah, and then the owner of the Sixers goes and he's now a Redskin, or why? He owns Washington. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
My favorite Philly NBA champ was 1980's Dr. J. Moses. Oh yeah, it was great. Dr. J is my favorite player of all time. They didn't pick Ben over Jimmy. It wasn't Ben. It was the other dude. What's his face?
Yeah, I know you're talking about. I forgot.
Yeah, they picked him over Jimmy, and they gave him a max contract.
Markelle Fultz, Markelle, right?
No, not Markelle Fultz. I forget his name. It's slipping my mind right now. But they had it. They blew it. Yeah, Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
That was it. They gave him that. He needed to walk. You need to keep Jimmy Butler. Even if Ben Simmons ends up going, you just need one other guy. You would have won championships. You were ready. You were on the verge. You let Jimmy Butler go. And you look at the way they lost all those playoffs when Butler left. They did not have a killer. They did not have somebody in the fourth quarter that could shut down games. You look at the way they lose the playoffs to Atlanta. They couldn't hold a lead in the fourth quarter. They had no killer. They let Butler go. If Butler stays, you win 2 championships. I always believe that. Nobody can convince me otherwise.
James Pierce Jr.
Did he just run? Or is he running now?
Yeah, 4.5.
Wow. See, there you go. I'm very interested in Pierce.
Mm-hmm. First attempt,
Bro, you're
4.5.
100% right, G Bucks. They won. Yeah, I totally believe that. Totally believe it. 500. Maybe the Eagles could sign Becton to a 5-year deal, put most cap at 5-year, and give him a bonus. I mean, there's always ways for them to work things out with that. 5 years. I mean, why? Maybe. One Butler and Reddick left. The team was done. Was their best chance. Yeah. To me, you just need to keep them together. And now, I mean, Embiid's all. I'm getting frustrated. I can't. The
He's
Sixers
a
make me
walking
sick in my
Band-Aid.
stomach, dude.
He's a walking Band-Aid, and he's just lazy. He's fucking lazy. He needs to take games off and take. Fuck.
He's just wearing down. Like I just think, a guy like that, as talented as he is, with all his injury, he just he's gonna break down, and that's what's happening now. Your window was that time, and you let him off. You let the guy out the building, and all my point is that at some point in basketball, the only way to change your team around is you got to get top. You got to get top talent. You got to tank. No, I hate to say it, but the way basketball is, you got to tank unless you're the Lakers, and then teams trade you their top talented players. Top players in the prime of their careers. Luka Doncic goes to the Lakers. Are you kidding me? So I'm sick of basketball. It just frustrates me, dude.
I get it.
How many first-round picks would you give to get Abdul Carter? None. I mean, if I could choose two, but I'm not giving. I have a problem giving 3 first-round picks to any team for any player. To be honest with you. I do. Sorry about my little 6 rant. It's just been building up this season. Let's see. They don't have. Let's see. They don't have the. They haven't updated the live results on whatchamacallit yet.
What, the numbers?
They're not updating. They haven't updated the positions. The defensive, the edge rusher is going. You got Shermer Stewart, 6'5", 267 pounds. He's running right now. I'm trying to see who had the fastest time. It's not showing up. He ran a 4.6. Dude, that Pierce kid, man. That may be the pick right there, Joy. Do you know what the off-the-field issues are with him?
No, I gotta look it up. I have no idea. But there's been rumors that he might move down.
But what happened? Though? That's the question. What happened with him?
I'll look at it.
Justin, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, you play video games? There's something to play. Just haven't really had anything. Noah, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, we drafted Georgia champions. We need to look into the Buckeyes as well. What do y'all think? I'm all for it. Take players from championship teams. I'm all good with that. Do you have NFL Network, John Jones? You could check YouTube. They might, they may be doing it there sometimes. But it's on NFL Network. Priceley, I can't pronounce the last name, is going from Ole Miss. Tall guy, running fast. 4.76, not that fast. Go after the running back from OSU. Roy says, I would give up this year's first and third and next year's first and second to trade for Abdul Carr. I don't think it would be enough. I don't think it would get you up high enough to get him.
So
Because you got to remember that first round pick this year is essentially a second round pick. It's the last pick of the first round. So how much value is there? It wouldn't be enough.
yeah. So Pierce was arrested during a traffic stop in December of 2023 for disobeying police orders from the Knoxville Police Department after being pulled over for going 63 and a 35. Additionally, while not mentioning the character concerns, NFL Network Daniel Jeremiah left off the Tennessee edge rusher is in the late first round mock draft.
I'm taking him. I don't care about that.
I mean,
what did he? Let's see the video. I mean, because a cop could say, hey, do this, and you say what? And he's, oh, you're disobeying me. You're going to,
right,
I mean, they
right.
can do that.
Yeah.
So let's see the tape. That doesn't concern me. I don't know, man. I'm kind of like that. That's kind of my guy right there, right now. Early favorites. Justin, thank you for super chat because we need a good young tight end. Oh, we do. I agree. We need a good young tight end. I agree. I'd want to see the arrest video to see like what actually how everything transpired. Yeah, exactly. Fly Parks, two sides to every story. So if that's it, all right, he paid his price. He's going to go later in the first round than he normally would go. So, all right, I take a chance with him. Can you imagine? You get, obviously he should be going before that, right? He should be going mid first. So, I mean, dude, why not get him and then have Clint Hurt work with him, have Vic Fangio work with him? No, man, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Justin Wright, David Super Chat goes, Eagles don't care about morals. Carter killed someone. Carter killed nobody.
Dude,
I don't know why people say that. He wasn't even in the car.
Get your friggin' story. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody in the chat, but get your story right because that's not what happened, bro.
That's not what happened.
You really gotta look at the context of that shit. That's bullshit. But
it's bullshit and it's wrong because they were drag racing. Okay, yeah, that's what he was doing. That the person driving the car didn't have to drag race. I'm sorry, he didn't kill anybody. And I would be a hypocrite. I would be a hypocrite if I sit there and say, when I was younger, I didn't do that too. So I'm not gonna. I didn't ever that problem never happened where somebody got killed. But we young kids made mistakes driving too fast. It happened. But he didn't kill somebody. That's ridiculous.
He comes to Philadelphia, and probably why he slipped to us when we trade up from 10 to 9. Probably just slipped to us right there, and that's perfectly fine. But we had a really good supporting cast with some of his former teammates already being here.
Anthony, who did he kill? How did he do it?
He didn't kill.
He wasn't even in the same car. That's such bullshit.
Don't listen. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Stupid.
Nobody knows the fucking story.
They just say it because he's an Eagle. That's the only reason. Dominic says, "Oh, what's the highest you would trade to draft Pierce if he fell? If he gets to like 27, 28, somewhere around there."
Yeah, I mean, be a better trade up.
Yeah. If Milton Williams leaves, Jonathan Allen is a perfect placement. He's going to cost you a lot of money, though. He's a great player, but he's going to cost you a lot of money. I mean, to me, you probably could arguably get Milton Williams probably close price, right, as him. For some reason, I see Pierce because maybe, yeah. I told Sills before we drafted Jalen Carter that I would take all the ammunition I have to get Carter, and he agreed with me. Yeah, Carter's a stud, That Carson is bullshit. They don't look at him. Yeah, look, I don't want to relive that whole damn incident, but he's not it's just like, man, I hope some of these people in the world, man, I really hope they don't get judged the way they judge others. I really don't, because they're in trouble. They'll be in big trouble.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Ojomo had a great Super Bowl. His grade was like, yeah, Ojomo to me reminds me a little bit, to be honest with you, of Milton Williams early in, when Milton Williams was with the Eagles,
Yeah. Yeah, he was great. I mean, he's gotten as a 7th round pick for that production. It's great.
Yeah. J-Dog, what's going on, my man?
What's up, Jay?
Yeah, Carter's a Super Bowl champ. That's the truth. How come Landon Jackson looks like Bill Burr? I thought Bill Burr is running the 40. What the hell?
Bill Burr.
Ojomo was solid, and I think Ojomo is going to only get better. How the hell does the Giants GM still? How does he still have a job? I can't believe that the Giants kept their GM. I just think it's crazy.
I mean, just to get rid of the face of your franchise, which you pretty much did that in one sitting, telling him to walk in free agency, and we'll see if we'll match it. I mean, and his whole direction of why you shouldn't pay a quarterback with a top dollar running back was the dumbest thing he ever said. Was just,
and the worst part was he was sitting there at the combine and he's talking to Frank Gore and he's saying, "Oh, he lost a step and he got his." It's like, whoa. And to go through all that, have your team stink, and then to keep your job, I can't believe it. Now they're in a position where this guy's got to be worrying about his job more than building a team over the next 3-4 years. They're talking about going out and getting Matthew Stafford. I mean, how crazy is that?
yeah.
The Fan DeLorean says, just wanted to say I appreciate both of you so much. I lost my mom a few years back and found this community, and y'all have been so welcoming, give through some hard times, family here. Thank you, Fan DeLorean, man.
Yeah, definitely.
We appreciate that, man. And I'm sorry, you lost your mom. I'm dealing with recent losses myself right now, so I understand how that feels, man. But it means a lot for us to hear you say that, so thank you. They're going to trade for Stafford. I think it's funny. I think it's such a waste. Dean is really just not as good as Becton currently to me. No, I don't think he's as good as Becton, but I still think he's pretty good, though. What I like about Steen is he could play both sides, I think the guy is Trevor Keegan. That's the guy that I think could fill in that right guard.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see if there'll be a competition. We'll see what happens. It depends on Mekhi Becton, and if that's the case, we'll see if they keep that into a competition for right guard. We'll see, but
yeah. Mr. National says the world is way better. Eagles Nation guys like, oh, thank you, man. We appreciate that. Thank you. Gino, do you think it's bullshit that Browns owner said Myles Garrett will be on the team next year and Garrett isn't open to contract extension? I don't think it's BS. I think they probably feel that way. And I mean, yeah, maybe it is, because if you want to trade him, then oh wow. So I'll go back to it. But James Pierce Jr. they're comparing to Brian Burns. He's I'm gonna put this compare. Okay, he's getting ready to run again. I'm telling you, dude, I'm falling in love with this kid. I like that he's a talent that might fall.
It depends it just depends how that board goes, man. Like if people are taking this off-field issue seriously, and I mean, you're gonna have to. I don't think he's gonna make it to 32, but I think you might have to trade up a little bit.
If he gets to like 26, 27, that puts you in the window to be able to trade up. So here you go. By the numbers, Brian Burns, 6'4", 3/4, 249 pounds, ran a 4.53 40. with a 10-yard split at 1.57. James Pierce, 6'5" and a quarter, 245 pounds, ran a 40 and 4.5, and then his 10-yard split was 1.58. So very similar to Brian Burns coming out of the draft. Interesting. Justin Davis Super Chat goes, Ray Lewis took two people. I don't think he did either. I think that has something to do with witnessing and something else. Thank you for Super Chat, but I think that had to do with being a witness of something that happened. Fabio Davis Super Chat. He goes, who's a good slot cornerback up in this or safety? I don't know. I'm still trying to learn that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure yet. James Pierce Jr. getting ready to run. I'm a little behind. I'm going to fast forward after he runs this.
Yeah, let's see.
Man, this kid, he false start. I mean, he's tall, lean. Dude, this is what I'm talking about right here, man. This kid runs. If he pulls something under 4.5 here, that's it. Lock it in. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's early yet, but this is what I'm looking for, though. An edge, another edge that's got a bunch of talent that could come in, work in that rotation.
It could be a steal pick.
Huh?
Could be a steal pick.
Could be. I mean, the off the field thing. Like, we'll have to look into that. I mean,
a traffic stop is like, come on, like, what the, high pro, just.
Yeah, like I said, I'd have to see the actual video, like what actually happened, how did it transpire. I've seen incidents where people should have been arrested, didn't get arrested, and then I've seen where
447. 447.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
I'm behind. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's it. Time's over. That's it. There you go. That's where I'm going. James Pierce Jr. 447. Yeah, Howie Roseman's like, Howie just woke up in his seat.
Remember? I think it was like free agency. I was like, oh, he's taking a nap. He's taking a nap.
He's taking a nap. Yeah, he forgot to wake up. 447. That's fast, dude. He's going top 15 now. He might. Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. If they're saying that off the field issues are dropping this kid to late first round, yeah, maybe he gets to 26, 27.
Yeah.
You take him.
And you move up. Exactly.
This draft is low. Yeah, there's a lot of interior linemen in this draft. I think you can get somebody, in the mid rounds. I haven't seen Jack Sawyer run yet.
Philly 500 behind James Pierce Jr. like a Greek soldier.
And listen, what do you think is going around one to us? I don't know. I mean, so hard to know right now.
Yeah.
His combine is awesome. You watch his tape. The kid has got a lot of talent, man. It may be too hard. It's hard for me to believe.
It made him hard. He meant to say it made him hard. He was about to say it.
Pause. No diddy. It's hard for me to believe that based upon that one incident, he's going to drop to the Eagles.
That's crazy. If people are snowflakes like that over that, no, I don't know. But the Eagles always believe in second chances with players. They've done it. They've done it a couple of years ago. They did it. Michael Vick. They've done it, and that was fucking bad a long time ago. That was really bad, and that whole Philadelphia community came together and didn't even want him on the Eagles at all.
Right. Baron Sorrell's running. That's got to be the best time of the day, right? That what was it? 447?
447, yeah.
That's got to be.
The rumors right now, I'd have to say how it looks from like a very early process. It's tight end, it's edge rusher, and it's safety, or safety hybrid.
Yeah.
From what I'm getting out of it right now. I mean, would you exclude offensive line? Would you put offensive linemen in there? You think? Would that make
No,
no
I
sense at
think you
all?
got to consider it. I don't think I think you got to consider it. I think you got to consider it.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody tweeted about James Pierce to the Eagles, saying James Pierce, junior Tennessee edge, is a potential number 1 draft pick in the 25 draft. James is quick off the line, athletic, and flexible with a natural bend to get around the edge. Has a nasty spin move, competitive, no quit, high motor, and uses leverage well.
Sounds good to me. You know.
These people.
Beast Guard David Super Chat goes, if we took Bajan, we don't get Carter or Barkley. Oh, I mean, Bajan was already gone, so you didn't have to worry about it.
Where do you go? What pick was it? 7.
I think it was like 7, something like that, 7 or 8.
Yeah.
The thing was the whole Bajan thing was the same. It was literally the same theory. It was the same basis for why you go out and sign Barkley. It was the same philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
But there was 2 guys that we said we would not pick ahead of. We would not pick Bajan ahead of. One of those guys was Jalen Carter. Not ever did I think Jalen Carter would fall to us. I thought he was going to go to Seattle. That's where I thought he was going to end up. And when Seattle didn't take him, I was like, wow, we may have a chance at him.
Seattle was at 6, right? They were at, I think they
5
were
or 6.
5 or 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I thought Carter would go. I thought he would drop to like 5 or 6. And it was crazy, but Carter was the second. He was my second overall player.
But you remember when Drew, the agent, went on and he said, "We're making sure Carter's going to go first round. There's a team out there that if he drops, they're going to get him."
Was the Eagles. We knew that was the Eagles. But yeah. But I thought Seattle would be like their draft pick worked out, but that's where I thought he was going to go. And I thought Chicago, too, was the play, was a trade back and then take him, because they were going to take him possibly number 1 overall. But it worked out, though. I mean, him and the kid from Texans, those were the only 2 guys I would have taken over Bajan. Bajan was 3rd overall.
That was Stingley,
so
right? Yeah.
To me, we did better,
We did.
But the philosophy was the same. And that was make your offense stronger and then focus the draft on your defense and let the young guys play. That's what they did. Scotty the Man Davis, who goes, need Carter smoke crack on camera for us. Yeah, right. That's what we need. He needs to have one of those gas masks on with a big bong. Drop to 32.
Jesus.
Howie moved up real fast. Yeah, he moved up. He only moved up 1 spot. That was the crazy
10
thing.
to 9.
He moved up 1 spot, but the Bears, dude, if you're the Bears, you could have had Carter. Apparently, they were going to take Carter at 1. Then he falls, so they trade back. You could have gotten him at 9.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, the Matt Corral jersey struck again, man. Yeah.
They are here, ready to go.
Yep. Going to be interesting. Howie, man, Howie didn't play. I could be wrong, but I believe Jalen Carter told the Bears not to draft him. I really believe that Jalen Carter didn't want to play for the Bears. His Georgia teammates were in Philly. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, but it worked out. I forget who the Bears even took. I don't even remember who they took at that when they picked.
An offensive line? Did they
Nina,
take it off? Oh, God.
offensive lineman. Nina, what's going on? How are you? Hey guys, just logged up from work. What I missed today? Not much. Defensive tackles ran and did a bunch of stuff earlier. Now you got the basically defensive ends are going. Not too much, I would say. I don't think there's been a Jordan Davis type moment yet.
No, definitely not.
So it's been kind of quiet. I do like that kid though, man, Joey. I do think that there's something about that Pierce kid.
Yeah, he looks really good. We'll see. We'll see what they do in the offseason. Let's see what they do in free agency and see what holes they plug up there, depth-wise or starter or trades. And it should give us not a clear answer, but more of a direction.
Yeah.
By April.
Forte says, I'm having the Eagles O-line over for dinner. Should 50 pounds of gabagool do the trick? I think it'll be just enough. I think so. See, I think Big Dom is the godfather. I think he's the guy, right? And I think Fangio's like his underboss. But he, everybody thinks that what's his face, Sirianni is running the whole show. But really, I think Big Dom's the boss.
He is.
When do you think the rumors are going to start swirling about trades and free agency? I mean, they the rumors are out there a little bit. I think it'll all pick up after the combine. The combine's when all these teams and GMs come together and they're here all week. That's when they start talking to each other and that's when you start hearing stuff coming out of this combine.
Yeah, it's when all the GMs come together and already work trades and all that. So who knows what's going on?
Dyson Philly Fire, do you think Sidney Brown will be a stud next year and break out? I think he'll be. I think he'll continue to be what we've seen so far. I think he'll be a good rotational guy. But I think I think they're looking for something. Obviously, they're talking to a bunch of safeties.
Yeah.
So
safety's been a big
Micah
one.
Parsons posted, "It's only right the NFL lets me and Abdul play together." This guy,
he's so stupid.
This guy doesn't win shit, and he thinks he thinks he's Reggie White. Reggie White played the run. Nick is a capo. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I got Nick as the underboss. I got Patullo is a capo, and then if they get that quarterback coach, was it Nunzio? I love that guy. I love that guy. Nunzio. I want him. He's definitely a capo. They have Vic Fangio. He's an old school capo, man. They run a tight ship, man. Beans Guard, they were super takers. If we got Nolan at 30, watch out for Jim at 32. I know.
Walter Nolan at DT. Yeah. Yeah, DT, I'd wonder if they really have that much interest in the first round on. Someone's going to drop into the second round.
Yeah. Mr. Andrew, where does Nunn guy come? He's from Syracuse. They interviewed him for the quarterback coaching job. Was it Nunzio something? Caliente? I love him, though. I love that name. I want to name a kid Nunzio. I freaking love that name. But he's definitely... You figure Big Dom's got himself. He's got Patullo. He brings in Nunzio. He got Sirianni. They all got vowels again to them. The Costa Nostrans invaded the NFL. I love it.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's hilarious. Costa Nostra is in the NFL. It's the Eagles. We are mobbed up, bro. We are mobbed up. This thing of ours.
What? This thing of ours.
This thing of ours. Oh man, we mobbed up now, and I think it's all Big Dom, dude. I think we need a Carlito next. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I need
Howie-
Nunzio hired, man. We got to hire Nunzio.
Howie's the Jewish concierge. I can't ever say that.
He's like Hesh from Sopranos.
God.
He's like he's the guy. He's the guy that you deal with money. My brother had a dog. I love that name. He's Hyman Roth. He's a consigliere. Man, that's great. 500's geeked up. I know, right? It's funny to me.
Yeah.
I love the Eagles. Did we interview safety Malachi Starks? Who said they were talking a bunch of? Yeah, I think they did. I think they talked to the one from the safety from Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah, both of them, Malachi Moore and Malachi Starks. Yes. Are you fantasizing? Like, what are you doing?
I'm playing episodes of The Sopranos with their faces, right? You know, I just can't help it. Like Big Dom is definitely Tony Soprano, right? Vic Fangio, is he like Uncle Junior or what? And then Nick has got to be Sil.
God.
Am I the only one hoping the Giants don't draft Ward? Not saying I'm scared, but we already got to deal with JD5. Either way, I think the Eagles still win East. Yeah, I mean, I like Ward a little bit. I'm not scared of it, though. I guess the Giants want to get, Stafford and then draft a quarterback. I just wonder if Ward will even be there. We'll see. With the 62nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Eddie the Machete Genovese. Big Fangio is Sal. I love it. Oh, man. It's great. Hey, Warray, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, this thing of ours t-shirts with the Italian flag, Big Dom Sirianni Patullo. And then, I know, that's a great one. And then Nunzio when he gets hired. I love it. That's not a bad idea. Hey, Warray, we might have to do that, Joe. It might have to be our next one. This thing of ours. Just say the button. This thing of ours. Costa Nostra, baby.
God.
No repeat division winners in NFC. Yeah, since 2004. That's true. James Pierce Jr. running. Drill looks great. There will be a repeat division winner this year, though.
It will happen.
Man.
All right, you need to it's getting towards that
Big
time of the
Glory's
day.
like the guy, remember the guy that got in trouble with gambling and he had to give up they started basically taking all his money every week from his sporting goods store, and his kid had to give his car up to Tony.
Oh, yeah.
Tony gave it to his daughter, and she found out it was a friend's from school car. That was great.
That was funny.
Great Mo says, I'm with you, Phil. I like this James Pierce too, man. Yeah, I like him. I'm hoping he'll be there.
Here we go. We're on the train now. Aloof. I think
Nick is actually like Chris Moltisanti.
That's not really a good thing.
He's Christopher Moltisanti, I think. I think that's who Nick would be. But see, I think Big Dom I think he's running the show. Yeah, that guy was on thin ice. He really was. Donovan is my guy, defensive end, Boston College. Went to Williams Ties. Oh, really? Oh, that's very cool, EZ. Didn't know that. I look at Big Dom more like Vito Spatafore. Trust me, he is some secret. Can you imagine?
It was my blood pressure.
It was my blood pressure. Jeez.
Oh.
I'm gonna go watch the whole Sopranos series over again tonight. Like, I want to go watch the whole series now, and I'm gonna be putting all these guys in my head watching.
Johnny Cakes.
Hey, Warwick, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, actually, Big Dom, Fangio, Sirianni, Patulli, Howie on a t-shirt with bleeding Dallas Cowboys star in the bed like a horse head. I like it. I like it. Big Dom's like the guy who died of cancer. Oh, that's what's his face? That's
Jackie
Johnny
Jr.
Sack, right?
Or no?
Or-
yeah, Johnny. Yeah, both two people died of cancer.
Who was the other guy?
Johnny Sack and
Oh yeah. The
Senior. What's his name? Father of Jackie Jr.
Yeah, Jackie Jr.'s father died early.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I just watched Ray Liotta's last movie yesterday called 1992. And I don't think I ever seen it. I just watched Copland.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, with him. The Philadelphia Italian mob put on t-shirts, so I like it. 01, has Joey watched something? No, I don't even ask him anymore. No, he hasn't. I can guarantee it. Oh, man. Flag there. What's going on, my man? What's up?
Man.
What's happening? How are you? Any Joey? Did you see? No, he hasn't. You don't even have to ask. He hasn't. Pat Rise, it's good. It's a heist movie wrapped around Rodney. Oh, okay. Like taking place during what was happening. I'll have to check it out. Good morning from the Southern Hemisphere, boys. What's the combine news? I haven't been around the kid. Where are you at? What are you doing? Stars on Demand. I have Stars on Demand. I'll watch it. Am I the only one who thinks Big Dom has the complete leather ensemble in his closet? Oh, God. You really think he's Vito? That's funny. Poor Jalen Hurts should not have got to work early, sitting in that parking lot waiting.
What the fuck are you doing?
Jalen Hurts got to work, was waiting in his car, told you to take a little nap before going to office. He looked at the other car, and there's old Vito. You remember the Sopranos?
Yes,
Vito?
I remember. Yes, the
Yeah.
security guard. Yes,
dude, that shit was so funny. You know what's one of the funniest ones is when they do the thing for Christopher, the intervention.
Oh, it's the
and they all start beating the crap out of him. I love that scene. That's like the greatest. Dude, I love that show. I have to go watch it now. Once we get done here, I'm watching Sopranos. You know? Me and Joe, you know where we fit in this, right?
Well, where we fit in this?
Where we fit. We're the two guys.
No,
right,
the two
that shoot Christopher. Remember the two guys that shoot Christopher? They want to be like, hey, Tony, you see that girl break my thing? Then Tony beats him up in the bathroom. Then they want to shoot Christopher. That's who me and you are. He has to sweep. They're playing a game where he's got to sweep up all the crumbs around Phil.
Yeah. The turkey and the fucking.
No, net commas. King, welcome to Dingbat Nation, man. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you, my man. Those guys got white. That's me and Joey. I feel like because we try so hard to like Nick, and then he does one thing and we get all pissed off. Sweat made a comment on a post making it seem like he could stay. Well, I think there's a possibility he could stay. You know, I don't think it's all out of the question. Goldberg says, I've been watching the mock drafts on the bottom of the screen, and the two consistently I've seen is Pierce and Malachi Starks, safety from Georgia. Yeah, and they did talk to Starks today. The Pierce one's interesting. I think people think Pierce is going to fall, and the Eagles will snag him. I just don't think he's going to fall to 32.
No, he's definitely not falling 32.
Yeah, we land James Pierce on let the steal. I agree, it is a steal. The question is going to be the off the field stuff. You know, if AJ was driving out of town trying to leave the Eagles, who doesn't see Big Dom's head peeking up from the window, right? Oh, exactly. Joey's like, this is insane. How can Philly 500 get this to be about Sopranos? Only I could do it. Only I could do it. But I can see it in my mind.
That is true.
Yep. Pierce is too good to fall. Teams aren't going to let him fall to the 20s. That's what I think. But if it happens.
I want to see Mike Green. Mike Green didn't practice because I think a hamstring or something today. He didn't do any testing today. I want to see Mike Green as well. So probably going to be pro day most likely. But
yeah. The Eagles Nest says the Pierce was already nearly a top 10 talent. His character issues made him fall in mocks. This combine going to make people forget. You're right. You're probably right. They're going to forget. He looks great. I mean, look, he's exactly the type of talent that I think the Eagles need to add an edge. This is Ziri. I can't pronounce his name. 40 that's on there right now. I like the way he moves too. There's Bill Burr. That stupid bitch got left in the woods. Christopher! You know, Dom has the juice when the reporters were at the combine. Big Dom was the most popular person. I know, Big Dom is like Tony Soprano.
It's a celebrity, bro.
It's like, remember when Tony used to make everybody think Junior was running the show, especially Junior, but it was really him? I think that's what Big Dom does with Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni is Chris Moltisanti. There's no question about it. Now, we got to get Nunzio. We got to get Nunzio in the fold, man. We got to hire that guy. I want Nunzio hired just on the fact that it's name. Here's an idea. Reed won't be back next year, which is why they're heading safety chatter now. Possibly. Yeah. It's possible. I like Reed Blankenship. I do. You know, but, you know, if he gets to be a free agent and he wants a ton of money, they may not do it. They may want to have somebody come in behind him, play for a year, and then be ready to take over. They're looking for safety. James said, shut up, 500. Dude, I got this whole thing going on in my mind.
Once it starts, it's over.
Jeez. Nick is Jesse from Breaking. That show. God, I missed that show. Getting thoughts on getting Skatibo ready around there. I mean, I like the guy. I do. I just think that if you're going to get another running back, I think you need a running back who's a little more quick, a little more can be used out of the backfield. Because I think you kind of got that with Shipley, you know, like style. So I would want another back. Lewis Sign, I mean, he's there. He's still there.
He's here.
And McCollum. I like McCollum too. But I mean, obviously they're looking at what you call it.
Yeah, well, they said that Malachi Moore is more versatile. He's more hybrid than that Starks is more as that main safety type. So Moore might be a guy that could drop maybe into the early second, or he might be there to where they, maybe draft him in the first. We'll see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Reed is solid, but I wouldn't break the ball for him either. A reasonable deal. I think Howie should extend. I agree. I agree. I think he's good. I think he's a solid starter. He's better than I thought he was. Okay, because I
Yeah.
thought I had questions about him going into the season. I thought he was a good rotational safety. Now I think he's a good starter. But is he a guy that will get overpaid in free agency? And the Eagles don't want to do that. So
True.
yeah, I wouldn't break the bank from either, which means if I'm going to give him one more year, then you know what, I'm gonna look at maybe bringing in another safety. I think it's reasonable. It's interesting they're talking to a lot of safeties, and we could tell also we'll get a glimpse, hopefully with their visits. We see who came in for a visit. Let's see. I'm trying to think, like Quinion Mitchell came in, right, for a visit. Cooper DeJean had a visit.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had visits with the Eagles last year.
Yeah, those top 30s will be interesting. They'll definitely account.
Yeah. Invincible is the best animated show going right now. Watch it, Philly Joey, if you have. Is it about the Eagles?
Yeah, is
I remember. Oh,
animated
Invincible, the
show?
movie.
Animated?
I'll check it out. Really, Reed is a good safety. You can't have all stars at every spot. You simply can't pay everyone, but you can have solid starters at spots. Reed is one. I agree. Reed's solid. There's no question about it. But what do you do when his contract comes up? Because that's what they may be thinking 2 years down the road. Hurts contract team friendly. I'm sure Howie's got something brewing. Well, I think he's going to get an extension. I think, I heard chatter of him getting an extension and even Barkley getting a year or two added to his contract.
Yeah, because Barkley technically has this year and then next year's an option year.
Yeah.
He ain't going. I mean, he ain't going nowhere. Where's he going to go? He ain't going to go anywhere else. Come on now.
Yeah. Reed going to get paid. He was undrafted. He's going to get. Yeah, he is. Rocky says, we met with Malachi Moore. Yep. The Walking Dead author wrote Invincible.
Huh.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Dude, that show, I got fed up with that show.
After the third season I was done.
You forgot they were even zombie problems.
Yeah, I know.
And they're so slow and they don't do nothing. I just couldn't. It was like after the third year of Walking Dead, I couldn't watch it anymore.
28 days later, 28 days later is probably between 28 days later and Dawn of the Dead are like besides pre-World War Z, I would say Dawn of the Dead and 28 Days Later are my probably my two favorite zombie movies. Really good.
I liked 28 Days Later. There's a new one though. You see that?
Yeah.
28 years later.
It's gonna be good.
It's based on superheroes, but it's much deeper. No character is safe. Oh, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
But do we get Jalen Milroe to back up Hurts?
Second round.
I don't
there
think
you
so.
Go.
Oh God, don't do that to me again. It's Zombies vs. Strippers is pretty good. Okay. I didn't know that was a real battle. Goldberg says, I like the idea of possibly getting Garrett, but man, thought of pairing another Georgia boy in Trevon Walker with those Bullets. I like that. I think that's something that they should definitely look into. No question about it.
I agree.
I don't know all the guys we've interviewed at the Combine. I mean, they meet with so many different guys.
They met with a lot of guys.
Yeah, I mean, they're meeting with a bunch of guys. The question is, who gets the visits? The guys they bring in for visits is, to me, what's important.
Mm-hmm.
This is just Dak Prescott got restructured contract, 5 years, $28K at IHOP. He's $90 million cap hit. Like, they've got to restructure his deal. It's like $47 million. It's like $40 million in cap space.
What's their cap right now?
I think they're like about $3 million over. They have like $3 million in cap space.
Over?
Something like that. No, under. I think
under?
they're slightly under. I don't think they have much. I'm not positive, but I know that they've got to restructure his deal to get like $40 million. So that deal will open everything up. That team needs they need a lot of help though. I don't think Dallas is as close to the Super Bowl as they think they are. Like, I think they think they're a lot closer than what they are. Now they got to get another guard too.
Yeah, he retired. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Would you trade Nolan Smith and pick it if there's absolutely not the chance to move up and get Card? No.
Nope.
I'm not trading Nolan Smith. All right, to me, Nolan Smith is a breakout player, man. Like, I think is Abdul Carter going to get me 13, 14 sacks next year? Maybe. I mean, I think he'll be good eventually, but I think I think Nolan Smith's going to get you 13, 14 sacks next year. I'm not trading Nolan Smith Jr. I'm just not doing it. Cowboys won't see the Super Bowl in another 30. I don't think they're going to see anytime soon. I don't think they're as close as they think they are. I really, and people say, "Oh, you just hate the Cowboys." I do hate the Cowboys, but I honestly am being serious. I don't think they're that good. I think they're a lot further away than people realize. They've got to fix their offense, and they got to fix their defense. You still can beat Dallas by running on it. You still can run all over Dallas. It's easy. I mean, Garrett is a Hall of Fame player. You got to give to get sometimes. Yeah, the problem with like Garrett, I'm all for going after Garrett, but like, I'm not giving up young talent because if Garrett was 27 years old, yeah, okay, I get it. But you're talking about a guy that's like 30 years old. I don't want to give up young talent for a 30-year-old.
Yeah.
Especially when not. I know without Garrett, I have a Super Bowl championship defense. I already have the Super Bowl championship defense. It's not like Garrett is going to make me a Super Bowl championship defense. I already have it. So no, I'm not doing it.
No, I would never do that.
A-War Rage says, bro, you can't break up the Philly Dogs. Their chemistry is something that's underrated, understated. I agree.
It's been very important. It has been very important.
Yeah. Let's not get twisted, boys. We're going line or D. Howie basically said already, we need defensive tackle replace Milton or edge replace Sweat, a backup center to tight end behind Garrett. And I agree with you. I totally agree. I think that's where we're going to see it. I don't think it'll be defensive tackle first round, but it could. No. Look at this James Pierce. Dude.
Yeah, bro. You, dude. It's crazy.
This James Pierce Jr. God, please fall to us. Dude, we need that's where I want. That's my early favorite right now, Joey. You know, it's early and that's my early favorite right now. How he thinks that he does. He thinks multiple years ahead. But like I said, you know, it's like I understand when you're a team and you're like, okay, you're one player away from getting a championship. You go out, you pay the picks, you try to get the player. But when you already are a championship defense, why do I need to get rid of the young guys? They've already showed that they can win.
Going backwards at that point.
Yeah. Man, I'm fine with Nolan and Hunt at edge. I wouldn't trade either way for Garrett. Yeah, I mean, you know, I get it. I totally get it. I mean, I think Jalen Hunt's going to be. I think he's going to be a player too, man. I do. So, you know, I think you need another edge rusher because you're going to lose Sweat and you need the rotation. And you're going to lose Graham probably, if not this year, next year. So you need the other pass rusher. You definitely need him.
Yes.
You know, but I mean, jeez,
Something's gonna happen, Fred. Something's gonna happen, whether it's free agency or we'll hear rumblings. We'll hear some rumblings. Maybe we won't hear anything until usually it's quiet. Usually it's really quiet. There's barely any rumors leading up.
Now, if you do add Myles Garrett, okay, if you do add him, you take your defense to another level. I think it's become even scarier. You're taking a championship defense and you're making them even scarier. You know, I do. So
yeah, because you can,
if you go ahead.
Because no, I mean, realistically, like if you trade for Myles Garrett, I mean, then like you could go linebacker, you could, or maybe you can add another weapon to the tight end group. And if you want to get your second tight end to be the future tight end when Dallas Goedert's gone, whatever they're doing with his contract. So it's all luxury at that point, going to another championship year. So
to me, there's one right now for the Eagles. There's one need, and that's Zach Bond. That's one. That's the need. You get that, then everything is just depth and gravy on top. It just is. And for Garrett, yeah, if I could get him, I'll get him. But for a guy like, let's say, like people bring up Bosa, people bring up Khalil Mack, like I'm not bringing those guys in to take snaps away from Jalen Hunt. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
There's no reason, Jonathan, welcome. Let me see,
you.
this you or me?
It's you.
Welcome to Dingbat Nation, my friend. Welcome to Dingbat Nation.
Yeah.
Draft Mike Green, move up, draft London Jazz, double dip like last year if you don't get MG. How far do you think you have to move up to get him? That's the question. I don't know what our projecting outlooks for draft. I guess in 2026 we're going to probably have compensatory picks, right? And we're going to have that third round pick of Hassan Reddick. So yeah, I mean you have some maneuverability,
It's true.
Ilskills, I see how he's moving up in this draft. He has to put his fingerprints all over the draft like he's done the last 4 years. Make space for him in the Hall of Fame. Look, now I think that the Eagles are going to be aggressive in the draft. I don't know how aggressive in free agency they're going to be. I don't think they need to be. That's the thing. Well, you don't have any glaring holes on this team. You need depth at tight end, and you need Zach Bond. You need Zach Bond signed. Maybe add depth at linebacker. Like, I don't think you need to go out in free agency and spend a lot of money. You need to get Zach Bond signed. You need to extend Cam Jurgens. You need to extend Nakobe Dean. You need to, figure out, extend Jordan Davis. You have to start getting those guys all in place. But I mean, you don't have any glaring holes. So I think where you're aggressive is the draft. Like if this Pierce kid, let's say he's at 25, maybe you make a move up there and go get him. You know what I mean? That's what they got to do.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Okay, then draft Pierce and move up and get Landon Jackson level. This draft, yeah, I mean, exactly. I think Howie will be aggressive in the draft. I could see them trading up. I could see them trading back. I honestly see those two things happening more than I see them just staying back.
And plus, you got picks for 26. They can always use a pick. They have 3 third round. They're going to have 3 third rounders. They can use a comp pick that's already gifted. They can already use a comp pick. I think for this draft this year, you have 3 thirds and 2 fourths next year at 26. So they can use those. Just to add in the sweeten the deal if they have to move up or, we'll see what happens. But
I'm assuming Myles Garrett's going to be very expensive, right? Like 2 first-round picks. Well, what if you call Jags and you say Trevon Walker for the 32nd pick? I would do that. I would do that in a minute. There's a lot of good players that are perfect for the Eagles. The Eagles got the players starting off with the defense. They just need depth, and they need to get Zach Bond. To me, Zach Bond is priority. The whole look of the defense feels different when you add him to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You add him to it, it's a different defense. Edge, defensive tackle, center, trans safety, running back, in that order, in my opinion. Beck is coming back and will eventually replace Lane. Steen and Keegan will take over right guard. Yeah, I think Keegan's a player. Eagles need to pay Zach Bond. They do. Howie's going to get whatever player falls and trade up, then he's going to trade back. Yeah, I think it's very possible. Like I said, I would be absolutely shocked if the Eagles stayed at 32 and just sat there the whole time and waited. I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
I think they'll go, if there's somebody that they want, they'll go up and get them if they get to like a certain draft spot. And then, if not, they'll trade back.
True.
And the only reason Landon Jackson won't go first round is because of the injury.
What did he have again? The Landon Jackson's injury. What was his injury again?
I don't know. I didn't even know he was injured. Elijah says he's a really good underrated tight end. He can go in and is very I mean, look, I think a tight end is
it's a need. It's gonna be a need. It's going to be.
Yeah, Joe Vea says need a big tight end who can block. Yeah, I agree. I would agree. I think. I mean, we'll see how the draft pans out, but I think at least a second round pick, your second pick. I think you should go tight end.
Mm-hmm. Might.
A kid from Penn State's going to be going early though. Warren's
yeah. I'm not even thinking about it. To be honest.
Nah. We're going to watch the tight ends tomorrow, so tight ends going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, And now, what did we say? It's wide receivers? Or no, it's not wide. Is it wide receivers and tight ends tomorrow? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Saturday now, although I got to tell you, Saturday becomes a little interesting to me because the Eagles are mean with all these safeties. Now I want to see who these guys are. Major move. What's going on? Rylan, thank you for super chat. He goes, who do you think will ultimately have a better career when it's all said and done? Milton or Davis? My money is on Milton. I think he's a better player. Ah, man, that's like choosing between two children.
But at the end of the day, I'm
going to go Davis.
Yeah, but they both play different though, and Davis is more of a nose anyway. So I don't even think they're really comparable, to be honest with you. Which doesn't make them better or worse.
Got it, man. Thank you for super chat. We should grab Luther Vandross at 32. Great wide receiver. Great singer, too. Great singer.
Luther Vandross.
I was a kid yesterday with my Eagles girl, and that must have been fun. Milton Davis are completely different players. They are.
Yeah.
They are. Whichever one do I think is whoever the Eagles keep is the one I think.
But Milton's going to be on the shitty team probably, and I've heard like the Patriots want him badly, so he might be on a shitty team for a lot of years.
There's two teams that should jump all over him. Now, I don't want to give them. I don't know if I should say.
I already know what you're going to say.
The Commanders and Dallas. If I was Dallas, I would go after Milton Williams really hard, really hard. But they're too stupid.
Well, they just signed one of their own guys anyway. So
and if I'm Washington, I'm looking at Washington's not going to do it because they already got some defensive line. I mean, they're letting what's his face go, so they're not going to do it. But if I was Dallas, I would go after them. If we don't trade 32, I wouldn't mind us drafting safety Malachi Moore from Bama. Dude is a beast. Yeah, well, they met with him. I mean, they're meeting with safeties. I think that's interesting, Joe. So we'll see.
It's interesting, no doubt.
People don't understand how playing next to Carter makes the other players that much better. It's true. Carter's a beast, man. I can't wait to see Carter does this year because he's going to start getting the holding calls. And when he starts getting those holding calls, and they can't basically tackle him anymore, his sack numbers are going to skyrocket.
Yeah, he had 6.5 this year.
Yeah, I think Carter gets doubled. I think Carter and Nolan Smith double-digit sacks both of them next year. Yeah. I think Jalen Hunt between 6 to 8. I'm going to say Jordan Davis is going to get 4.5. Jomo have a few. And then we'll see. We're going to have to get another edge rusher, so we'll see.
Yep.
Dallas can't afford Milton now. They're only 27 NFL negative. Yeah, they gotta pay Parsons, but they also got to restructure Dak. They restructured Dak, gives them like 40-something million dollars in cap space. So they're going to restructure. They're going to have to restructure Dak. Dallas is on the way down. They don't understand. Their window's shot. They blew their window. That could be the Fangio effect. Solid front and middle. He wants the back end to stay young and versatile. I mean, I say keep them all young. So defensive lineman James Pierce was the ran a 4.47. That was the best time. 4.47. Jeez, man. He's a player. I like that kid, man. I really hope. I don't know how we could get him because I want to say, I hope it's not bad enough where they will take him off the board. But if he's, if the Eagles are willing to draft him, the chances are so are a bunch of other teams. That kid's not going to get past 15.
Probably not.
You think Ward goes to 1, Carter to Cleveland, and so on. What about Travis Hunt? Who are the Giants? I mean, Giants probably want a quarterback, right?
You would say. I would think so.
Yeah. Pierce was rated the top edge coming into draft. Yeah, he's good, man. He is shining today, that's for sure. Cooper DeJean, 15 interception. Oh my gosh. That would have to be a record. Skip is an Eagle fan for now, I know, right? Not curious. The safety makes sense. We need depth, and CJ is always hurt. And Reed is good, but not going to overpay. But what do you mean? CJ wasn't hurt at all this year.
Yeah, he's been the blue tent a couple times. He's been the blue tent a couple times during
But he didn't miss any. What games did he miss?
I don't think he missed.
He didn't miss a game.
Yeah.
So CJ Gardner. Let me tell you, CJ Gardner. It's all this starts with CJ Gardner Johnson.
Yes.
That's your heart and soul right there. And getting. I mean, we were so right about that loss 2 years ago, and getting him back. I'm sorry, he's your soul, man. To me, of that defense, and he's important. And I mean, he had some freak injuries first year with Philly and then Detroit, but I thought last year, he was. I don't think he missed any games, he started off slow. Like he was, he gave up some touchdowns and stuff earlier year, but man, you look at the way he was playing at the end of the year, dude. I'm sorry, man, he was good.
Yeah, I think people are shaky in this draft too, maybe going safety just because they don't want to redshirt somebody, especially out of the first round. I think that's what turns people off about that too.
Well, I think it's fair to say that if you're Howie and you're looking and you're saying, all right, what am I going to do at safety? When Reed Blankenship, Reed Blankenship has proven to be a starter in this league. He's a solid starting safety. I don't think he's like a top 5 or but he's a solid safety who's going to want to get paid. Now you're paying CJ Gardner Johnson. You're going to have to pay Quinyon Mitchell in a few years. You're going to have to pay Cooper DeJean. They may say we're just going to have to let him go. We just can't afford it. So why not get a safety?
Yeah, because realistically, even going into next, 26 off season, Reed might not be the top guy you want to sign. You're going to want to sign Jordan Davis. You're probably going to want to try to re-sign Nakobe Dean he's going to probably be at a cheaper rate at this point with an injury like that when he looks and how he looks coming out of this year when he returns at the end of the year. I mean, unless he's doing really well and he comes back early, it's going to take him at least a month just to feel like himself again, to see what he looks like coming off that injury. So those are really the top two that you're looking at after this year.
Yeah. Eagles that says the safety would play slot corner while move DeJean out. Yeah, I mean, they could be looking at something like that. Although I'm not ready to move DeJean outside. At some point, I think you got to move. I still believe he should be moved to everywhere and learn to play every position. But I think this year, I think I would try to keep him in the slot. But it depends what you're going to do with Slay, who's going to be the outside corner. So we've got to figure that out. Maybe they do go after Asante Samuel Jr. Why not? It's not. I don't mind that idea, to be honest. But yeah. Hey, Boogie, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, "What's up, Philly and Joey? What would you like Howie to accomplish with free agency? And who would you like the Eagles to draft? Please give both your perspective. God bless you guys. Pound Howie Visions." Hey, Boogie, thank you so much. For me, what I'd like to see Howie accomplish more than anything is Zach Bond signed, and then I'd like to really get some contract extensions for these young guys whose contracts are coming up.
Yeah.
I'd like to, to me, that's the number one priority.
Yeah.
And that's because even if you don't go and spend a lot in free agency, all that and that cap money rolls over, but you get all those extensions done, you're going to set yourself up, 2 years down the road to have a lot of cap space and have everybody locked up. I think you got to get the young guys locked up. That's, I think, the most important thing.
Yeah, I'm probably on the same boat, really. Zach Bond is the number one signing for me, and I think you just got to retain players. Your free agency, maybe one big splash if it happens, but realistically, this is a retaining year that 90% of your roster is pretty much still intact for another run at a Super Bowl. So I'm just trying to retain players, creates a little bit of cap space, re-sign Zach Bond, and kind of sit back and relax a little bit, go into this draft. And I mean, you could do anything you want in this draft. You could do anything you want. Like you could take that 30-second pick and trade it for a bona fide stud, whether it's a Trevon Walker or something like that. Or you could keep it and say, let's just retain some guys, get some depth signings that go into the draft and really, and maybe move up 10 spots or trade back, depending how that board falls. But really, we'll see how this free agency kind of designates where this draft is going. Whether I want to see what they do at corner, I want to see what they do with Slay, with Isaiah Rodgers. That whole situation, I think, is really important opposite Quinyon Mitchell. So there's going to be a lot to tell the next few weeks. So
yeah. Coop, arguably defensive back, he might be better than Q guys. He's a great athlete. He is. I see him as a little bit different corner than Q, but the guy's a stud. Both of them are studs. Dad says, "Tell you guys, I've been watching since he was a freshman at Georgia, that I wouldn't be mad if Howie went after Malachi Starks. Love that kid." Well, they met with him, right? They met with him already. So
yeah,
there's a chance. Jalen Walker also might be there still. I like him. He would be my number 2. So to me, if I had to say like my top 2 guys right now, it'd be Pierce and Walker. Those would be my 2 guys.
Yeah.
But it's early. I mean, opinions could change as we get closer to draft. But so far. Tony says, "I absolutely do not want to move DeJean to outside corner. He needs to stay at nickel. You either play Ringo in outside corner, see if you can retain Rodgers, or you got to draft outside." I personally agree with you. I agree with you. Like I said, I've always envisioned, since watching the tape of him, I've envisioned Cooper DeJean being used almost like the Eagles used Malcolm Jenkins, like wherever you need him, a Swiss Army knife. And I would like to see him develop into that. I'm in no rush to move Cooper DeJean out inside or outside, Joey.
No, not right. No, I don't right now. No, definitely not.
Yeah. I don't mind bringing Isaiah Rodgers back. Look, let me tell you, I think Isaiah Rodgers, I think, he had to come in cold where he's sitting there, then Slade would go out, go in, go out. He never really got to play enough to get any cohesion, and kind of play through things. So I wouldn't mind bringing Isaiah Rodgers if you can get him at a good price. I also think an Asante Samuel Jr. type guy, if he's available, he may be a guy that you have to pay, but it won't kill you. And you put him in, whether you like him or not, he's a turnover machine.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's options. My dream free agency draft is to sign back Vaughn, Becton, and Milt, and then draft James Pierce. Yeah, I mean that would be. I would love that too, but I just can't see. I just can't see Milton Williams.
The market's already going to be over $20 million for.
He's going to make so much money.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible.
Yeah. Ringo still scares me. His awareness and off ball still needs a vote. Yeah, I think there's talent there with Ringo, and he's another guy that doesn't see the field enough. But if the Eagles say, you know what, we're going to take a chance and play Ringo as our star, I'm willing to give it a chance. Will Howie surprise us all and get not an off the ball linebacker? He'll get like an edge rusher, guy that'll rush the passer, but I don't think he'll get like a Zach ball or like an off the ball linebacker.
Yeah.
Don't know if Jeremiah Trott Jr. is the answer at linebacker. Barely played in the playoffs. I think Vic knows something. I think they put Burks in that one game versus Green Bay, and what did it start with? Fumble. He forces a fumble. He
right, they got
plays. Right. So there was no need to put Trotter in. I think from what I saw of Trotter, I thought he has a lot of talent. I think he looks good. I think he's going to be a good player. He's got to work on tackling a little bit, probably get a little stronger, but I thought he's got a lot. I think he's got a lot of talent. I just think that the way the playoffs started with Oren Burks and that fumble right away, like he made it hard to take him off the field, The key to the Eagles season, all season, really, in all seriousness, the key to their all season is Zach Bond. You sign Zach Bond, and everything will fall into place.
I believe it.
It will fall into place.
It's a glaring hole right now. It's glaring right now. It's like the most empty. It's the most empty position right now. Because realistically,
it is.
You won't get Dean till later in the season. Ben Van Simmeren's coming off a knee injury. It's like,
Right.
it's like, so you really don't have much else there.
And Oren Burks, I don't think he wants to come back because I think he feels like, look at the way I played in the playoffs. I proved I could start in this league, and he's going to want to be a starter.
Yeah.
Phil, you were wrong about Trotter overtaking Dean. Yeah, I know. It's because of Bond. I did not expect that from Bond. When Bond, Bond was signed as a special teams standout.
A backup outside.
So, yeah, I felt like, you know what? Trotter's going to eventually beat this Bond kid out, this Bond guy out. He'll beat him out. But Bond came out and was Defensive Player of the Year. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. But see, I don't look at that like, well, that's because Trotter it wasn't because of something Trotter wasn't good. It was because Bond was that good,
Yeah, well, and Nakobe Dean was a big toss-up in the offseason because we didn't know what was going to happen. That open practice, he was getting burnt that whole entire practice, and we didn't know what he was going to do during the year. Like, things changed. I'm glad it did change. I'm glad our young guys are actually producing now. So, sometimes,
If you remember Nakobe Dean, it was like we did live. I did video every day. Starting today, day 3 of camp, day 8 of camp.
Devin White,
Zach Bond, Devin White. Those were your starters and then you get to the right season. It's like, nope, Dean is starting. Wait, what?
right.
Wait, what happened? Why? What's going on with No, Dean's just better. That was with Vic. Dean's just better. But why wasn't he starting all? You know what I'm saying? It was like,
I don't know, man.
Dean came out and he was great. He was great.
Crazy.
Yeah. It is crazy, but it's all. Zach Bond wasn't even an off the ball linebacker when they brought him in. He was a pass rusher. He was the edge rusher with New Orleans, and he was a special team standout. It was Vic Fangio went to Howie and said, "Why don't we try him off the ball?" And that was it.
Yep.
How much is Devin White kicking? I don't know. I don't know what Devin White's thinking. I definitely don't know. Rogue says, I want Myles Garrett, Max Crosby both to win. We need some new hungry dogs. Flags. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that whole hungry mentality. Agreed. Mr. National says Vic Fangio created Zach Bond. He did. He did. I mean, and that's why he's Vic Fangio, one of the best defensive coordinators in football. You look at Vic Fangio, everywhere he's been, he's always created good pass rushers. He's always had good linebackers.
Yep.
I mean, what's the dude that was in Miami? The guy they call Thor.
Van Ginkel.
Van Ginkel was the same situation in that he was a nobody, and Vic Fangio found what he's good at.
In one year.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think he played bad for Minnesota either.
He had like 6 sacks, 53 pressures, like not as good. I mean, Bond has been, you look at TJ Edwards, better than him. You look at Van Ginkel, way better than him. Just crazy, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Scotty says Joey Bosa. Anyone like Bosa, Khalil Mack, any of those guys have to come in and have to be willing to be the backup. I'm not taking any snaps away from my young guys. So if they're willing to do that, then I'm fine with it. You want to come in like, Brandon Graham and, take that lesser role, then fine. But you can't be, you're not starting here. TJ Edwards is a free agent. I don't want TJ Edwards. To me, when I look at Zach Bond play and Dean, to me, TJ Edwards becomes very, very limited, in my opinion. Yeah. Now, like Mac could be. See, if Khalil Mack says, you know what, I'm older, I need to play less snaps. I'm willing to be the third defensive end, the fourth defensive end, and rotate in. Give me 15 snaps a game, something like that. Then I would do it. I have no problem with that. But you're not taking snaps away from Jay. Did you see the way Jalen Hunt played in the Super Bowl and the playoff? This dude's a player. He's going to get you 6 to 8 sacks in year 2. Nolan Smith's going to get you 13 to 15 sacks. I'm not giving up any reps to those guys for those guys. Nobody's coming in taking reps. And if I get Garrett, that would be like the only way. It would be the only way. That's what just posted question marks on him leaving the Eagles, moving on from it. Yeah, I mean, the Eagles might bring him back. And I have no problem with it. But we'll just have to see. I mean, last year, he gave his goodbye tweet. Remember, it was great playing in Philly. I'm going to miss you guys. It looked like he was gone. So you never know.
Right.
Garrett, Browns can't even afford the cap hit. Trade him. They $25 million over the cap. And it'll cost $36 million to trade him before June. That's crazy. It's a lot of money. Garrett said he's willing to redo his contract to help out the team that's trading for him. So he's willing to do restructure for the good of the team and to get to a winner, a team that can win. So I don't know how much that helps at the end of the day. But if we do trade for Garrett, first, Jordan Davis, future second, I'm not doing it, dude.
Dude, what's with the damn disrespect of Jordan Davis?
I don't know, but I'm not doing it. Well, listen, I have a championship defense without Myles Garrett. I don't need him to win a Super Bowl. I've already done it. So why am I going to get – if I have young guys that can win a Super Bowl, if I have young guys that can win a Super Bowl, what do I need an older guy to win a Super Bowl? You know what I'm saying? Like, why am I going to give up my young – I'm not giving up any young talent. He wants to come in and be part of the young talent. I'm not giving up Jordan Davis. I'm not giving up Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. I'm not giving up Jalen Hunt. I'm not giving up DeJean. No. I'm not interested in giving anybody up because I've got young guys that have already won a championship. It's not like I need Myles Garrett to get over the hump. I've already won. Why do I need an old guy that has never won anything and get rid of young guys that win?
Yeah,
doesn't make sense
for a shorter time span, for a way shorter time span.
Yeah, like here you go, Cooper DeJean for Myles Garrett, win-win. For who?
Why are we talking about this?
That's not a win-win. It's not a win. I think it's a
You
loss.
just create another hole. You just create
You've
a
just
big
won a
hole.
Super Bowl without Garrett. What do I need him for? Jove says, if Howie moves down in the first round to pick, the other GMs will. Oh my God, they will. They're so scared of everything he does. You can hear every time they talk about what they're going to. It's like, what Howie Roseman? They are scared of Howie. I'm sure some teams have rules like you're not allowed to trade with Howie Roseman. You're not allowed to even take the call.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, I don't know. The way I see it is you've won a Super Bowl with these young guys. Why do you want to trade them? What do I get for trading? Like what by trading Miles for Miles Garrett and giving up Cooper DeJean to get him? How does that benefit me? I've already won a Super Bowl without Miles Garrett. I don't need him.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You know. I'm not giving up young winners for an old loser. Okay,
No.
sorry. An older guy has never won shit. I have to get him when I've got young guys that already won at every level of their career. I have no interest in it. I want Miles Garrett to come be part of that, but I'm not going to weaken myself somewhere
No, of
else.
course not.
You know. I mean, DeJean is such a steal. I want to get rid of him. I'm not doing it. And I think Cleveland would do it straight up. Why not? Bubba says, I'm not giving up any of our young guys for an old guy that hasn't won shit. And it's like, there you go. See, exactly. Me and Bubba think exactly
It sounds harsh, but it's the reality, though.
it is. I mean, like I said, it's not like, okay, it's different when you're like, you're getting to the NFC Championship game, but you lose. And you're like on the edge. You just need that one player to put you over, right? Then you go and you take a chance. But when you've won and you've done it, and you're going, oh my God, this guy's a second-year player. This guy's a third-year player. This guy's a rookie. This guy's a rookie. This guy's a second-year player. This guy's another rookie. Why do I want to get rid of those guys up? They're winners. They've already won.
Because Eagle
fans
are not used to having the talent that we have, especially from a young production standpoint with good coaching behind it. It's like, you just won a Super Bowl. Don't be trading pieces that were just a part of it. Unless they're free agents and they're going to get big money like there are on this roster this year, you got to let some guys go. I get it. You have to change in that aspect, but don't just be giving away players for these high reputational stat guys that, especially at 29, 30 years old, it's a short-term answer, bro. You're trying to build a dynasty. You're trying to build something for years.
Yeah. Scotty says Miles Garrett and Jalen Carter on the same line guarantees. Listen, Miles Garrett and Jalen Carter on the same line, to me, is the closest talent-wise you've had to the 91 defense when you had Reggie and Jerome. Okay, it becomes where that's the closest it's gotten. I'm not saying it'll be there, but it's as close as it ever got with him. However, the difference is that you've already won. You've proven you don't need Miles Garrett to win. And do you really want to, what I'm saying is I'm okay going out and getting Miles Garrett, but I'm not going to give up young guys to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like if they want to go, I'll give you my first this year and the first next year, and they want to trade. But I'm not giving up young guys. Even Jordan Day, I'm not doing it. My guys are winners. They won the Super Bowl. I know they know how to win. That's my thought. We've already won.
Right.
Okay, RP Stewart, my man. I don't need Miles Garrett to win. I already have the tool. If I get Zach Bond signed, I have all the pieces to win right now.
Yeah.
You gotta, you gotta figure out what to do with the Josh Sweat position. But I could trade maybe the 32nd and fourth round pick next year. Maybe I get Travon Walker. Maybe Jalen Hunt playing and starting. Maybe he gets 10. Maybe he takes a huge jump up. These guys are winners, man. We got guys that won. They've already won. We don't need Miles Garrett to win. He could be the icing on the cake to make us even better. But are you going to trade Cooper DeJean for him? Like, I mean, I keep hearing this thing with DeJean and Myles Garrett. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
If you're gonna trade DeJean for Myles Garrett, like the Eagles are gonna get you're not giving up a fantastic player for another really good player. It just you're getting nothing in return for that. I mean, even if that's the case, what are you going to get in return for that? You're just going to give up 2 first rounds for Garrett and you give DeJean away for a bag of peanuts, but you just give them everything? No, it makes no friggin' sense.
Yeah.
The trade makes no sense.
Yeah. No. I'd rather give up picks than one of our young. Yeah, I'll give up picks, but I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up any of those. Those guys are all off. To me, they're all off limits because they've already proven themselves, Joey. Like I said, it's not like we can't get over them. Like we've already proven ourselves. We don't need to do anything else.
No.
Built to the draft, guys. We've been killing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. If Howie got the call, he would hang up. They wouldn't give a second. They wouldn't give up 2 firsts and Garrett for Cooper. Yeah, I'm not doing it. There's no way I'm getting rid of DeJean. I'm not. I've already won with these guys. DeJean in the biggest stage goes out and gets a pick 6. Dude, shows you he's a winner. You don't get rid of that.
No.
What about Jalen Hunt and 3 picks? I'm keeping Jalen Hunt. Jalen Hunt, I mean, you look at the way he played in the Super Bowl, the way he played in the NFC Championship game. What do you get next year from him? You get what, 6 to 8 sacks? Okay. If I get 6 to 8 sacks from him next year, I get double digits from Nolan Smith. What do you get 2 years after that? Another double digit guy. So you got 2 guys. You could have in 3 years, you could legitimately have 2 guys getting you 12, 15 sacks a season. Because I think Jalen Hunt is a player. What do I need? I don't need Myles Garrett. You know what I mean? What do I need him for? And I don't say that saying that I wouldn't want him. I would love to get him. But it can't be the expense of getting rid of a guy who's won a championship who's young.
Well, we don't got to worry about any of this because it ain't going to happen. So,
no.
At the end of the day, it's speculation, but
if the Eagles got Myles Garrett, it would be a situation where it's like the Eagles give up their first pick, a second pick next year, and a third. It would be something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think any players would be involved.
No.
I really want Garrett. I'm sorry, tomorrow is not. No, I understand. You're right. I mean, tomorrow is not guaranteed. And for Garrett, how long has Garrett been in the league? Like 8 years? For 8 years, nothing has happened. Everything hasn't been guaranteed.
Just say it. Just say it.
Nothing.
He has been a loser. He has been
He's
a loser.
He's on a loser.
He's a loser.
He's not. He's a great player. But he ain't won shit, dude. You know.
What'd you say? What did you say, quote? You said he's a winning, but he's a loser. I forgot what you fucking said before.
I don't know. He's winning and losing or something. I don't know. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, do you value the 4 sacks of Nolan Smith in the playoffs, or would you rather have 10 sacks of Myles Garrett playing for a losing team? That's how I say
it should get you excited. Once you see guys producing, it should just get you excited to be like, oh man, I can't wait till next year. I can't wait till we were saying that every game. Remember going from oh my god, look how much you put, look how great Jalen Hunt played today. I can't wait till the next game. Who's gonna get the first sack? Like it got more exciting as the year went on, especially got into the playoffs and then the Super Bowl. Forget it. I mean, Jalen Hunt's going against an all-pro. I mean, and just destroying him off the line. I mean, it's just crazy.
Gage says individually he's the best at his position. Browns wasted him like the Giants. I agree. I mean, all joking aside, I think you're exactly right. He's wasted talent over there in Cleveland. There's no question. And one of the reasons I would like to see Myles Garrett come to Philly is because he's hungry. He didn't win a Super Bowl here. He wants to win. So you're going to get that from him. You're going to get a guy that's hungry. However, being the fact that I've won a Super Bowl with young guys that have proven themselves, all I'm saying is I'm not trading one of those young guys for him because I know what those guys can do. I know that they can win on the big stage, and they're young. So I have no problem with Myles Garrett coming to Philly, but not at the expense of trading a Cooper DeJean or Jalen Hunt or Nolan Smith. I'm not doing that. That's all I'm saying. Go get Garrett. I'm all for it, but not getting rid of those young guys. Why do I want to get rid of young guys that can win Super Bowls? I'm just not going to do it. We know what they've got. We know what they are. Alfredo, thank you for super chat. He goes, when Garrett comes to Philly, don't say I didn't say so. Okay, but that never really was the question. Like Myles Garrett coming to Philly, that's not the question. Is do you give up young talent for him? And that's where I say no. I have no problem giving up draft picks for him, but I'm not giving up Nolan Smith. I'm not giving up Cooper DeJean. I am not giving up Jordan Davis. I am not giving up. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it.
No.
Goldberg's 215. Thank you for super chat. He goes, would you give up Nolan or Hunt if it guarantees another Super Bowl? Hypothetically, if it Super. No, I think I'm going to win. I think I'm going to win more than one more Super Bowl, and I think those guys are going to be part of it.
Man,
Garrett is a beast, but we can't just give up on young studs. Howie is smarter than that. Howie will find a way to through picks. I agree. I mean, if you want to get Bryce Huff up, okay, I'll do that. But the guys that went out and proved themselves, like when you see a guy like Nolan Smith, like blossom into a star in the playoffs, and then you see Jalen Hunt take a giant step in the play, like why do I want to get rid of them? I went through all that developmental process with them through the whole year, 2 years with Nolan Smith. Why can't I get rid of it?
I could see if Myles Garrett was like 26.
Right.
I could see sure like a player trade, and Myles Garrett's like 26 years old. Okay, but for a 29 going on 30 or 30-year-old edge rusher right now that's got a solid 2 years, maybe 3 years,
right,
to give up, no, just no.
You're not talking about 26-year-old Garrett. You're not talking about when Khalil Mack got traded from the Raiders to the Bears. He was 27 years old. That's a different thing.
Yes.
This guy's 30 years old, 29, going to be 30. You're only going to get 2 years with him, maybe 3 years. I don't see the reason to do it unless you can get him without giving up players. The question isn't, does Philly 500 and Joey Shakes not want Myles Garrett? We do. We don't want to get rid of the young guys to get them. So all I'm saying is if you're talking draft picks, I'm all for it. If you're talking getting rid of guys like Cooper DeJean, Nolan Smith, Jalen Hunt, I have no interest because the guys that I have already won, and he hasn't won anything.
Yeah. That's where we're at. Yeah.
You gave a first round and a second next year and a conditional pick 3 years from now. Fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, the first round pick this year is a second. The first round pick next year could be a 32nd pick again. It could be another second rounder. That's how you have to think of it. It's like the Eagles. If the Eagles are holding like the 15th overall pick right now, like I'm probably not even making that trade just because.
Right now, if the Eagles lost the NFC Championship game, I may think differently because I'm like, well, maybe Garrett's what we need to get over the top of the hump. But we already got over there without him.
And you say to ourselves, like, who's better than us right now between the AFC and NFC? Realistically, like, who's better than us? I don't know. I think this is the number one team. Obviously, we won the Super Bowl, so we're the number one team. But
I don't think there's anybody better than us right now.
No.
I think all you need is Zach Bolenstein, and you're set. You're set. Gage says Walker from the Jags is another option. I think Walker is a great option. I do. I think he's worth. I would give straight up 30-second pick for him. Straight up. Afraid of. Thank you for super chat. He goes, just give them all the picks, but no players. That's what I want to do. I'm all for that. I think that would be great, but I'm not getting rid of those young guys. Can you imagine you get rid of Nolan Smith and he starts becoming a 15-sack guy every year with Cleveland? And it's like, dude, he could have been doing that in Philly.
I'd be pissed.
Yeah. Garrett's a hell of a player, and I'm all for getting him, but I don't need him to win a championship. That's my point. You probably aren't paying Carter and Nolan though. Oh, you're paying both of them. Why wouldn't you pay them? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Well, you probably aren't paying Carter and Nolan. Yeah, you are. Why wouldn't you pay both of them? I don't understand. They're not the same position. You'll pay both of them. You're definitely going to pay both of them.
Yeah, Jalen Carter especially.
We won't give away young players. Brown would have to give up 2 first-round picks and Garrett, and then Howie would consider listening to a BS trade like that. I agree. I don't think it would happen.
You're not trading. You're not trading a young player and giving away 2 first-round picks for a 30-year-old player. The trade makes no sense. It makes no sense. Why are we talking? Why are we even talking about?
I don't know.
Why are we talking
like
about
people? I think we're so used to like not winning.
Yes,
we're negotiating from a place we're not no longer. We're not trying to get over the hump and losing in the championship game. We're the champions. We don't have to go get Myles Garrett. You understand? We don't need. We've got everybody. We've got what we need right here. But if you could get him and not have to give up anything, I'm all for it.
That's fine.
Yeah. It does make sense. You just got triggered. I don't think you know what the word triggered means if you think that's triggered. Having a discussion about something is not triggered. I don't think you know what the word means.
It's common sense. That's what it is.
Tired of the Garrett shit. Yeah. I'd give Cleveland a first, a fifth. This year, a second, next year, and Bryce Love. Yeah, I would do something like that.
There you go.
I would too. Yeah.
There you go. Now we're going in the right direction.
Just not giving up Cooper DeJean or Nolan Smith or all the other guys they want to get rid of to get them. We are the champions. We negotiate from the top, baby. We're not trying to get over it. We're there. Too many people listen to dancing with his shit takes to enrage people and drive engagement. These are nonsensical ornaments. Yeah, right? Jair Alexander's a free agent. Is he a free agent or are they going to trade him? I thought he was under contract and they're looking at trading him.
They released him, I think.
Yeah, I wonder where he'll end up. He'll get a lot of money. I mean, could you imagine if he came to the Eagles?
Yeah, cornerback market. They need to stay away from that.
There's some corners though in this draft in free agency.
Oh, I know.
I mean, I think they'll be able to figure it out. Go Birds! Thank you for super chat. Because we can't be complacent. Every year is different. Of course, every year is different. But you don't. You got young talent. You let them develop. It was so great about Nolan Smith was that whole second season he developed and took a nice jump. But it was like the playoffs was really like the start of his third season.
Yeah,
and you could see how he kind of just broke out. I mean, the guy had 4 sacks right in the playoffs. And we're talking about prime. Yeah, and he had 6.5 sacks in the regular season. So, to me, because those guys are playing, it makes a huge difference.
It's true. It's true.
Haywood. Joe Bloomy is available. I'm sure he is.
I can't.
It's over 4 hours. That's goofy time. We don't probably have to go much more. Probably. They're pretty much done. with the pass rushers.
They got linebackers.
They got linebackers coming. Let's see. Yeah. Well, so it's up to you. I mean, I'm not really concerned too much about the linebackers. I feel like.
Oh. I want to look at a couple. I want to look at eventually. Even if we don't do it, I want to look at some of the
Yeah, we'll stay for a while. We'll let them run some linebackers through, and then we'll.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not because of dead straight boys. Let's run this shit back like Barkley said. Let the young guys eat. Absolutely. Let's see. I remember in 23 against the Bucs in the playoffs, no one tried to trip Baker when he scrambled. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the play, but I mean, he's come a long way since his rookie year. That's for sure.
100%, no doubt.
Somebody's going to fall to us. You know it, or somebody's going to get in our range to trade up. I would not be surprised if the Eagles trade up in the first round. It would not surprise me at all.
Yeah, because these other teams in front of us are all scrambling. They're all going to be scrambling so much. This team is going to sit back with that last pick so damn comfortable. Whether they could trade back, stay in that first round, and draft somebody there with that fifth-year option there. I mean, there's so many. I think this is the perfect situation for them, honestly. I don't care that we don't have a top 10 pick. I don't even care about that. This roster is 90% complete right now, and by draft time, who knows what it's going to look like by then. So
it's going to look good, that's for sure. I got a good feeling someone will, but honestly, Loveland could fall. You never know. How did we get Mitchell? The way we got Mitchell was that nobody drafted defense. Everybody would draft. It was like an offensive run the whole time. That's the only way. So it was kind of crazy, Non-Canadian says, I think we learned the last two draft teams are chasing us. We don't have to be everyone else but be us. Agreed. I agree. It'll be interesting. And here I just saw you posted that. So let me show you guys this. Just a reminder, if you guys want the main thing t-shirts, they're still available, especially the hoodies and stuff we got available. This is my favorite. Our favorite shirt we've done. These are been great sellers, by the way. So if you want them, we got the hoodies. They're ready to go. Main thing, Joe dropped that link again, and definitely don't miss out.
And we got the we got the polyester shirts too. They're really nice design, like they're even better design ones that we have that are really nice. Definitely go check them out.
I think here you go.
You yeah,
right there it is. Those have been selling like hotcakes too. So definitely check those out, guys.
Check them
out.
Check them out.
I forgot the Chiefs let the Eagles three-peat. I think we got. Look, I don't know about three-peat, but I think over the course of the next 5 years, I think this team is going to be playing in some big games.
Just got to keep drafting well and keep producing. That's it. Make sure. I mean, if they can keep this offensive court, if they can keep Patul here for the next few years, and Fangio obviously will be here. We don't have to worry about him leaving, and has control of every layer of this defense inside and out. We're going to be good to go. We're going to be a really good team.
So, yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, Warren will be long gone. That would be Warren. Yeah. I mean, I was hearing top 10, so he's gonna be long gone. There's no question about that. But that doesn't mean there's going to be tight ends in the second round to take.
Yeah, of course.
We'll
plenty of them. Plenty of them.
Do we draft a kicker? I don't know. I would probably just bring in some guys to challenge Elliott at camp. I will give Elliott credit because in the Super Bowl, he looked great. I mean, everything was right down the middle, so he came up big.
Wombat, I've been thinking about this. Since they probably going to ban the tush push, what do y'all think of this? Convert Jordan Mailata to a fullback and get a new tackle. Look at his rugby highlights. Scary. Yeah, I mean, I know everybody's ever since he was drafted, people wanted him to run the ball. I think one preseason game they should just let him play running back just to see what happens. But yeah, I don't think they're going to ban the tush push. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know, you want to risk your left tackle getting hurt running? I don't know. He's so valuable, you know.
Too valuable, yeah.
Alfredo, thank you for the super chat. My man, he goes, we're getting another 3 Super Bowls by 2030. I think it's totally possible. I think it's totally possible. Greg says, Colston Loveland might be on the board at pick 32, the tight end from Michigan Wolverines. He might be. I think it was him they were talking about. They were talking about tight ends going to Philly. I think it was the kid from Michigan that they were saying is the perfect fit for
they met with sorry about that. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say Joe Vegas said earlier, you need a tight end that could catch and block because you need a guy who can block because Calcaterra can block. So I agree with him.
Yeah, they met with Gunnar Helm from Texas as well. So they definitely have tight end on their mind. There's no doubt about it. Tight end is definitely.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. You get a tight end, you let him play behind Goddard for the year, shows that he can start, and then boom, you got you rotate him right in. I love it. It's Philly thinks the Eagles are going to be there. I believe they are. I believe we're on that track. 500. You wanted a running back. Eagles should go. I think when I say running back, I'm thinking more of like a little faster back that could catch out of the backfield. That kind of back. Give you like a change of pace. Kind of guy. But we'll see. I mean, I do think getting another running back. You're a run team. You run the ball. That's what you do. You want to take some carries away from Barkley. You don't want to. He doesn't need to get 30 carries every game. How long is he going to last if you keep doing that?
Right.
I'm telling you guys, they're going to sign Davis to a team-friendly deal. I think so. I think the first move, it's significant signing we're going to see is Cam Jurgens. I think they're going to extend Cam Jurgens. And then I think you try to get Bourne signed, and then you get Nakobe Dean signed. And that's what I think they do.
I believe it.
If I had to guess, I would say the next 3 signings are Cam Jurgens, Bourne, and Dean. I'm usually pretty good at picking good players for the draft, but all the players I like are going to be off the board early. It feels great to have pick 32. It does feel good to have pick 30. Somebody always drops. Somebody always drops. Somebody always takes a chance on somebody that shouldn't go so early. And it just always finds a way where you get, who would have thought that Cooper DeJean was not going to be a first-round pick? Right? I mean, who thought that he wasn't going in first? And then to go at 40, and then a few years ago, Nakobe Dean. I mean, you remember all those mock drafts? Nakobe Dean's supposed to go in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
They don't go in the first round.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. I'm not saying Nolan is bad or anything. I'm just saying he's not ever going to be what Garrett is. Maybe as a pure all-around player. You might be right about that. Garrett is a great talent. But Garrett is also 30 years old. I don't think Nolan Smith I don't think we need him to be Myles Garrett.
No, well, that's the thing. No other player has to live up to another player. You think that Cam Jurgens will be another? Is he Jason Kelce right now? No, I don't think so. I think he's still a great player, but he's not Jason Kelce. They gotta write their own story, bro.
Yeah. Garrett's the first ballot. Look, Garrett's great. I have no issues with Garrett. Just all we're saying is get him without getting rid of the young guys. That's it. You just no need to get rid of guys that are young and already won. When you've already won without them, just get them without getting rid of Nolan Smith, Cooper DeJean, Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith. Just get them without getting rid of those guys. That's That would be my thing. If I was the owner of the team and Howie was like, I want Myles Garrett, get him, do what you need to get him, but you can't give up those young guys.
Yeah.
Don't ever wash those Matt Corral jerseys, right? I mean, those things are the greatest luck of all time. Jono says one day they're going to do like a documentary. It's going to be like an ESPN 30-30, the Matt Corral jersey, why it brought Philly to a dynasty. It's going to be a documentary done about it. Jono says, Joey, my man, he's going to be gone. He's projected before Pierce.
Who?
I don't know who. I don't know
what I mean, because I don't know what we're talking about.
Somebody said something to you. I don't know. James says, thanks, guys. 500. You guys are the only team I listen for birds. Thank you, my man. Thank you, James.
Hey, James.
Appreciate that. Nolan Smith can go out as one of the fastest dens of all time. When it's all said and done, he keeps up. The guy's got all world potential. All world potential. What up, Philly? 6'6" edge. Shamir Stewart just ran a 4.59. Wow. Davis ran a 4.78. He's agile too for the size. I'm down to double dip edge rushers first and third if we don't. I don't mind double dip. I definitely don't. That's pretty fast. How much does he weigh? 6'6". That's what I would ask. Because you remember, I mean, Jordan Davis was 340 pounds.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
340.
Damn, over 4 hours. You guys going hard today? Yeah. Well, it's combine.
It's combine time.
Yeah. If the Eagles keep number 32, just draft the best player. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you just take the best player. Forget position. Just take the best player.
True.
Should we start looking for? Yeah, I think so. But I mean, I wouldn't like stress over it. Like I wouldn't reach for trying to find a right tackle to replace him. Let that fall into place. But yeah, you keep your eye open. Oh man,
I don't know who the backup right tackle is. To be honest, I don't know who the hell plays backup right tackle. Was Fred Johnson plays the left side?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not sure.
I'm trying to think who was it last year. I'm trying to think. Did Lane miss any games?
Nah, I don't know.
So the linebackers are on the field. There's been about a 40-minute break between the edge rushers going and then the linebackers coming out. So the linebackers are now out. And you got Eugene Asante is running. And so the linebackers are finally starting. There was like a good 40 minutes where they were just empty field.
Right.
They were just BSing. Matt Frazier from LSU, right guard is perfect. Jeff Stoutland, guy who can steal late rounds. I love it. I don't worry about the linemen. Like they always get linemen that could get developed by Stoutland. I think we'll be fine. But if you keep Becton, right? If you keep Becton, you can. I think you pop him out to right tackle in the future, and you put Keegan in at right guard.
Yeah, I think so.
Jeffrey Bossa's up next from Oregon.
Bossa.
I'm surprised that Chaz. Oh, it has a couple times. It's just.
It has.
We've been able to pull it back enough.
It has.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Eagles will ever draft an off-the-ball linebacker in the first round. I just don't think it'll happen. They're only going to go guys that can rush the passer.
Unless they wanted Jalen Walker as a pass rusher. And that can play off
I think that's why I think he is, though. In my opinion, that's how if I'm coming in the league, that's why I'm playing him.
Yeah, everyone's saying he's a monster on the edge when he plays on the ball. Everyone says he's a monster.
Yeah, and that's why I think you bring him. That to me.
But if he drops, like say he drops into the second round, if he's not even drafted in the first round, then you might be able to move up in the second round. I mean, who knows? I mean, just depends where he's going to be at. But
yeah, Goldberg, thank you for super checkers. Do you think Ship replaces Kenny G next? I do. I think he becomes your backup, and I think they bring in another running back. Barnett and Carter next to Vaughn would be fun. Or Barrett Carter. Why did I see Barnett? And I was, oh, God. Carson Bruner, with his receding hairline. He runs 4.59. The reason why I like Chella Sanders is because he's an underdog despite his last name. Yeah. What the hell is his hair? It looked like it was human brain. 500 having flashes from the past with Barnett. I know, so I really was. Speaking of young guys and trades, would you trade Steen, especially with Keegan on the roster as well? I would try not to trade Steen because you know why? Steen can play multiple positions on both sides of the line.
Mhm.
I think guys like that are too valuable, so I keep them.
Yeah, I wouldn't get rid of him, no doubt.
Yeah, Jaheed Campbell's running now. I like this kid. I think he's gonna be a good player. I don't think the Eagles will take him.
No.
Unless they let Vaughn go. That would be the only way.
Mm-hmm.
Abdul Carter's going to drop. Nah, Carter ain't going to drop. Not far enough.
So do you think if Vaughn walks, do you think like linebacker is the number one? It turns into the number one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I do. I mean, I think you got to start trusting Trotter. I think you got to, Jaheed Campbell, kid like this, see what he runs. He's going to run a good time. 4.52. But I think you got to get a linebacker. I think it becomes a giant hole.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you get him signed, then all of a sudden your defense is set. Otherwise, you got to figure out something at linebacker. You're going to have questions. You're going to have questions going into the season with linebacker, and it's like, why let him go when if you sign him, you have it. You already know. There isn't it's not like a debate. When I say you have a championship defense, it's not a debate. They've already proved it. So get Vaughn signed. I think they're going to sign Vaughn. I mean, what I got from Howie was, we don't pay these off the ball linebackers in the past, but that doesn't mean we're not going to now. That's what he was saying, Rob, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, gentlemen, do you all happen to have that polyester oversized font print Shakedown shirt on hand? I'm trying to see how it looks on the body before purchasing. I don't have it on hand. I haven't gotten any shipments yet.
Yeah, I have actual picture of somebody wearing it.
Oh yeah, send it to me if they don't mind. But if Joey's got a picture, I could put it up and show you. But that's been a big seller.
I'll go ahead. I'll send it to you soon. Looking for it.
Zach Bone, yeah, I believe Zach Bone will get paid too. I don't believe he's leaving. I travel across the country on a pedal bicycle, smoking cigarettes. Leave Keegan alone. Left out. Don't smoke anymore. But some people can pull it off. You the man. You did all that with the cigarettes. Shamar James is running from Florida. How he likes those Florida guys. 4.7. You think the Eagles broke the Chiefs in a way in which every team has got a blueprint to beat them? I don't know. I mean, I kind of think I kind of think the blueprint was out in the Bucs game. I think they're just a tough team to beat. I don't think this is the end of the Eagles Chiefs playing each other, to be honest with you. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
All right. I hope they don't mind.
No.
I'm gonna send.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna show them what the shirt looks like. Somebody wearing it. All right, so here's the shirt. What it looks like wearing it, and this is for was it Ra? Here's somebody wearing the shirt. Hope that helps. That looks like it fits all right. And then here's another picture of it.
Yeah.
It looks.
Yeah.
So that's
kind
of what it looks like. Yep, that's what it looks like, my man. That's the best we could do because I haven't gotten mine yet.
I have to
trying to get everybody.
Yeah, we're trying to get to
We're trying to get everybody's their stuff quickly. I can't wait to see Carter smack someone in the face again, laugh my ass off. Football season needs to hurry up. You ain't kidding. Dude, watching the like listening to the Chief fans cry about no calls is the funniest thing in the world.
I know, it's so great.
Is it the fun? I mean, the things they got away with, and they're worrying about this. They didn't call this. They don't call that. It's crazy, right? No, I haven't seen any UFO stuff. I haven't seen anything wrong. It's been quiet. I haven't even seen as many planes. Colin says, it's been a crazy ride with you, Philly. Been watching since 2019. Oh, man, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Hope this isn't the post that gets read. Would be my luck with all others being missed. It was. It was. This is literally the first time I seen you all stream. But I'll look. Let me see if I can find anything else. Oh, here you go. I'm going to read this one for you. Look, we will lose Dean because of injuries. Depending on how he runs, Miami linebacker Phil Nteyu should be intriguing. Okay, well, I'll have to check him out. But you really think we're going to lose Dean? See, I don't think we're going to. We have Dean one more year, right? I think they signed Dean, man. I do.
Yeah, it's gonna be he's gonna be so cheap, but we have to see what he looks like coming off that injury. It's gonna take him coming back, and it's gonna take like 4 weeks. It's gonna take like a month.
But they said that injury is something that you recover fully from.
Yeah.
So I expect him to be fine. SMD Eagles, what's going on? Like, stream, subscribe to Sport Guy 500. Joey Shakes. Link to Joey in the description. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Francisco is running now. Francisco. 461. I heard that recovery takes like 8 months. It does. It takes a while. Who do you all want in free agency besides Myles Garrett and our players from last season? I don't know. There's nobody that I'm like, oh, we got to get this guy. We got to get that guy. Even Garrett, it depends on what it is. But I am intrigued by the name Asante Samuel Jr. That intrigues me. If you're going to keep DeJean in the inside and Slay goes and you want to bring a guy who gets turnovers, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Dean hasn't stayed healthy in any of his seasons. I like him, but he can't. No, I understand he's been hurt. But sometimes I used to say the same thing about Ertz. If you remember early in Ertz Creek, could not stay healthy on the field, and then he got through it. I gotta hope, I gotta pray that Dean can. And the other thing with Dean, The other thing with Dean is, like, because of the injuries and stuff, it may actually give the Eagles a good deal to keep him. But you got to get depth at linebacker. That's why you can't let Bond go, because you risk losing both of them.
You can't do that.
Hey, Philly 500, do you think Netflix will get on Eagles game this season? I tried of the pay-per-view to watch from the greedy corporate. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, how many games does Netflix play? Like 1 or 2 games a year?
Not much. No, like 2 games, barely that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if at all, it'd be like 1 game. If Asante Samuel Jr. is any good, why is he available? Well, I mean, you can't pay everybody.
He's a free agent.
Free agency happens. Hey, listen, we could use that same logic last year. Why is Saquon Barkley available if he's so good? Right? I mean, it's the same thing. Why would you give – well, good players become free. It happens in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Been following you guys since 2018. Man, I think we are going to go 4 Super Bowls in under 10 years. Would be crazy. It would be crazy. I think, like I said, I think this is the beginning of a few.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, a guy like Asante Samuel, he doesn't have to come in and be your number 1 corner. That's the great thing.
Yes.
He's just going to come in and play that spot and get turnovers. But I mean, just because a guy becomes a free agent means he's not good. If we use that logic, then Saquon Barkley would be he'd be in Houston getting 2,000 yards.
If that.
Right? It depends on the corner. I mean, look, the question is, what do they think Ringo can come in and play that? That's what we got to wonder.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming into another Super Bowl open window this year, and is an offseason going to be enough to tell you that he could be a starting corner? I don't have the answer for that. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Will he be wearing his dad's number on the Eagle? Oh, I don't know. The Ringo would have to give up that number, but I don't know. I like Khalil Mack for backup. No Bosa. Bosa has an attitude problem. Bosa's always hurt too, Khalil Mack as a backup, as a rotational guy, but he can't take snaps away from my young guys.
Bosa's only had 2 healthy seasons. That's the truth, 2 out of his whole career.
Rogue says, hello, guys. You could give Cleveland extra picks like 25 first round, 26 second round, and 27 third round, and unload bad contract like Huff, Bradbury, and maybe throw Pickett to swing the deal. Yeah, look, if they could do that, I would do that. Yeah, in a second. Secondly, I love that idea. But I'm not giving up my young guys. Ringo's wearing 22 right now. Again, more Dan Chiller talking points. If Reddick was good, then why is he available? Yeah, that's crazy. Do the Eagles bring in a kicker? I would hope that they bring in a kicker. You know what I mean? Will Cooper DeJean still be third? I would assume. All right, I don't know for certain, but I assume after winning the Super Bowl, having a great season that you had, having a pick 6 in the Super Bowl, why would you ever come off number 33?
Yeah,
I would never touch that number. No, I think that 33 is safe to go buy a jersey. Go Bird, thank you for super checkers. Do you think Coop will play quarterback 2 for Slade? I don't know. I don't know. I do wonder because they're talking to a bunch of different safeties and stuff. I do wonder if they're going to try to throw DeJean outside. But I hope not. I hope they keep him inside. We'll see. I mean, I think he could do it. I think he could play it. I think he could play every position in the secondary.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I know, man, he's so locked down in the slot. Why get rid of him?
And that position's been a major problem. That inside corner has been a major problem for a few years. So
it is major problem. And he just solved it. I say I would rather sign Asante like an Asante Samuel Jr., right? I'd rather bring him in and let him play, or even resign Isaiah Rodgers, or keep Slay one more year. Okay, but I don't want to push him outside if I don't have to.
Right.
Philly, do you think Hurts is a Philadelphia Eagles Hall of Fame? I do. Yeah, I do. DeJean can cover tight ends. I know. He could. To me, DeJean can play every position in the second. I don't care if you moved him to safety, to outside corner, wherever you put him, he's going to be good. Joey, here's a question for you: how did you become an Eagle fan?
Coming off a bet in like early middle school. That's pretty much how it happened. I was watching football every day, but that's how it happened.
Slate wants to play one more year in the league. Keep him an Eagle, in my opinion. Yeah, they definitely could. Keep it simple. Resign Bond first, then Becton. This team can add through the draft and some depth of free agent. The team's already top contender. Is it? I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. It's that simple. DeJean can deplete Henry. I know. That's what I'm saying. The guy can take down Henry. He can play safety and tackle. He can cover tight ends. He can play on the outside. Like, dude can play every. That's why I always say I see him. I envision down the road 4 or 5 years. Cooper DeJean. All right, you need me to cover this tight end this game. All right, you need me on the outside this game. Okay, you need me to play safety this game. Like wherever you need him, he can play. Not even games, but per play. All right, one play he's on the outside. Next play is in the slot. Next play is at safety. Like, that's how I envision using Cooper DeJean. They did a lot of that with Malcolm Jenkins, then too. And that's how I see DeJean. He showed you he could play every position.
That is true.
All right, I got to go to the gym. Good looking out, guys. See you next live stream's tomorrow. Next live stream, we got the day 2 of the draft. Tight ends go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Teddy Buchanan Cal's going right now. He's running a 4.61 twice. Nah, I don't want anything to do with Bosa. I have no interest in Bosa. Jaheed Campbell's going again. Now, I don't know how long you want to go, man.
Yeah, no. If you got stuff that, I mean, I'm.
No, I'm just chilling. Yeah. Well, what are we?
I don't know if you got to roll up any, roll up any tortellinis or anything tonight. I don't want to ruin that.
No. That's a good. I had gnocchi last night. It was good.
Never had that.
You ever had gnocchi?
Homemade, though.
That's my favorite. Both of you guys were extremely high on him in the draft. Who is that, Raj? Who are you extremely high on? Was that DeJean? We loved DeJean and Quinion. I mean, those were like our 2 favorite guys. Like pretty much defense, right? And then the linebacker Cooper that went to Green Bay. Those were like our 3 favorite defensive players.
I don't even know who else we were really high on that draft that we were like.
No, Mitchell was one.
Yeah,
Mitchell was one. DeJean was like late. Like we fell in love with him late, and the talk was where to play him.
Yeah, maybe.
And I was like, I think he's a safety. That's why I kept saying I think he's more of a safety.
Yeah, maybe Terrion Arnold or something like that. I think we were.
Yeah. Arnold was like, all right. Yeah, he was all right, but it was Mitchell, DeJean, and then Cooper from the linebacker from that went to Green Bay. Those were like the 3 guys. Yeah. Jared Verse was I liked Verse, but I just knew he was never going to be there.
Right.
I didn't think Cooper. I didn't think Q was going to be there. I thought he was going to go like 13, 14.
Jesus.
But man, boy, did it work out! What a steal! They're going to talk. I swear, in future years, like there's going to be NFL film stuff made on that draft for the Eagles. What do I think about Gabe? Oh God, you're not getting me again on that. You're not getting me this time. I'm too smart. I've learned my lesson.
Gabe Orno. Hey, Philly.
When you say it, how come when you say it, I can hear it now? But when I was saying it,
Philly, what do you think about the linebacker, Gabe Orno? Yo, what draft was that? It was nonstop. I don't know what draft that was that whole fucking night. I don't know.
That was the AJ Brown year. That was
it was. Seymour
man.
Butts and all these other
Seymour Butts. Oh God.
Oh man.
I get killed. I get killed with that for years. I fall into the same trap over and over and over again. It just do. Like I was saying, you know how many times I said Gabe Orno? Gabe Orno. Who is that?
Mike.
And I'm going, when I say it, I don't hear it. And then when you just did it, I hear it. You know. What made the defense so tough was playing nickel and still not getting run over. Agreed. Demetrius Knight Jr. is running. .461. I haven't seen him yet. What?
I just
What?
Oh, these people in this chat.
What did it say? I'm gonna
mention it. You didn't catch it, so.
Lucius's one?
I forgot who it was. I just saw it.
Eagles fan for the South. Thank you for super chat. He goes, "Can you shout out my son Braylon?" Yeah, shout out to you, Braylon. Shout out to you, buddy. I'm completely fine with losing Sweat and Milton with how stacked this draft is with yeah, I get it. I started it again, Philly. I know. You started all the problems. Harry, oh my God, I'm not even Splenda. I'm not even. I'm not even going to try. For Splenda, I'm just going to read the first name. That's it.
It's done. The chat is cooked. It's done.
It's done. I think we should go for another 15 minutes, dude. I think we should go. I think we're good. I mean, we've watched some linebackers go. We've watched the defensive line.
Yeah. I mean, thank God today for the first day, it was a good day. It was an important day for us.
I think this is where your first round picks come. Now tomorrow we got tight ends and receivers, right? So like I'm interested in, I think it's tight ends and receivers, right? I'm interested in the tight ends. I don't need the receivers, like, depending upon what time we can start when the tight ends run if you want. Let me see. Yeah, defensive backs and tight ends tomorrow. So that's a little bit interesting because all of a sudden with all the people that we might have to go the same time tomorrow too.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock, I think.
Yeah. What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
Did I do something?
No, you didn't do anything. Not this time though.
Look at these names. My God. I'm scared to click on a chat. my God. KG says, just got my main thing shirts for me and my son. They look amazing. Also grabbed the DB Cooper shirt. Love it. Great job. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that, man.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for purchasing. Here are the shirts again, guys. If you want, we still have some in stock. Everybody's loving these. Main thing shirt.
Oh, yeah.
And
order up.
Definitely check it out. Order up before we run out. And, yeah, man. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Joey, tell them about Terrifier 4.
Coming out in 26, and there's not really much news on it. It'll be the last film probably, so I'm excited.
I'm just so scared to click. Jihad, that's my guy. Him and Born Crazy. Yeah, look, I think him. He's the kind of guy I go after if I can't sign Born. Then I would go after him. But Sewell Blaze, man, thank you for the super chat. Anita, oh my God, Anita. You see Anita hand job? This chat is insane.
Oh man.
Aaron, oh my, Lucius, right tackle, Aaron. My balls. Aaron, my balls. For Stout to develop. Oh my God. Oh my God. These people are crazy, man.
It's that time of the year.
Well, you think this is bad. Wait till the draft. You know, when you get to that day 3 of the draft.
Oh,
you got the final 3 hours is crazy. Oh my. Roll Philly Dogs, thank you for super chat. That Russian linebacker looks good. Like, I can't even pronounce that. You want to read that? I can't read that.
Ken, you suck.
You sue me golf. You guys are crazy.
Albany, check out the linebacker from Albany, some Hungies.
What?
Albany, check out from Chuck.
Check out the linebacker from Albany, some hung guy. Some hung guy.
All right. Can't. Oh man.
Oh, we are so demonetized. You know that, right?
Oh, it's probably yellow right now. I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure they got mad at me for my thing about the White House video. Oh my God.
You made a White House video?
Well, no, just talking about the story. Yeah, I got demonetized and everything for it.
What the hell was I gonna say? Yeah, please, guys. I know Philly probably is, and my warning strike goes off in like 2 weeks. So please, like, I'm begging everybody.
I'm screwed till March.
Yeah,
I gotta
same.
get to the end of March.
Same. Like, I'm still on that warning strike till early March because I got mine first before you did.
Yeah, you did. That's right.
Mm-hmm. You know.
Yeah, Jihad Campbell. I mean, like, if I couldn't get Zach Bond, I would go. Yeah, he's the kind of guy I would get. You know. Oh my God, Craven.
I'm done.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just think this is devolved. We just wanted to scout some men at the combine.
Scout some men.
Now Splendor's Craven Moorhead. What are you gonna do? You know. Oh God. Chris Paul Jr. 465.
Yeah, please, God, like just sign Zach Bond so we don't have to go through. I mean, I can't even expect them to draft a linebacker. I mean, what, you're not going to sign a free agent linebacker? So I mean, regardless of Bond, I mean, it makes no sense. So
I mean, Bond's a defensive player of the year. I just like you got to sign him. You got to sign him.
Yeah.
KG, thank you for super chat. That kicker from Sweden, born with a biggin. What does that mean?
With a Bjorn with
with a big one.
Born with a big one.
With a big. I don't know.
With a yeah, I have no idea. Thank God I don't know.
That was too difficult for us.
Oh God.
Be sure to check out LSU Mason Taylor. Perfect for Eagles green color. Okay. Mark Holmes admitted today that he modeled for Playgirl when he was young. Not a problem with that. He had fans. He had to let his fans know. Get out of town.
Oh, with
nah.
a big gun.
Oh, with a big gun. Gotcha.
All right.
Mark Holmes admitted today that he made model for Playgirl when he was young. Not a proud moment, but he had to. Yeah, it's not. I'm proud of it. So let me tell the rest of YouTube. Let me tell the rest of the world something I'm not proud. I don't. How did he even get? That guy is so desperate to make a video every 5 minutes. It's crazy, and I don't believe it. Thank you, birds. Haha. Yes, thank you, Go Birds.
Yes.
All right, there's Jalen Walker's getting ready to run.
Here we go.
So let's watch Jalen Walker run, then we'll call it a night. How about that?
I'm good with that.
We'll watch him. He runs twice, and then we'll look, because I think he's a player. Like I like this kid, man. I see he's an edge player, man. Are you seeing the highlights of him right now?
Mm-hmm.
He's a pass rusher in the NFL.
Yeah,
man.
bro. I don't know why they have him listed as a linebacker.
I mean, he's technically a linebacker.
Coverage is great too.
6'1", 243 pounds.
Mm.
Jalen Walker, I'm gonna say 4.48. Why do I say that? Because all the guys that we want are always look even better. Then they drop out of it. Like, right? I mean, it's like, come on. Oh, who do you guys want? This guy. Okay, he runs like a 4.2. He's good. I say 4.48. 4.43. Jeez, that forget him if he runs a 4.43. Jalen Walker, high impact. He is. Get ready to run. So that should be coming up, I believe, soon, right? I believe should be soon. Unless it's going to be like an hour from now. I say we watch him run.
Damn.
What's that?
Now if you're wanting to his highlights.
He's good.
Tackling's great. Somebody's gonna be there. Someone's gonna be there.
Oh yeah.
That's what I love about it.
There's no doubt about it. Somebody you're thinking that wasn't going to be there is going to be there, and somebody that you think should never have gone is going to go, and then there's going to be guys that you're going to say, "There's no way. How the hell are the Eagles, not taking this guy?" They should.
Do you know how crazy these guys are going to feel? Like somebody drops, the Eagles grab them. They're coming off a Super Bowl, and that draft pick is going to be like, this team just came off a Super Bowl. They got a chance of going to another Super Bowl. It's crazy.
I know. Nick Marchetti, thank you for super chat. He goes, you see Garrett demanded a trade again? Now, I haven't seen the updated, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think it's official now.
He's not happy, you know. Yeah, we will. We'll definitely do that. We can do that.
Yeah.
No doubt. All right, so Jalen Walker's the guy they keep showing. Is he not running today?
He was on the field. He's on the field.
He's on the field. They're walking and throwing the ball. These guys don't look like they're stretching out to run, though. They look like he's not running, dude. I don't think he's running.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he's running.
No.
He's got his little, you know, I don't know. He's doesn't. I don't know. I can't tell. He's got it. We'll see. I guess he's right. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Hold on. Let me see.
They're getting ready to run drills or what? He's not warming up out there. Everybody else is warming up. They're comparing him to Fred Warner.
Jesus.
Fred Warner looks bigger than him, though.
He's definitely bigger.
500. Remember when Mark Holmes wanted to draft? Yeah. You guys are killing me with the names.
I don't see any news on him on X night. He should be running. I don't see why not.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Let's see. 500. Why aren't you ready? My chats of streams are like, I'm avoiding you. I don't know what name you're gonna have me say next. All right, so they're running drills. I'm trying to see if Carter's out there.
No, he's on the field. He's there. Have they showed Howie like once at all today? Probably not.
No, I haven't seen Howie at all.
I'm surprised they haven't showed anybody for the Eagles since they won the Super Bowl. I was suspecting.
No, they haven't shown anybody. No.
Taking a nap.
Howie probably told him not to. I don't see him. I saw Steichen. They showed Steichen. They showed the Bills. They showed Raiders.
Bears.
Yeah, but they didn't show. I haven't seen Eagles
Cardinals. At all. Yeah. Just taking a nap.
Yeah. Trying to see if they don't look like anybody's over by the 40 area. So I don't know what's going on. They're running drills.
Is there any team right now that's infatuated like with drafting from one school only, like the Eagles have had the last few years like this? Like, have anyone been this obsessed like drafting guys from the same school?
I don't know, but I'm willing to say this. I would not be surprised if that you start seeing that this year. You start seeing teams take from all certain schools. Dude, they're going to copy Howie Roseman at every turn. At every turn, they're going to copy him.
No.
Georgia has the best recruiting in the country, and so it's a no-brainer. But we'll see if teams do it. You know, teams are all going to start drafting from same school, and then there's going to be players that are going to go from other schools that are all going to be talented and better, and they're going to fall right to Howie.
Well, when it comes down to the cap and when it comes down to loopholes in the contracts and everything he does with the cornbread, they're always 10 steps behind when it comes to that.
Yeah, dude, I don't think he's running drills today.
He's fucking standing right.
He's out there. He's out there with a badge on his around his neck, dude. He's got his hands in his pocket. I don't think he's running. I think he's out there watching. Nick, thank you for the super chat. He goes, Carter trying to tank his draft stock so much. I know he's trying. I give the guy all the credit in the world. He wants to be an Eagle so bad. Just play that first contract out. We got you in second round. Second contract. Yeah, dude, he's not out there running. Dude, he's not doing anything. Let me see.
I went on X to see like if he wasn't.
Let's see here.
You hear your TV, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know if it's louder.
Let me lower it up.
I don't know if your mic's off or is it on?
No, I turned it up earlier.
Oh, that's probably why. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm looking right now again. Hold on.
If you're a first round pick, right, off the ball linebacker, do you risk it?
Nah, he's not competing. Nope.
I knew it.
He will not be competing in any workouts. Why?
Because he's off the ball, because he probably feels okay with his position. Probably wants to wait to his pro day. You know, he does. He probably feels like he can't hurt. He can only hurt his position. I guess. I don't know.
All right, so at least we know that.
Yeah. So I guess we could end that here. I think people are sick of seeing us for 5 hours, anyways.
5 hours.
I think we're good. Yeah, it was over 5 hours, bro. It went pretty quick, though. I gotta admit.
Oh, you have a lot to. I mean, it's so much to talk about
Yeah.
with free agency, and then we got that. We're pressing the fast.
We got defensive backs tomorrow and tight ends, and I'm actually curious about these safeties now. So
yeah,
we'll have stuff to do tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You know. But anyways, you want to end this now, then, my man?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I feel like we accomplished everything today.
I think we did. I think we've done as much as we could do today. You know, no doubt about it. Rod, David Super Chat goes, Joey, the Miami Hurricanes and the Ravens, Lewis Reed McGahee. Yeah, they all went to Miami. That's true.
Oh, okay.
Yes. All right, guys. Well, listen, that kind of wraps up day one. They're finishing up some of the linebackers here. The guy we wanted isn't even running today. So, with that, we're gonna let you go. We will be back tomorrow for defensive backs and tight ends, and figure out the exact starting time. And we'll see you guys then. Thank you guys so much for being here. With that, we're gonna get out of here. Peace.
Peace.
Oh wait, we gotta. Nick David Super Chat goes, hate when YouTube hides your stream. So annoying.
That's so.
Yeah, they're very mad at me. They're very mad at me right now. They didn't like my video talking about the Eagles and the White House thing. That really pissed them off. So I've been paying a price on.
Yeah, Danny said do a schedule. We always have the stream scheduled. It's always scheduled.
Yeah. I'll put it out early. Yeah, we'll do a scheduled stream. Definitely. Yeah. All right, guys. With that said, we out of here. I missed the super chat.
Oh, probably from when you're about to leave.
Let me see.
Nick Marchetti.
Who's super chat did I miss?
821. Nick Marchetti.
I did? Okay. Well, we read this one.
Oh, we did? Okay, then we're fine.
Nick says, David Super Chat goes, you see Garrett demanded a trade again. We saw that. We read that one. And Nick David Super Chat, Carter trying to tank his draft stock so much. We read that one.
Kitty.
Yeah. You hear the cat? That's Maximus. Come here, Maximus.
Your pride and joy. Yeah,
that's my buddy. That's my guy. Big ass cat. Him and his brother are hanging out. I didn't get rid of. I kept McLean.
Oh yeah. You didn't tell me. You did.
Yeah, I kept McLean. I couldn't get rid of him. They became like best friends. They're two peas in a pod. So I was just like, I can't do it. I'm keeping them. So they're both in here playing.
Yeah.
I have to separate the little one from mom right now because technically he can actually make babies. So I have to prevent him from doing anything to his mom before I can get him fixed.
Jesus.
Otherwise, I'm going to have inbred cats. I don't want that. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Come here. Come here. Say hello. Say hello. He's a big cat.
He is
dude.
big.
20 pounds.
20 pounds?
20 pounds. This motherfucker.
Jesus.
Hey, hi. He's a good boy, though. They're playing right now. Dude, he's like, I'm holding, like, dude,
Oh
this
my
dude's-
God.
He's just gigantic. He's gigantic. Look at his mother humber. He's a boy. Go ahead, go play. They're playing. They're playing. That's why he's like
Jordan Davis
He's
in cat form.
Yeah, he's Jordan Davis. It's so true. He's Jordan Davis with cats. That's hilarious. Let me show you. Come on.
What the fuck is that cat eating?
Everything, dude. Everything. This is the little one.
Yeah. Oh, nice and little. There you go.
But he's going to be as big as him. Dude, this cat eats everything. He's huge, 20 pounds. It's crazy. Yeah. He's funny.
The cat needs Clint Hurd to get him in check.
Hey, Jordan Davis, come here. Yeah, he is. He's like Jordan Davis with cats. That's pretty good. He's big, dude. He's a big guy.
Wow.
I had him on here. He was like this small.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
He's a good cat.
Does he have a
He's
scar
good cat.
across his face? You said he had like a scar.
Yeah, he has a scar that goes all the way down, but you can't see it now because of his fur.
Yeah.
He's got like real thick fur, so it covers it up. But if I was to shave that area, there would be a huge one. I didn't think he was gonna live. Didn't think he was gonna live. I nursed him, kept that thing like so hard to keep that thing from getting infected so it could heal.
Yeah.
Because every time you put him in there to feed, they'd all kick and it would just keep opening back up and getting bigger. And it was like, should I separate him from the litter? And they're like, no, he's got to eat. So I just had to constantly try to disinfect it, you know. And then when he could take antibiotics, I had to give him that. And there was just no way I was getting rid of him.
So
but he healed. Now he's a mammoth. Roll Philly Dog, thank you for super chat. Goes, you see Reddick market value is 11.7 1 year. I didn't see that.
No.
I didn't see that. No. Nope. But yeah. Anyways, all right, guys. Well, listen, we are going to get out of here. Thank you so much for all the super chats and everything today.
Yeah.
Nick, I think I read every one of your ones. Went back and read, so I don't think there's anything we've missed.
He said you read everything. I saw it. He said you read everything.
Okay. Cool. And with that said, guys, we out of here.
See you tomorrow.
Peace.
2 minutes to go. You have plenty of time.
Come on.
Oh, shit! Dad! No!
It's over! It's over! This game is over! Cut it off! It's over!
Fuck.
Congratulations, Green Bay! Congratulations, Green Bay! Congratulations, Green Bay!
I said run the ball.
Congratulations, Green Bay! Dak Prescott, you need to be fired today! That was on you, Dak! That was on you, Dak! That was on you, Dak!
I said run the ball.
That was on Dak Prescott! Trying to feed the fantasy lamb! You tried to feed the sea lamb! You got to give it to sea lamb! God! It's over! It's over, Dak! Put Trey Lance in the game. Trey Lance can't do worse than you.
I'm an idiot because I buy into this shit. Because here's the thing. I am a grown-ass man. And I talk the talk. It is killing me.
I feel it coming.
You gotta do something.
I feel like it's gonna take Jerry Jones taking. Cut it off. It's over.